Fan Shi interrupted, this is a golden opportunity for our Tianxia alliance to rise. Not only will we gain favor with the Xiantian sect, but we can also demonstrate our unwavering determination and resilience to other lesser-known families. These past few days, the Tianxia alliance has been trying to recruit new blood, but very few are willing to join. It's not because the Tianxia alliance is weak, on the contrary, it's because they are too strong. The older members who joined the academy long ago have long since lost their arrogance, and they fear that the Tianxia alliance's growing power will attract the wrath of the Tianxiao alliance. Fan Shi believes that as long as they take action against the Tai sect this time and withstand the subsequent retaliation, they can dispel the concerns of those who intend to join.
Saint Su is indeed as rumored, handsome, and unparalleled in appearance.
I am Luo He, and I have long admired Saint Su. His voice preceded his appearance.
Su Tianyi stared with interest at the white-robed young man who emerged from the mansion, surname Luo?
What's your relationship with Saint Luo Chuan? Luo He paused for a moment, then smiled. My father is the clan leader's younger brother, he's my cousin. Brother Luo Chuan and I became acquainted through a misunderstanding. At this point, Su Tianyi stood up and said, when you make your move, try not to hit brother Luo He's face. His words were like a command to attack. The Xiantian sect members, filled with excitement, swarmed forward.
Luo He was so startled that he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. You can't hit someone who's smiling at you.
You've barely said a few words before you start hitting someone.
Where's the logic in that?
Chapter 111 Terrifying Dragon Scales, the Power of a Single Spear. Having been in a position of power for so long, Luo He had seen much of the world. The scene just now had frightened him, but not completely. He simply leaped backward, landing gracefully inside the mansion.
Then, he gently waved his feather fan and said calmly, Saint Su, what kind of grudge, what kind of resentment, is there really no room for negotiation? Go to hell. Have you forgotten how you treated us in the secret realm? Outnumbering us, no sportsmanship. Du Feiyu shouted, straining his neck.
Luo He's expression remained unchanged. Academy rules state that grudges from the secret realm must not be brought outside. If any of my disciples have truly committed unforgivable and extremely excessive acts, I apologize on their behalf and provide appropriate compensation.
Du Feiyu's eyes turned fierce. When you joined forces with the Heavenly Pride Alliance to slaughter the people of the Xiantian Holy Land, did you leave even the slightest bit of leeway? Just then,
Hongyu, dressed in red, approached gracefully. After giving Su Tianyi a polite bow, she explained. The grievances have already been explained to your holy son in the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the members of the Xiantian sect all turned to look at their holy son, who lay calmly in a rocking chair, cracking a spiritual melon. Su Tianyi leisurely finished cracking open his melon seeds before speaking. Explaining doesn't mean I forgive you.
Hongyu anxiously asked, didn't you give me one last spot to resolve our grudges? Su Tianyi's eyes narrowed slightly.
He didn't explain the reasoning, only saying, Xiantian, Tai, and the Moon Goddess Palace are all top-tier forces under the Great Qin Kingdom.
Sometimes, we should be of one mind.
Therefore, in the secret realm, I'm willing to show you leniency, but that doesn't mean I won't hold you accountable afterwards. No one dared to bully the Xiantian Holy Land before, and certainly not anymore.
The Tai sect is doomed today.
Only those who kneel and apologize will be spared physical punishment. Bringing out the grudges from the trial was indeed against the rules, but rules are merely tools to restrain the weak, the strong are the rulemakers.
The Tai sect usually doesn't follow any rules, they're only saying this because they become the weaker party today. Hongyu opened her mouth, wanting to explain something.
Luo He, standing beside her, reached out to block her, interrupting, this is outrageous.
Do you really think my Tai sect is afraid of them? Listen to my command, maximize the power of the barrier and ensure they can't break through.
Seemingly sensing the embarrassment of his followers and the disdain of the Xiantian sect members, he immediately added, they outnumber us, let's avoid their sharp edge for now.
We'll fight them after our reinforcements return.
A layer of golden light, like ripples on water, enveloped the palaces and buildings within a radius of several miles.
Weren't you usually so arrogant? Why are you cowering like a turtle today? Come out, if you have the guts, don't be a coward.
Huang Fei, let's settle all our old and new scores together.
I'll kill you today. The master of Tai Holy Land Luo Sushin and Yun Mushi were at odds.
Under her subtle influence, friction between the two Holy Lands was constant, and the personal grudges between their disciples had been brewing for a long time.
Su Tianyi looked at the people of Xiantian sect, each one arrogantly cursing their former rival, and a smile appeared on his face.
He pinned Gu Lingtian's death on the Tai Holy Land, using it as a pretext to retaliate against the Xiantian Holy Land's ordeal in the secret realm. After this battle, his prestige would reach unprecedented heights.
Who wouldn't admire a holy son with unparalleled talent and such fierce protectiveness? Flying swords, spears, broadswords, battle axes. A variety of weapons appeared, spiritual energy surging forth in a relentless barrage.
But all this power seemed to sink without a trace when it touched the barrier. Seeing this, the Tai sect members jumped up and down, shouting and taunting, acting as if to say, "Come and fight me if you dare." Just as the Xiantian sect members were starting to lose their nerve, Su Tianyi spoke up, "Such a powerful barrier, they can't maintain it for long." Upon hearing this, Luo He's expression remained unchanged, but his heart grew heavy. He had never imagined that anyone within the academy would dare to so brazenly attack the Tai sect's headquarters. Therefore, the spirit stone reserves within the academy were not plentiful. The barrier's power, when fully extended, requires a large amount of spirit stones and can only last for a maximum of 3 minutes. With this thought in mind, Luo He closed the gates of his manor and explained the situation to his subordinates, instructing them to contribute their spirit stones to sustain them until Luo Hu's reinforcements arrived, or until the arrival of the Tai Holy Land's faction's instructors. Seeing the gates closed, Su Tianyi sneered, knowing that the other side had exhausted its resources and couldn't hold out much longer. Although he had already ordered his men to intercept the other side's instructors, to prevent any unforeseen complications, he decided to personally demonstrate his power. Su Tianyi stood up, his posture upright, his eyes deep, his expression cold and stern. His previous languid demeanor vanished, replaced by an aura of sharp brilliance that was impossible to look directly at. He coldly said, "Get out of the way." Seeing their holy son preparing to personally intervene, the Xiantian sect members surrounding the gate quickly moved aside, intently watching Su Tianyi, afraid of missing anything. Su Tianyi closed his eyes, his long hair flowing freely without wind. Sunlight shone upon him, draping him in a golden cloak, his aura soaring to the heavens, like a god descending to earth. The space before Su Tianyi distorted, as if a deep, resonant voice, like a dragon's roar or thunder, resounded. He reached forward and grabbed, a golden spear slowly revealing its true form from the void. Radiant with light, incomparably sharp, the intense pressure it instinctively exuded caused everyone to tremble, some even paralyzed to the ground. Su Tianyi gripped the dragon scale spear tightly, its aura receding, and everyone returned to normal. He gripped the spears but, the tip pointing to the ground, golden light shimmering in his eyes. Su Tianyi let out a soft shout, and the spear, seemingly forged from gold, hovered in the air, a phantom of a divine dragon appearing around him. The golden dragon swung its tail, its head charging forward. The barrier was violently struck, and a crack appeared in the air with a single blow. The Xiantian sect members gasped in astonishment. They had exerted their full strength for over 10 minutes, yet it couldn't compare to a single strike from the Holy Sun? Is this the terrifying power of a forbidden form? No wonder he was the first to inherit the position of Holy Sun with only the cultivation of the returning to one realm. Truly terrifying, it's awe-inspiring. Inside the mansion, the Tai sect members, who were discussing matters, were knocked off balance by the attack, thinking, could it be that the barrier is about to collapse? While ordering his men to take the spirit stones they had just collected to the array's central core to replenish its energy, Luo He also had the gate open to scout the situation outside. The cracks in the barrier outside the gate made Luo He's expression darken. Forgetting his composure and dignity, he hurriedly said, "Everyone, the barrier is in danger. Quickly transfer spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, the members of the Tai sect surged with spiritual energy, raised their palms to the sky, and poured their pure spiritual power into the barrier. The crack closed up at a visible speed. Before Luo He could even breathe a sigh of relief, the Xiantian sect members said, "They've run out of spirit stones and are now showing their true colors. They need to rely on their own spiritual power to maintain the barrier. Brothers, we outnumber them. Don't be stingy with your spiritual power."
They can't outlast us. Give it your all.
Su Tianyi, his robes fluttering, stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance, and said, "Conserve your strength.
Leave the barrier to me." Young and powerful, indeed arrogant and conceited.
Even someone who has just entered the divine power realm would find it difficult to break through this barrier in a short time.
You alone?
Luo He, who was feeling smug, froze the next instant.
A golden dragon descended from the sky, shattering the barrier with a single tail strike. How could this be? It didn't even have a chance to repair itself, it shattered instantly? This could only happen if the barrier's power exceeded its limit, but what realm was Su Tianyi at? Was he sure he was human, or a monster? Holy Sun, mighty. Brothers, kill.
The Xiantian sect members unleashed all sorts of magical treasures and supernatural powers, and the walls and courtyards of the Tai sect collapsed. Looking at the vast expanse of white and the swarming Xiantian sect members, Luo He knew they were doomed.
Chapter 112 The Creepy Fatty. I surrender. I surrender.
Luo He raised his hands, showing remarkable self-awareness, offering no resistance whatsoever. Seeing their leader so sensible, the others breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to surrender.
As long as the country remains, there's always hope. Revenge is a dish best served cold.
The enemy had mobilized their entire army, a vast, white mass, at least several thousand strong, while they only had a little over 1,000. This wasn't cowardice, it was pragmatism.
Attack!
However, things didn't go as planned. Even after they surrendered, the enemy continued their assault. These were all top-tier geniuses of equal status. How could they tolerate such humiliation? Several proud individuals couldn't take it anymore and threw punches in retaliation.
But they were met with even more brutal retaliation.
A punch from the left, a kick from the right, several against one, leaving the resisting individual utterly powerless. Seeing this, the Tai sect members who were about to make a move silently withdrew their outstretched hands and fled in panic.
The Xiantian sect members weren't all good people either.
A lecherous, chubby boy reached his groping hands towards the buttocks and breasts of a beautiful woman, causing her to scream repeatedly. The lewd-looking chubby boy became even more excited. Ignoring the woman in the green robe's resistance, he picked her up around the waist and carried her towards a small, dark room, intending to commit further lewd acts. This scene happened to be witnessed by Hong Yu, instantly igniting a burning desire within her. A phoenix phantom appeared behind her, raging flames surging in all directions. The Xiantian sect members surrounding her were thrown off their feet by the scorching heat. Hong Yu, dressed in a red gown, was as noble and beautiful as a phoenix. Coupled with her extraordinary bearing, she was extremely famous, and even the members of the Xiantian sect were unwilling to offend her. But now, in this situation, they had no choice but to attack her. Several of the most outstanding talents from the Xiantian sect exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing to join forces against her. The woman in green struggled desperately, but she couldn't escape the clutches of the poisonous hand and was about to be dragged into a small dark room. Her fellow disciples beside her wanted to help, but were blocked by the henchmen of the lecherous fat man, and could only beat their chests in frustration and roar in despair.
Hong Yu was anxious and didn't want to linger with the person before her.
She attacked with all her might from the start, her phoenix true fire scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, unstoppable. The talents dodged quickly, but were still burned and covered in soot. The one closest to her was nearly disfigured. Many members of the Tai sect, seeing the courage and unwavering resolve of Hong Yu, a woman, were filled with shame and immediately launched a counterattack.
A true man is born between heaven and earth, standing tall and upright. How can he be weaker than a woman? What's wrong with going crazy once? I refuse to believe the Xiantian sect would dare to kill.
Luo He leaned against the wall, his expression solemn. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, threw away his feather fan, and roared, "Fight them!" Those who hadn't retaliated surged with spiritual energy upon hearing this, charging recklessly at those who had attacked him. Even a clay figure has some fire left, they had reached their limit of restraint. Although Luo He was the leader of the outer courtyard of the Tai sect, his strength was not outstanding, he relied on his status as a direct descendant of the Luo family. Therefore, he was quickly beaten black and blue, his composure completely gone.
Although the Holy Sun said not to hit someone in the face, this is the other party who came to us to be beaten, so there shouldn't be any problem, right?
A short woman in white, lost in thought, waved her hand towards Luohi's face.
Miss, please have mercy. I was wrong. I apologize for attacking you earlier.
Luohi had originally intended to pick on the weak, but he hadn't expected to misjudge her. The seemingly gentle and weak girl was actually a shrew with hidden strength. Outside the mansion, Sutiani, who was watching the drama unfold, wondered why the Tai sect members had suddenly rebelled. He didn't think too much about it, only giving the Tai Holy Land a second glance, finding them quite courageous. Hongyu, cutting down everything in her path, finally caught the attention of Qin Joga, who had been holding back for the Xiantian sect. Qin Joga leaped off the ground like a sharp sword, slicing through the air, and landed in front of Hongyu with a swift turn, saying calmly, "That's enough." Hongyu, seeing the girl dragged into the small dark room, cried out anxiously, "Get out of the way!" With that, wings sprouted from her back, and she flew straight towards the woman in green. Qin Joga's eyes flashed coldly. She felt Hongyu look down on her.
Gathering spiritual energy in her palm, she unleashed a golden palm print at Hongyu, shouting, "Trying to leave? Did you ask me first?"
Sensing the powerful force approaching from behind, Hongyu frowned and dodged to the side. In that short time, Qin Joga caught up, unleashing several palm strikes at her. Hongyu had no choice but to stop and deal with the person before her. Just then, a scream came from inside the room. It was quite loud, but amidst the sounds of fighting throughout the mansion, it caused no ripples. Hongyu had been watching the situation closely, so she noticed it immediately and lost her composure.
Qin Joga seized the opportunity and slammed her against the wall with a palm strike.
Instead of pressing his advantage, he said with displeasure, "While the Phoenix bloodline is extraordinary, I, Qin, am no less formidable."
Being distracted during battle, isn't that underestimating me?
Hongyu stood up, wiped the blood from her mouth, and coldly said, "Is this how the people of the Xiantian Holy Land tolerate their disciples, bullying men and women? Since ancient times, the victor is king, the loser is villain.
A loss is a loss." Qin Joga assumed she was referring to the Xiantian sect's unfair victory by outnumbering their opponents.
Hongyu realized she had misunderstood and immediately recounted what she had witnessed.
Upon hearing this, Qin Joga looked at the small dark room, a flash of disgust in his eyes. Only one person could do such a thing.
Thinking this, he cleaved open the door with his sword and rushed inside with Hongyu like lightning. What came into view was a pretty woman in a blue robe, bound to the bed, and a chubby, lewd-looking boy frantically pulling down his pants. The chubby boy was startled by the loud noise and instinctively turned around, saying, "Who the hell made such a commotion?
Scared me half to death? Can you take responsibility for that?"
Hongyu raised her hand, grabbing the chubby boy's throat from a distance, and said coldly, "I'll kill you." The chubby boy struggled violently, casting a pleading look at Qin Joga beside him. Qin Joga hesitated for a moment, then said, "Please have mercy, young lady.
This man cannot be killed."
Chapter 113: The Status and Power of the Tang Family.
Hongyu whirled around, her eyes flashing as she glared at Qin Joga. "You're going to protect him?
My sister is a powerful instructor in the Inner Academy, my grandfather is a supreme elder of the Xiantian Holy Land, my father is the head of Tian Xingpeak, and my mother is the emperor's most beloved princess.
Who in this world dares to take my life? Who can take my life?"
Taking advantage of the lull between Hongyu and Joga, the chubby boy hastily revealed his identity. Qin Joga shrugged, offering a slightly helpless smile. The chubby boy saw the hesitation and struggle in Hongyu's eyes and continued to shout, "This woman is incredibly lucky to be favored by me."
"Don't be ungrateful." Hongyu's clear black and white eyes were now bloodshot as she stared intently at the chubby boy. "What are you looking at? Let me go. If you hurt my body, can you afford to compensate me?"
Hongyu's chest heaved. She desperately wanted to kill this man, but reason told her she couldn't touch him. "Senior sister Hongyu, let it go, I haven't lost my virginity yet."
Just then, the woman in green, bound to the bed, spat out the white cloth from her mouth.
Her eyes filled with tears, she felt utterly humiliated. She had almost been violated, and not only could she not bring the villain to justice, but she also had to plead for him how utterly humiliating. But she was just an ordinary disciple of the Tai Holy Land. Although her family background wasn't bad, it was worlds apart from his. Even if he hadn't crossed the line, so what? What could she do if she didn't forgive him? How could someone like him possibly lose his life over such a trivial matter? Hongyu understood this principle, but she was unwilling to accept defeat, and a surge of impulse arose within her, a willingness to die together with her loved ones. If you don't think of yourself, young lady, you should at least think of your family behind you, right? Shinjoga, fearing Hongyu might do something foolish, secretly transmitted his voice. His words brought a sliver of reason back to the extremely angry Hongyu. Get out! Hongyu swung her arm, slamming the chubby boy against the wall. Ouch, that hurts so much. You just wait, today I'm not only going to have my way with that girl, I'm going to have you too. The chubby boy stood up in a disheveled state, enraged and ashamed. Hongyu ignored his threat, quickly went to the bedside, and untied the ropes binding the woman in green. Senior sister, that was so scary. After breaking free of her restraints, the woman in green threw herself into Hongyu's arms, sobbing. Hongyu patted her shoulder, gently comforting her, "It's all right. See that woman in red? Don't hurt her face or chest. I'm going to make her kneel before me, bowing in submission." The chubby boy stood before the broken door, a group of Xiantian sect disciples in white robes behind him. Shinjoga stepped forward, his brows furrowed, and shouted, "Let's see who dares. Get out of my way." The Xiantian sect disciples exchanged glances, unsure what to do. The chubby boy said in a deep voice, "Shinjoga, give me some face, don't interfere in this." Shinjoga immediately delivered a flying kick, sending the chubby boy flying dozens of meters. He couldn't kill him, but he wasn't afraid to hit him. "Young master, are you all right?" The henchmen immediately surrounded him, asking with concern. "Get out of my way." The chubby boy forcefully pushed aside the people surrounding him, coughing up blood and shouting angrily, "Shinjoga, don't push your luck. You're shameless." Shinjoga merely stared at him coldly. The chubby boy spat out a mouthful of blood and said viciously, "Ignore him, tie that woman up. The first person to capture her, I'll reward him after I'm done with her." Looking at the beautiful and alluring Hongyu, many men were aroused. Damn it, they've really gone too far. Men, seize them. With Shinjoga's angry shout, the other Xiantian sect disciples rushed over and surrounded the chubby boy and his group. The chubby boy's eyes turned cold. "Shinjoga, do you really want to be my enemy?" Shinjoga's eyes were like swords, sharp and piercing. "Tang Shan, I usually turn a blind eye to your misdeeds, but today, in front of everyone, don't you think you've embarrassed yourself enough?" Tang Shan's eyes narrowed, radiating a dangerous, venomous light as he scanned his surroundings. "Are you sure you want to stop me?" The Xiantian sect members surrounding him wavered. Tang Shan wielded immense power. His father was the head of Tianqing Peak, a high-ranking and influential figure who had him late in life and doted on him. Relying on his illustrious family background, Tang Shan had acted arrogantly and domineeringly in the Xiantian Holy Land, offending many. However, all accusations against him for his evil deeds had vanished without a trace. Those who had reported him were later falsely accused, their cultivation crippled and expelled from the Holy Land at best, and at worst, their whereabouts unknown, their fate uncertain, a veritable cancer. Did the higher-ups of the Xiantian Holy Land know what Tang Shan had done? Of course they did. There are no secrets in this world, especially since his actions were arrogant and lacked any secrecy. Then why didn't they do anything? Because he offended people of low status or no status. The Holy Land's higher-ups wouldn't risk offending the powerful Tang family and punishing Tang Shan for their sake. The world is just that unfair. Some are born like ants, struggling to even have enough to eat. Some are born at the top, natural winners. Get out of the way. Tang Shan took a heavy step forward, his round body radiating an inexplicable aura, like a tiger descending a mountain, inspiring fear in all who beheld him. The man blocking his path felt a chill and instinctively took a step to the left. Someone had set a precedent, and everyone else quickly made way, clearing a path for the chubby boy. Shinjoga pointed a finger, his hair trembling with rage. Was he, the vice-sect leader of the Xiantian sect,
the leader of the Outer Academy, and a candidate for the Outstanding Talent Award, really so disrespectful? His words carried less weight than those of a little tyrant?
Those who met Shin-joga's gaze all lowered their heads in shame. It wasn't that they were cowardly enough to dare disobey him, it was simply that Tang Shan's power had been entrenched for so long that no one dared to provoke him. Disobeying Shin-joga might at most result in being looked down upon and not being given important positions, but offending Tang Shan could mean death.
What's going on? Just then, Su Tianyi's slightly puzzled voice rang out.
The fighting had subsided for a while, yet no one from the Xiantian sect had come out, which puzzled him.
Your Highness, Holy Son.
Including the chubby boy, everyone from the Xiantian sect bowed their heads in greeting, extremely respectful.
Shin-joga, why aren't the Tai sect members beating them up? They're just sitting around in a huddle, having a meeting?
Su Tianyi glanced at the Tai sect members recovering from their injuries, clearly dissatisfied with Shin-joga, feeling he hadn't handled things properly.
The Xiantian sect disciples are behaving recklessly, humiliating women. Aren't you going to do anything about this?
After comforting the woman in green, Hongyu stepped out of the small dark room, her face cold, and questioned him.
What happened? Su Tianyi turned to look at Shin-joga.
Seeing Hongyu's angry expression, it seemed something serious had occurred. Shin-joga had just lost face, and now, disregarding the taboo against airing dirty laundry, she loudly proclaimed Tang Shan's disgraceful behavior in front of everyone.
Hearing this, Su Tianyi frowned, walked up to the chubby boy, and stared at him. Is what you said true?
Chapter 114. Tang Shan's crimes are heinous and he deserves to die 10,000 times over.
The chubby boy chuckled sheepishly. Sect leader Qin, you flatter me.
A beautiful lady is sought after by gentlemen, and I I was just a little too direct, which might seem ungentlemanly.
Su Tianyi believed him to some extent.
After all, how could someone dare to commit such a beastly act in broad daylight, in front of so many fellow disciples? However, one-sided accounts weren't convincing enough, he still needed to question the person involved. Su Tianyi looked at the timid, pretty woman in a green robe hiding behind Hongyu and said softly,
Miss, there's no need to be afraid.
If the situation is true, this holy son will certainly uphold justice for you.
Hongyu said softly, Xiaoro, don't be afraid. Tell the truth. Don't let me suffer such an injustice.
The chubby boy suddenly shouted.
Shut up. If there's a next time, I'll take it as a guilty conscience threatening someone. Su Tianyi looked at Tang Shan with displeasure and reprimanded him.
Your Highness, this person suddenly approached me, touching and hugging me, and even. Xiaoro was already sobbing uncontrollably by the end.
Do you have anything else to say in your defense? Su Tianyi's face was as cold as ice.
He hadn't expected this fatso to be so audacious.
No. The fat man hung his head. Although he was somewhat embarrassed, he wasn't flustered.
He even thought that the Holy Son was just putting on an act for outsiders. These days, Su Tianyi's reputation for being a womanizer was known to everyone. In the secret realm, he was engaged to the third young lady of the Yi family, accompanied by the demure and beautiful junior sister Xiao Dai, and his protector was also an incomparably beautiful woman. It was rumored that he had recently moved into the palace of the cold and aloof senior sister Xianer, like a lotus blooming on a snowy mountain. Tang Shan thought that since the Holy Son and he were both womanizers, they would surely understand his actions. Seeing that the fat man didn't even bother to argue, Su Tianyi was furious. A person who steals feelings, takes the body, and then chooses to take responsibility is called loving and affectionate.
A person who deceives feelings, sleeps with the body, and then chooses not to take responsibility is called a scumbag.
A person who has no feelings, yet forces themselves on someone, and then brushes them off afterwards, is worse than a piece of trash. Su Tianyi considered himself the first type of person, and he despised scumbags like the fat man the most. If Su Tianyi knew what the fat man was thinking, he would have slapped him a few times. If he were as despicable as Tang Shan, he would have already, under Chuluoli's instigation, given the goddess of the moon goddess temple a heavenly elixir on that dark and windy night for the inheritance of the fairy painting.
Kneel down and apologize to Miss Xiaoro.
Su Tianyi exuded a powerful aura, forcing Tang Shan to kneel down in public. Tang Shan instinctively wanted to curse, but quickly stopped himself. He bullied the weak, indulged in pleasure, harassed men and women, and harmed countless honest and upright people, yet he remained at large, relying solely on his cowardice and bullying of the weak. Aside from those male disciples who were ungrateful and reported him, he rarely bullied men, preferring to prey on female disciples. Most of the female disciples, after being raped by him, would choose to remain silent and suffer in silence for the sake of their reputation. Sometimes, on a whim, he would even turn the tables, claiming that the other party had seduced him, and then demand hush money. Of course, there are many loyal and virtuous women who defy power, but Tang Shan wasn't afraid. He was indeed a spoiled rich kid, but he still had his brains and a set of rules for dealing with women. He resolutely avoided provokes of powerful figures in his clan, those at the Dao Heaven realm. Only those at the Feather Transformation realm were a different story. He dealt with them on a case-by-case basis. If their direct relatives were powerful, he wouldn't touch them. If the powerful figure was an ancestor-level figure, but the relationship was distant, then sorry, he'd gladly accept the beauty. In fact, with the Tang family's power, even if the woman's father was a peak-level powerful figure, he could afford to offend him. If the affair were exposed, he would at most receive a verbal punishment from his elders, and then take the victim as a concubine. After a brief struggle, Tang Shan sincerely said, "Please forgive my impudence, young lady. It's just that you were so attractive, young lady, that I acted impulsively and lost my senses, almost committing a grave mistake." The woman in the green robe looked pleadingly at Hong Yu beside her, unsure of what to do. Seeing this, the chubby boy immediately added, "I'm willing to compensate the young lady for her emotional distress with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, those around gasped in astonishment. What a generous offer! Even Su Tianyi couldn't help but marvel at his wealth. Before becoming a holy son, he only earned 1,000 high-grade spirit stones a month, partly due to his lower cultivation level. But undeniably, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was enough to draw attention. This fatso, with so much money, could easily find a prettier lady at the heavenly immortal pavilion. Why do something like this? Su Tianyi thought to himself. Little did he know, Tang Shan simply enjoyed seeing women writhing in humiliation, their pathetic state a result of his actions. A smug glint flashed in the chubby boy's eyes. He had seen countless women and knew at a glance what type this Xiaoro was. Without a doubt, she would agree. Su Tianyi said solemnly, "This fat man's actions deserve even the breaking of his fifth limb. Miss Xiaoro, there's no need to worry. I guarantee, in the name of the Xian Tian Holy Sun, that you will not face any retaliation afterward." The fat man felt a chill run down his spine. Although he knew the Holy Sun's words were just empty promises, he still couldn't help but feel lingering fear. This man was the ruthless one who almost killed the Tai Holy Sun with an arrow. The Tang family wielded immense power, but compared to the Luo family, there was still a considerable gap. The Luo family's fortune was extremely strong, with outstanding individuals emerging in almost every generation. Over time, the Tai Holy Land was practically dominated by the Luo family. Just the fact that the other party had a supreme realm ancestor was something the Tang family couldn't even dream of matching. Xiaoro lowered her head and said softly, "My innocence is still intact." She didn't explicitly express forgiveness, but everyone present wasn't a fool, they all understood the unspoken meaning. Su Tianyi wasn't surprised. Firstly, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones were enough for her to cultivate for several years. Secondly, her delicate appearance suggested a submissive nature. If it weren't for Hong Yu beside her, she probably wouldn't even have the courage to speak. Hong Yu gritted her teeth, her hands clenched into fists behind her back, her nails digging into her flesh, drawing blood, but she remained oblivious. She desperately wanted Su Tianyi to execute the beast before her, but she knew it was wishful thinking. After all, Xiaoro had no relation to him, and Tang Shan was the son of the chief. Upholding justice was already more than enough. Further pursuit would only be pushing his luck. Just as Tang Shan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the matter was finally over. The henchman standing beside him, the one who had been the first to help him up when Qin Zhouge kicked him, suddenly knelt before Su Tianyi, his expression filled with grief. "I beg your highness, to uphold justice." As he spoke, he crawled to Su Tianyi, pulled several recording stones from his robes, raised them high, handed them to Su Tianyi, and shouted, I want to report Tang Shan for harming his fellow disciples and raping his fellow disciples. His crimes are heinous, he deserves to die 1,000 deaths.
Chapter 115 Bearing Humiliation and Burden. Su Tiany's heart sank, but his outward expression remained calm and composed.
Just as he was about to ask the man's name, Tang Shan suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Zhao Lidong, you traitorous bastard! I fed you, I provided you with shelter, and you were always the first to enjoy any woman I'd ever slept with. I've always thought I treated you well, how can you do this to me? How can you face your conscience? You heartless, ungrateful wretch." Su Tiany frowned, thinking to himself, these two really have a good relationship. Women are like clothes to them, they're practically brothers. "You fatso, I'm reporting you because it goes against my conscience. I've been lying low for so long, I almost forgot my original purpose. I started currying favor with you to gather evidence and report you. Unfortunately, your family is powerful and influential, and your father is the head of the Holy Land's punishments, wielding absolute power. All the information reporting you, along with the people who reported you, has vanished without a trace. I thought I'd never have the chance to expose you again, but today, I met His Highness the Holy Sun. He is wise and virtuous, a saint reincarnated, a celestial being descended to earth." Zhao Lidong knelt respectfully before the Holy Sun, head bowed, his voice muffled like thunder, as if suppressing his anger. Zhao Lidong's torrent of flattery left Su Tiany incredibly embarrassed, almost to the point of digging out a 3-bedroom apartment. He was incomparably handsome, no less so than a celestial being. Once the Holy Scripture was activated, he immediately entered a saintly state. Calling him wise and virtuous was somewhat plausible. Thinking about it this way, Su Tiany thought Zhao Lidong had a good eye, he really knew how to judge people.
The chubby guy, upon hearing that Zhao Lidong's initial goal was to deal with him, trembled with rage. His legs suddenly gave way, and he almost fell to the ground. Supported by 2 henchmen behind him, Tang Shan pointed at Zhao Lidong. "Xiao Dong, your loyalty to me is as clear as day. Tell me honestly, did someone threaten you with your family today? As long as you reveal the mastermind behind this, I won't hold your mistake against you. From now on, you will still be the person I, Tang Shan, trust the most." Su Tiany looked at Tang Shan's heartbroken expression and felt a moment of disbelief. The other party had already torn off all pretenses in front of so many people, yet he still refused to believe it. "Just how deep is the bond between you two? Could it be that you're gay?" Su Tiany felt that the chubby guy's behavior didn't seem like an act. If he were that cunning, he wouldn't have been foolish enough to attempt something indecent on that woman in green in front of so many people. Family? You dare talk to me about family? My family is long gone." Zhao Lidong roared, his face contorted with extreme rage, like a hideous demon crawling out of hell. Tang Shan instinctively said, "How could that be? I saw your mother last month. She's so old, yet her skin is still so supple and youthful, just as radiant as it was years ago." Upon hearing this, everyone was horrified. Even his henchmen subtly took a few steps back. This statement contained a lot of information. Su Tiany looked at Tang Shan with utter disgust, as if he were a pervert. "Damn it, you can lay a hand on your subordinate's mother, yet you expect him to be loyal to you until death? The fact that he didn't turn against you on the spot is already a testament to his humiliation and forbearance." What Zhao Lidong said next was even more shocking. He said, "Back then, my sister Zhao Lixue and I passed the trials together and entered the Holy Land. We should have been young and full of glory, high spirits, bringing honor to our ancestors and making a name for ourselves. But she fell for you, you beastly dog." Zhao Lidong, tears streaming down his face, wiped them away and continued, "My sister fought back to the death, only to be tortured to death by you. Seeing her mangled, broken body, I swore then and there that I would not rest until I avenged this. Even if it costs me dearly, even if I become a demon and suffer eternal damnation, I will fight you to the very end. At the very least, I will bite off a piece of your flesh and make you feel the pain." The chubby boy shook his head, incredulously saying, "Didn't you say our parents were biased, favoring girls over boys and doting on your sister? You've held a grudge for a long time, and I'm the one who helped you get revenge?" Zhao Lidong abruptly stood up, gripping the recording stone tightly, his hatred overflowing.
He turned to Tang Shan, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets.
If I hadn't said that, how could I have gotten close to you? How could I have become your most trusted henchman? Over the years, to gain your trust, I've done countless heinous things. I thought that was painful enough, but I never expected that you, this scumbag, would actually take a liking to my mother. Didn't you say I gave you wealth and status, that I was your second parent? Even if I liked your mother, you wouldn't have a single complaint. You even called me dad a few times afterward. The chubby boy couldn't accept it. It was because of this incident that he completely trusted Zhao Lidong. Having been by your side for so long, don't I know your nature? How could a woman you've set your sights on escape your clutches? Resistance won't save my mother from this calamity, it will only incur your displeasure and cost me your trust. Zhao Lidong suddenly knelt down, tears of blood streaming down his face, burying his face in his hands and weeping bitterly. Mother, I'm unfilial, I'm a beast, I'm so sorry. After I send this wicked man away, I'll go down to join you. I've committed a colossal crime. I don't ask for your forgiveness. Even if I go to the 18th level of hell and face all kinds of torture, I'll gladly accept it. Zhao Lidong knelt down again beside Su Tianyi. Tang Shan bullied my sister and humiliated my mother. My father died of grief because of this, and our happy family was shattered. I beg your highness to uphold justice. Zhao Lidong kowtowed. I know my status is lowly. Even if my entire family of 4 were together, we wouldn't be as valuable as a single finger of Tang Shan. So, we specifically collected evidence of his crimes. A few people? Not enough? What about hundreds? Thousands? With so many people combined, even if we can't take his life, we'd be worth at least an arm, right? At this point, Zhao Lidong said in a deep voice, I beg your highness to have the others leave. Su Tianyi's heart was also heavy. He knew that in this world where strength reigned supreme, the world was unfair, but he never imagined it would be this distorted. Zhao Lidong, having suffered the loss of his family and home due to Tanshen, and possessing overwhelming evidence, still lacks the certainty of bringing him to his death? Today I have the power but remain indifferent, watching coldly. One day, when disaster strikes me, no one will cheer me on. As Su Tianyi's eyes opened and closed, golden light shone through, and an aura of sainthood emanated from him. At this moment, his state of mind was elevated, and the holy scripture of light entered its 5th level. Su Tianyi's face was serious as he said in a deep voice, no one else needs to back down. If what you say is true and the evidence is conclusive, I will definitely uphold justice for you. At this point, he glanced around. The Xintian Holy Land is large and powerful, but it cannot withstand the long-term erosion of parasites. This is a good opportunity to eliminate those demons and monsters, so that others won't mistakenly think that my Xintian Holy Land is a gathering place of heinous demons. Some people with guilty consciences, under Su Tianyi's sharp gaze that seemed to see through their hearts, avoided his eyes and lowered their heads. Chapter 116, Humans and Gods Are Angry. Zhao Lidong was incredibly excited. The Holy Sun's actions undoubtedly reassured him, demonstrating his determination to eradicate organized crime. Initially, Zhao Lidong's actions were merely a desperate gamble. He didn't hold much hope for Su Tianyi. Although Su Tianyi was the Holy Sun, his cultivation was currently low, his foundation shallow, and he lacked the backing of a family. It was uncertain whether Su Tianyi would be willing to uphold justice for him. At best, as he wished, he could escalate the situation and, through the Holy Sun, spread the news of Tang Shan's evil deeds to the Holy Lord's ears. The Holy Lord was known for her unbridled actions and was often called a demoness. Through his investigation of Tang Shan's influence, he discovered that the Xintian Holy Lord was fiercely opposed to evil and incredibly audacious. Having disregarded even the Crown Prince of Great Qin back then, such a person likely wouldn't consider personal gain or loss. He was Zhao Lidong's only hope for revenge. But things didn't go as planned. The Holy Lord rarely appeared in public, spending most of his time in seclusion on Holy Lord Peak. Even at the recent enthronement ceremony of the Holy Sun, he only made a fleeting appearance. For someone of his status, meeting a figure of the Holy Lord's level was virtually impossible. At worst, the Holy Sun, not wanting to offend the Tang family, might try to downplay the matter.
At an even worse level, to win over the Tang family, the Holy Sun might simply make him disappear without a trace. Zhao Lidong suppressed his chaotic thoughts, channeling his spiritual energy into the recording stone and projecting it into the air. In the image, Tang Shan was whipping a cold, aloof woman in white, hanging from a rafter, her clothes disheveled and covered in blood. Her lifeless eyes revealed the inhuman treatment she had suffered.
Isn't that senior brother Wang Ming's Taoist partner, senior sister Qingxia? How could this be? Didn't she fall into the hands of demonic cultivators?
A Xian sect disciple exclaimed in shock from the crowd. Zhao Lidong said sorrowfully, senior sister Qingxia was a true heroine. Even when faced with the brutality of several beasts, she never uttered a sound until her death. The scene shifts. The chubby boy imperiously ordered several henchmen to break the limbs of a handsome man and throw him into a deep pit, burying him alive. That man is senior brother Wang Ming. Someone in the crowd recognized the handsome man. Senior brother Wang is an honest and kind man who never causes trouble. He must have uncovered some clues to invite this revenge. To humiliate senior brother Wang's Taoist partner senior sister Qingxia and then bury the victim, this is utterly outrageous. The scene changes again. Inside a large courtyard, a group of naked young women, numbering at least 100, appeared. They crawled on their knees, and upon seeing Tang Shan, their faces showed humble smiles. These women had been tamed, their minds shattered, only capable of instinctively groveling and begging.
My God, the Lin family's little princess is in there too. How is this possible? My goddess, Sister Shiyun, is in there.
3 years ago, the two sisters who were somewhat famous on Yunluo Peak, they were captured by Tang Shan. Among the disciples of Xian sect, some were furious, some wept, and some felt guilty. Su Tianyi closed his eyes, heartbroken and extremely angry. This little fat boy truly deserved to die 1,000 deaths, he should be torn to pieces. These were all his fellow disciples. The future hope of the Holy Land. Zhao Lidong said, Your Highness, these people were arranged by Tang Shan in a garden in Yuezhou, specifically to entertain his cronies. He used the name of the proud daughter of the Xian Holy Land to earn millions of high-grade spirit stones. Just as Zhao Lidong was about to release another recording stone, Su Tianyi raised his hand to stop him. He coldly said, No need. With these, Tang Shan is enough to die 10,000 times over. Su Tianyi took a deep breath, expressionless. Among this group of people, are there any others involved? Yes. Zhao Lidong replied without hesitation. Point them out. Su Tianyi's voice was completely flat. Under Zhao Lidong's identification, besides the dozens of henchmen around Tang Shan, there were actually 19 accomplices in the crowd. These people trembled with fear, kneeling before Su Tianyi, begging for mercy. Su Tianyi stomped on one of their heads, crushing it. One of them was so frightened that he immediately fainted. Seeing the Holy Sun's ruthless attack, the others hurriedly pleaded with Tang Shan for help. Young master, save us. Those things we did back then were all done according to your orders. Tang Shan's face turned ashen, he wished he could kill these fools himself. Couldn't they see that he was already in dire straits, and they still wanted to add fuel to the fire? Su Tianyi's expression was cold. He said indifferently, Drag those kneeling on the ground out and execute them as a warning to others. Holy Sun, I know I was wrong, please don't kill me. Holy Sun, give me another chance, I will definitely repent and start anew. The pleas for mercy were incessant, irritating everyone who heard them. A cold glint flashed in Su Tianyi's eyes, and the heaven-burning flame swept away the trash before him. Since you're so eager to turn over a new leaf, then this Holy Sun will grant your wish. Su Tianyi muttered to himself, If I spare your lives, who will spare the souls of those who died at your hands? You stay away. Seeing Su Tianyi's gaze fall on him, the chubby boy's legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. Under Su Tianyi's relentless pressure, he scrambled backward, clamoring, Your Highness, what do you want to do? The chubby boy was both shocked and furious. Naturally, I'm upholding justice and eliminating scum. Su Tianyi grabbed Tang Shan by the collar and lifted him up. The chubby boy kicked his legs frantically, looking utterly comical. My grandfather is a supreme elder, my mother is a princess, and my father is the head of Tianqing Peak. Even if you are a holy son, you have no right to sentence me to death. The chubby boy spit as he spoke, frantically and incoherently, his words flowing like a machine gun, as if afraid that if he hesitated even a moment, Su Tianyi would silence him.
Su Tianyi sneered, "Of course I know that. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be safe? However, not being able to kill you doesn't mean I can't lay a hand on you."
With that, Su Tianyi broke Tang Shan's limbs, and amidst screams of agony, kicked him squarely in the groin, sending him flying. The chubby boy, like a deflated balloon, slammed against the wall, and a few seconds later, fell to the ground. He stood up, glaring at Su Tianyi, knowing that the other was truly intent on killing him.
Since the pretense was over, he wouldn't bother pretending to be subservient anymore.
Tang Shan first took a pill to prevent his brother from being kicked by Su Tianyi and losing his future happiness. Even now, the chubby boy doesn't believe he'll die.
For someone of his status and position, only the Grand Council's trial could decide his fate. The head of Tianqing Peak, who presides over the punishment, is his father. Chapter 117 Princess Yushuan arrives.
Tang Shan, fuming, leaned against the wall, banging his head against it to force himself to calm down.
He used a secret technique to transmit his voice.
"Your Highness, as long as you don't pursue this matter, from now on, the Tang family will fully support you." Su Tianyi raised his hand, seemingly grabbing Tang Shan from dozens of meters away, coldly saying, "Scum, let me tell you, this time, you're dead.
Don't even think about escaping."
Tang Shan hung in the air, gasping for breath, his chubby face flushed red. Su Tianyi snorted coldly and threw Tang Shan to the ground. If it weren't for this fat old man's grandfather, he would have wanted to kill Tang Shan now, chop off his head, and feed it to the dogs. Among the group of godfathers Su Tianyi had previously recognized, there was a kind-faced elder surnamed Tang, who didn't seem like a villain. The supreme elders are all figures of immense stature. At their level, seclusion for decades or even centuries is perfectly normal. Furthermore, given their limited lifespans, it's highly unlikely they could have accompanied Tang Shan's father through his upbringing, making it extremely probable they were unaware of the situation. Seeing that Su Tianyi's mind was made up and that negotiation was futile, Tang Shan became enraged.
"I'm giving you face by calling you Holy Son. If you don't, what are you? You've only been in the Holy Land for a few years? You already dare to dream of shaking the Tang family's foundation built over tens of thousands of years? A holy son doesn't necessarily become a holy lord." Su Tianyi said calmly, "Is young Master Tang threatening me, the holy son?" Tang Shan glanced around and said sullenly, "Humph, don't forget, my Xiantian Holy Land also has a holy maiden." Su Tianyi was disappointed.
This chubby guy still had some sense and didn't follow through. Threatening a holy son in public, even if the other party was the son of the head elder and the grandson of a supreme elder, gave him the right to cripple him. The Holy Maiden is the senior disciple of Holy Peak.
"Our affairs are none of your business," Su Tianyi said disdainfully. "What are you pretending for?"
The chubby boy curled his lip.
"So what if she's a holy master? My Tang family has had a Xiantian holy master in its history. How could you, alone, possibly contend with or overthrow such an immortal family?" Hearing this, Su Tianyi couldn't help but chuckle. "You fatso, you're addicted to bragging. You really think you're something special? This holy son wants to kill you. What does it have to do with the Tang family? Even your father can't represent the entire Tang family, let alone a spoiled brat like you. My father is the head of the Tang family, and I am the only heir. How can he not represent us?" Tang Shan's pupils contracted, his confidence clearly waning.
It was just a desperate struggle. Su Tianyi was too lazy to argue with him any longer.
He waved his hand and said, "Lock him in the deepest dungeon of the Xiantian Palace. After I, the Holy Son, meet with the Empress tomorrow, I will personally use the Void Array to escort this scum back for trial." The Void Array was a super teleportation array.
Using it, one could travel from the Zhulu Academy to the Xiantian Holy Land in less than a quarter of an hour. However, it required a huge amount of spirit stones, enough to exhaust the resources of a medium-sized power in a single trip.
Su Tianyi glanced around, his gaze finally settling on Zhao Lidong. His voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and powerful,
I will definitely give you, and all the victims, a satisfactory explanation. As he finished speaking, the image of his master's stunningly beautiful face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He hadn't seen her for a month and was practically lovesick. I see the beauty in the green hills, and I imagine the green hills are just as alluring. My master must be in the same state. Hanyu looked at Su Tiany's figure, her beautiful eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Su Tiany's actions in the secret realm had led Hanyu to believe that the Xian Tian Saint's son was a treacherous villain who liked to scheme behind the scenes. Today's actions completely changed her previous impression. What kind of person are you, really? Hanyu's lips curved into crimson, her heart filled with curiosity, eager to learn more about this man. Will you walk by yourself, or shall I drag you along, young Master Tang? On the other side, Qin Jioga stood before Tang Shan, a mocking smile playing on her lips. This fat bastard deserved to have fallen to this state. I refuse to accept this. I only killed a bunch of lowly people. When it comes to playing with women, Su Tiany, how much better are you than me? Tang Shan suddenly shouted. Su Tiany remained indifferent, saying calmly, there's a difference between being charming and being vulgar. Just as Qin Jioga was about to touch Tang Shan, a clear, cold female voice rang out, I heard there was a very serious fight here. A woman with her hair styled in a high bun, wearing a pink floral dress, strode in. She had a 5-petal mark on her forehead, a captivating face, and an air of nobility. Her expression was arrogant. The top of her dress was open, forming a V shape, revealing a black strapless top. The cleavage formed by her breasts was faintly visible, exuding nobility, coldness, and sexiness. Especially her sharp eyes beneath her willow leaf eyebrows, combined with her stunning looks, aroused a strong desire to conquer. Sister, save me! Tang Shan's shouting was just a way to buy time. Realizing something was wrong, he secretly messaged his older sister, who worked part-time as an academy instructor. Shut up! You're useless, more trouble than you're worth. I'll deal with you when we get back, the woman in palace attire scolded. Go back? Su Tiany's eyes narrowed slightly. Was she trying to steal someone from him? Greetings, Princess Yu Shuang. Apart from the newly joined academy disciples, almost all the older disciples respectfully bowed and greeted the woman in palace attire. Princess Yu Shuang, full name Duanmu Yu Shuang, was the daughter of Princess Yu Rong and Tang Shan's father, Tang Wu. The retired Emperor Duanmu Cheng'an channeled his affection for his most beloved but deceased Princess Yu Rong into her daughter, and thus posthumously conferred upon her the title of princess a few years ago. As for why Princess Yu Shuang didn't bear the surname Tang, it was because although Tang Wu didn't marry into the princess's family, he agreed to give his firstborn child to the Duanmu royal family. Princess Yu Shuang's expression was cold, carrying a faint air of authority, and a clear, melodious sound like jade beads clinking rang out. Qin Jioga, a member of the Tai sect, reported that your Xiantian Holy Land retaliated because of a dispute during the trials a few days ago. Is this true? Duanmu Yushuang had come here for her good-for-nothing younger brother, and she had learned of this matter from gossip outside after arriving. Only someone with rusty brains would report her to her. After all, strictly speaking, Princess Yushuang belongs to the Xiantian faction. Teacher, there is indeed part of the reason, but as the leader of the outer academy of the Xiantian sect, you should know the academy rules. The grudges within the secret realm must not be taken out. Knowingly violating this rule, your crime is compounded. I hereby punish you by making you reflect on your actions for 10 days, and your cultivation resources will be halved for the next 6 months. Duanmu Yushuang reprimanded him without hesitation in front of so many people. As the leader of the outer academy of the Xiantian sect, a future prodigy of the Xiantian Holy Land, she undoubtedly established her authority. Student understands. Qin Jioga lowered his head and smiled bitterly. His teacher was truly showing him no mercy in order to suppress the Holy Sun's aura. After joining the Zhulu Academy, a very small number of top geniuses did not need to attend classes in the main hall with others, they had their own dedicated academy tutors. Duanmu Yushuang was Qin Jioga's tutor at the academy, which is one of the reasons why he turned a blind eye to the Tangshan incident. In a world where strength reigns supreme, interpersonal relationships still exist and are even more important.
Chapter 118 Princess Yushuang, her face pale with shock. Watching Duanmu Yushuang's performance, Su Tianyi sneered, remaining stubbornly opinionated, and said, "Du Feiyu, lock Tang Shan in the dungeon." Yes. The reversal of fortune in the secret realm, leading the Xiantian sect to successfully besiege the Tai sect each event was awe-inspiring. Du Feiyu, who had witnessed it all, held Su Tianyi in the highest esteem. He didn't care whether the other was a princess or not, above all, the Holy Sun was supreme. Duanmu Yushuang frowned slightly, her face showing displeasure. This new Xiantian Holy Sun was incredibly arrogant, not even giving her face. Everyone from the Xiantian sect who violated the Academy's rules, all of you, go back and reflect on your actions. No one is allowed to leave without my order. Duanmu Yushuang coldly ordered. However, although the people of the Xiantian sect wavered, no one dared to move, all looking towards the Holy Sun. Su Tianyi shattered the Tai sect's barrier with a single spear thrust, displaying unparalleled combat prowess. He showed no mercy in executing those guilty of heinous crimes, making him unmatched in prestige among the younger generation. Only the Holy Lord's personal presence could supersede his orders. If he disagreed, who among the Holy Land's members present dared to act? What, are my words no longer valid? What are you all standing there for? Get out of my way.
Duanmu Yushuang surveyed her surroundings, her face contorted with anger.
The entire hall fell silent, save for the rustling of her robes in the breeze. Duanmu Yushuang's lips twitched slightly. She, a princess of a nation, with years of accumulated prestige in the academy, was actually less authoritative than a mere brat? Were the students of this year too bold, or had her whip become too weak to wield?
Thinking this, Duanmu Yushuang's eyes turned cold. She then waved her long, wide sleeves and said, "Men, take all the offenders away."
Thump, thump. The earth shook, followed by the clanging of armor.
A moment later, hundreds of soldiers appeared outside the shattered palace gates, their scale armor gleaming, their banners brightly displayed.
They were Princess Yushuang's personal guard.
Even the lowest ranking among them was at the Divine Power Realm, and the three commanders at the forefront were powerful figures at the Feather Transformation Realm, one of them even reaching the 7th rank. A single one of them could easily sweep away everyone from the Xiantian sect present. Now, arriving together, they exuded a terrifying aura, inspiring awe.
Take all the Xiantian sect members present away.
Duanmu Yushuang gave Su Tianyi a meaningful glance, as if to say, "You're still too green to fight me."
Wait a moment. Su Tianyi raised his hand. Your Highness, please speak freely.
I am pressed for time and have no time to waste with you.
Duanmu Yushuang naturally wouldn't show any kindness to someone who dared to defy her. Su Tianyi said, "Princess, is the detention of those targeting the Xiantian sect due to a violation of the Academy's rules?"
Of course.
Duanmu Yushuang's expression was indifferent. Su Tianyi smiled and said, "I think your Highness has misunderstood. The Xiantian sect's siege of the Tai sect is not because of any grudges in the secret realm.
We are model students of the Academy, naturally, we would not break the rules." Upon hearing this, not only did Duanmu Yushuang turn her head, but all the students present looked at Su Tianyi, awaiting his next words. Su Tianyi composed himself, and with a sorrowful voice, loudly proclaimed,
"There's something you fellow disciples might not know.
During the enthronement ceremony, Senior Brother Gu sparred with the Holy Son of Tai, but the latter secretly attacked him. Some time ago, while Senior Brother Gu was cultivating, the hidden weapon left behind by the other party erupted, causing Senior Brother Gu to suffer a chi deviation and die." These words stunned everyone present. Incredulous, the renowned hero of the continent Gu Lingtian had actually perished.
You're framing him.
Luo he knew the true purpose of his cousin Luo Chuan's trip to the Xiantian Holy Land. Besides, given his character, he would never stoop to such despicable means.
Could it be that Senior Brother Gu, a hero who absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, could die from a chi deviation? That's utterly ridiculous. Su Tianyi couldn't muster any tears, so he could only force a smile.
Luo he was speechless, unsure how to refute. Gu Lingtian had only sparred with Luo Chuan before his death. It was understandable that the Holy Son of Xiantian would think this way.
Su Tianyi looked at Duanmu Yuxuan, his face filled with grief. This holy son is magnanimous. How could I possibly hold a grudge because of what happened in the secret realm? This action was entirely to avenge senior brother Gu. Su Tianyi's words were righteous and awe-inspiring, leaving Duanmu Yuxuan stunned. But Princess Yuxuan quickly recovered. Her purpose in coming was to save Tang Shan, and she cared nothing for the grudges between the two holy lands. This palace doesn't care why the Xiantian sect besieged the Tai sect. This gang fight is a heinous act, severely damaging the academy's image. Xiantian Holy Son, as the ringleader, you cannot escape punishment. Duanmu Qingxue signaled her guards to see Su Tianyi. Just then, Hong Yu hurriedly spoke up, pleading for Su Tianyi. Your Highness, the Xiantian Saint's son is the victor of this trial. He is to meet the Empress tomorrow. Locking him in the Academy's confinement room today would be a bad influence. Su Tianyi glanced at Hong Yu in surprise. This fiery young woman was actually pleading for him? Duanmu Yuxuan coldly snorted through her voice, consider yourself lucky today, kid. You'll be in for a world of hurt if you fall into my hands later. Tang Shan obediently followed behind an armored guard, casting a provocative glance at Su Tianyi, looking like he was asking for trouble. Seeing this, Su Tianyi was furious, but the situation was against him. What could he do? Although Mei Ji was a peak-level expert in the feather transformation realm, she wasn't absolutely certain she could suppress all of Duanmu Yuxuan's guards. If even one escaped, it would likely attract a powerful siege. This is the capital city. Being accused of assassinating a princess is no small matter. Suddenly, Su Tianyi had a flash of inspiration. When they parted last time, Aunt Shui had given him a token, saying that as long as he didn't offend the Empress, it could resolve most matters. Su Tianyi pulled out a golden token bearing the inscription Vermilion Bird, and said with feigned seriousness, Do you know whose token this is? Before Duanmu Yuxuan could react, her guards behind her knelt down in unison, loudly proclaiming, Greetings, Vermilion Bird General. The Vermilion Bird General is one of the 4 great legions of the Great Qin dynasty, the leader of the Vermilion Bird Army, and a figure of faith and legend in the hearts of all soldiers. Her cultivation talent was far inferior to the other 3 generals, only reaching the feather transformation realm, but it resonated extremely well with the heavenly mandate power bestowed upon her by the Empress. Once the battle formation began, the overwhelming momentum made him no less formidable than the other divine generals, capable of ascending to the level of a supreme being. Seeing the fanatical expressions on their faces, Su Tianyi tentatively asked, Shall we capture Princess Yuxuan? Duanmu Yuxuan, her face paling at the sight of her eager guards, shouted, Insolence! I am the Princess of Great Qin. Do you intend to rebel? Chapter 119 I will definitely take revenge. The 3 commanders at the feather transformation realm had only bowed slightly, not knelt down. Standing tall, they moved to surround Princess Yuxuan, forming a tight encirclement. The guards at the divine power realm, seeing that they were in charge, didn't hesitate. They stood up, their armor clanking, and a powerful aura pressed down on Princess Yuxuan. Duanmu Yuxuan trembled with rage, pointing a finger at the leading commander, You audacious Xiamo. Is this how grandfather ordered you to protect me? Think carefully. Rebellion is a capital offense punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family. Xiamo, clad in iron armor, flashed a disdainful look in his eyes, Your Highness is too kind. This humble general is merely carrying out military orders. Seeing the Vermilion Bird Order is like witnessing a divine general's arrival. It turned out the young man had pulled out the Vermilion Bird token. Duanmu Yuxuan was taken aback. Although she had never met the Vermilion Bird General, she had heard of his illustrious name. He was one of the highest-ranking commanders in the army. Besides the near-divine army guarding the capital, the Great Qin Empire's 4 top-tier legions were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, each guarding one of the 4 directions. The Vermilion Bird Army was located not far from the Xiantian Holy Land, and given Shui Qingqing's good relationship with the Holy Lord Yun Mushi, she frequently visited the Holy Lord Peak. Over time, Yun Mushi simply gave her the title of Grand Steward of the Holy Lord Peak. Since there weren't many people on the Holy Lord Peak, she didn't really need to manage anything. Duanmu Yuxuan's anger flared, Get your facts straight. You are loyal to the Duanmu family, not the divine general.
Upon hearing this, Xiaomo replied solemnly, "We are loyal to Her Majesty the Empress."
Duanmu Yushuang retorted, "Is there a difference?"
Several commanders flashed sneers, but no one answered.
Some words, once spoken, would be unpleasant to hear. A new emperor brings a new court. Empress Duanmu Niawang's ascension to the throne wasn't based on succession.
At that time, the old emperor was in his prime, and Great Qin already had a legitimate crown prince. Later, when Yun Mushi kicked and broke the crown prince's prized possession, the court was shaken. Using the crown prince's inability to bear children as a pretext, a wave of calls to depose him was launched. Under pressure, the retired emperor compromised and planned to appoint the second prince as crown prince, but this was rejected by the ministers. To be fair, the second prince was of superior talent and character, but even the most virtuous gentleman cannot withstand nitpicking.
After deliberation, none of the princes were deemed suitable for the position.
At a loss, someone suggested appointing the current empress, Duanmu Niwang, as crown prince. The old emperor naturally disagreed with this proposal.
With a woman in power, would the Qin dynasty still bear the Duanmu surname? However, the ministers were eloquent, praising Duanmu Nihuang to the skies, as if her ascension would usher in an unprecedented golden age for Qin. Duanmu Chang'an was tempted and agreed to give it a try.
As a result, this try led to his downfall. He formally abdicated on the 100th anniversary of Duanmu Nihuang's as crown prince. No one knows why he suddenly abdicated. Given the old emperor's condition at the time, he could have easily remained in that position for thousands more years.
However, his later attitude towards the empress clearly suggests that his abdication was absolutely not voluntary. This is why Xia Mo and his men dared to attack Duanmu Yushuang.
Offending her would at worst mean losing their positions as guards, which offered no future anyway. Helping Su Tianyi might give them a chance to join the Vermilion Bird Army and become a member of the Divine General's ranks.
Fine, very well, I will tell grandfather everything that happened today. Duanmu Yushuang gritted her teeth.
The two commanders behind Xia Mo wavered. After all, even a toothless tiger is still a tiger.
But Xia Mo remained calm and composed.
He was practically a protector of Princess Yushuang and knew far more than others. For example, in recent years, apart from Princess Yushuang's mother and Princess Rong, no one had entered the Emperor Emeritus's palace. The order to posthumously confer the title of princess upon Duanmu Yushuang was delivered through the empress.
The Emperor Emeritus was very likely imprisoned by the empress.
In other words, Princess Yushuang had no chance of seeing her so-called grandfather. Seeing that threats were useless, Duanmu Yushuang completely gave up and declared fiercely, "I've taken this grudge today, and I will definitely take revenge." Duanmu Yushuang stormed off, and no one stopped her. Immediately afterward, voices praising Su Tianyi rang out.
His Highness the Holy Sun is mighty. His Highness the Holy Sun is awesome. Su Tianyi was also somewhat taken aback.
He hadn't expected that Aunt Shui, this mature and beautiful woman, would have such a shocking true identity. When he learned that Aunt Shui was a Vermilion Bird General, he wasn't particularly surprised.
After all, how high a rank could someone at the feather transformation realm possibly hold?
Su Tianyi decided to find some time to brush up on his knowledge outside of cultivation. He didn't want to be an ignorant holy son. Tang Shan watched his sister leave without looking back, his heart filled with despair. He wasn't afraid of being imprisoned in the dungeon, nor was he afraid of being taken back to the Xin Tian Holy Land. He was only afraid that someone would sabotage him and kill him on the way.
Take this fat man away. Give him all the tortures you can find, just don't kill him. Su Tianyi gave the order.
Hearing this, the chubby boy breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Su Tianyi probably wouldn't secretly try to kill him.
Su Tianyi sneered, knowing what the chubby boy was thinking. He genuinely didn't intend to kill him now.
While the younger generation respected him, the higher-ups of the Holy Land might not necessarily take him seriously. After all, he was merely a newly appointed holy son with no foundation and low cultivation. Although they dared not confront him directly, there were certainly those who would resort to trickery and deceit, and use the Tanshen incident as a perfect opportunity to establish their supreme prestige. Su Tianyi turned to Hong Yu and smiled, "Thank you for speaking up for me earlier, Miss Hong."
Han Yu blushed and said shyly, "You're too kind, holy Sun Su." She only now realized how handsome Su Tianyi was. His gentle smile was more intoxicating than strong liquor, captivating and enchanting. "Am I such a shallow woman? I didn't feel this way last time we met." Han Yu thought to herself, secretly annoyed. Su Tianyi said loudly, "I haven't been strict enough in disciplining Miss Sharo, and she's been frightened. As compensation, I won't confiscate the spatial rings from the Tai sect members. Taking our things to compensate us, thank you so much." This was the sentiment of everyone from the Tai sect present. Even Han Yu, whose goodwill towards Su Tianyi had greatly increased, couldn't help but roll her eyes. After offering a few words of comfort to the woman in the green robe, Su Tianyi waved his hand and led the group away. On the way, he left the main group, not heading to the outer academy headquarters. Returning to his palace, he found the doors open and, assuming his senior sister had returned, exclaimed joyfully, "Senior sister Xiener." Upon entering the main hall, Su Tianyi's heart skipped a beat. The noble and aloof Princess Yu Shuang, dressed in a long, floral gown, sat regally in the center of the hall. Chapter 120. The princess was humiliated, so she was given a taste of her own medicine. The holy son of Xintian Su Tianyi greets Princess Yu Shuang. Upon seeing Duanmu Yu Shuang, Su Tianyi showed little emotion beyond initial surprise. Duanmu Yu Shuang was merely a third-tier feather transformation realm cultivator. Under Meiji's watchful eye, she couldn't possibly harm him in the slightest. "Please sit." Princess Yu Shuang took a sip of tea, gesturing for Su Tianyi to sit opposite her. Her aura was powerful, befitting a hostess. After sitting down, Su Tianyi smiled and asked, "Your Highness, how did you enter your palace, senior sister, which is protected by a barrier?" Duanmu Yu Shuang gripped the tea table, her expression indifferent. "That's not important." Su Tianyi said, "Is your Highness here to take revenge on me?" As he spoke, he feigned fear. Duanmu Yu Shuang raised her eyes, gave him a deep look, and said, "These words of revenge were just spoken in anger. I apologize for my unreasonable behavior at the time. Princess, please speak freely." Su Tianyi didn't believe that the arrogant and haughty Duanmu Yu Shuang had come to apologize. Duanmu Yu Shuang said calmly, "Your Highness is a smart man, you should know the purpose of my visit." Su Tianyi's smile vanished, his expression turning cold. "Does the princess know the mistake Tang Shan made?" "No matter what mistake he made, he has royal blood flowing through his veins. It's not up to outsiders to condemn him to death." Duanmu Yu Shuang's expression was arrogant, radiating a strong sense of superiority. "Hand him over to me, and I will personally urge him to mend his ways. Consider it a favor I owe you." Duanmu Yu Shuang showed no sign of begging, her words were sharp and her tone forceful. Seeing Su Tianyi remain silent, she added, "Don't worry, I won't let you lose face. Just make sure His Highness doesn't ride the void array, someone will rescue him along the way." Su Tianyi remained expressionless, taking out a recording stone and saying, "It's not too late to make a decision after you've seen what your brother has done." Duanmu Yu Shuang took the recording stone, hesitated for a moment, then closed her eyes and began to probe with her divine sense. As time passed, Duanmu Yu Shuang's expression grew increasingly grim, her brows furrowing deeply. She abruptly stood up, slamming her hand on the table, and roared, "That bastard! He's actually like this in secret." Su Tianyi said leisurely, "Your Highness, do you think he deserved to die?" Duanmu Yu Shuang hesitated for a moment, then said, "He's my only brother, don't worry, I will definitely discipline him strictly from now on. This will never happen again." Su Tianyi's eyes sharpened as he stared at Duanmu Yu Shuang, coldly saying, "Your Highness, are you determined to save Tang Shan?" Duanmu Yu Shuang was usually decisive and unyielding. Her humble request today was unprecedented, yet the other party still treated her with indifference. This ignited her inherent arrogance. Only lowly ants died. Su Tianyi clenched his fist, wanting to punch her arrogant face. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and forced out his voice through clenched teeth, "Your Highness, as a woman yourself, shouldn't you empathize and believe that Tang Shan deserves to die?" Duanmu Yu Shuang retorted, "Insolence! I am pure and virtuous, how can I be compared to those filthy prostitutes?" Su Tianyi roared, "Weren't they all once pure and innocent? Isn't it all your beastly brother's fault they've become like this?"
Duanmu Yuxuan guiltily turned her head away, saying, "Humph, to be favored by the royal family is a blessing they've accumulated over 8 lifetimes."
Su Tianyi frowned. You really think so? Yes, so what? Duanmu Yuxuan lacked confidence, but remained defiant. Su Tianyi's anger vanished, replaced by a terrifying calm.
He said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words."
"Ha, boy, are you threatening me?" Su Tianyi simply said, "Answer yes or no."
"Regardless, my brother is far superior to them,"
Duanmu Yuxuan said coldly. Su Tianyi stared into her eyes. "So, you mean yes?" Duanmu Yuxuan snorted coldly, her meaning self-evident. "Meiji, seal her cultivation," Su Tianyi ordered. "That wretched woman! I've had my eye on her for a long time, just waiting for your command, young master."
A seductive voice echoed through the hall. In the next instant, a fiery red figure appeared behind Duanmu Yuxuan, binding her hands behind her back and pinning her to the table.
Meiji was the behind-the-scenes controller of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, the head of all the prostitutes in the land.
Naturally, she wouldn't be pleased with Duanmu Yuxuan's words.
If given the chance, who would willingly become a prostitute? "Who are you? Release me." Duanmu Yuxuan was horrified, struggling violently. When had this person appeared? She hadn't noticed at all.
"Sister is naturally His Highness the Holy Sun's protector."
Meiji chuckled as she sealed Duanmu Yuxuan.
Duanmu Yuxuan was utterly disheveled, her cheek pressed against the table, unable to move, both shocked and furious.
"Su Tianyi, in the Zhulu Academy, you still need a protector to guard you at all times? How can you possess an invincible heart like that? You are unworthy to be the holy son of Xiantian. Whether I can or not is not up to you." Su Tianyi curled his lip disdainfully. Could an invincible heart be more important than his life?
"This servant is willing to protect you closely, young master."
"What's it to you? What, you have a problem with that?" Meiji gave Su Tianyi a flirtatious wink.
"This is detrimental to his growth, it will harm him sooner or later,"
Duanmu Yuxuan said. "Shut up, stop yelling." Meiji slapped Duanmu Yuxuan's plump, round buttocks. "Ah!"
Duanmu Yuxuan screamed, her cheeks flushed pink, ashamed and embarrassed. This person had actually humiliated her like this. Meiji's interest was piqued, and she chuckled, "I'm quite interested in taming the arrogant Qin princess."
Duanmu Yuxuan's red lips tightened, and she dared not utter another sound. Meiji smiled seductively, "Young master, the rest is up to you." As she closed the palace door, she gave Su Tianyi a knowing look.
"Young master, please release your grip, I promise I won't peek."
Duanmu Yuxuan looked at the approaching white-robed man, her voice trembling with fear. "What do you want to do?" "Quickly have that woman release my seal." Duanmu Yuxuan was now an ordinary person, extremely slow.
As she tried to escape, Su Tianyi instantly seized her, her snowy cheek pressed back against the table.
Su Tianyi said, "Considering you're a princess, I'll give you one more chance to change your mind.
If you still don't believe Tang Shan deserves to die, this holy sun will let you experience what those women went through."
Su Tianyi gripped her chin, coldly saying, "I mean what I say.
If you dare lay a hand on me, you'll be committing insubordination and will surely die a horrible death."
Duanmu Yuxuan's previous nobility and arrogance vanished in an instant, leaving only deep fear and a helpless, pitiful cry.
"Your Highness, I have given you a chance, but you remain unrepentant. Therefore, I have no choice but to repay you in kind." Ignoring Duanmu Yuxuan's struggles, Su Tianyi scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the bedroom.
"Su Tianyi, if you dare touch me, I'll take you down with me," Duanmu Yuxuan cried out. "You have no chance. After tonight, the princess will become a slave, even lower than a prostitute." Su Tianyi communicated with Chu Luoli telepathically, learning that she had a way to enslave Duanmu Yuxuan, and that even a Supreme Realm expert couldn't detect the slave mark. A proud princess, reduced to a lowly slave, how interesting. Chapter 121. The proud princess starts to panic. "Bastard, let me go." Duanmu Yuxuan used both hands and feet, punching and kicking Su Tianyi. Her previous arrogance was completely gone, replaced by the fierceness of a young woman. Her cultivation was sealed, her current strength was barely enough to tickle Su Tianyi. Bastard, if you dare do this, your imperial grandfather will not let you get away with it. If the Xin Tian Holy Land dares to protect you, they will be reduced to dust under the army's formation. Duanmu Yuxuan, though outwardly fierce, was inwardly weak. She tried to escape but found herself unable to move. So, she resorted to intimidation, trying to scare Su Tianyi into stopping. Su Tianyi scoffed, "Back then, my master crippled the crown prince and emerged unscathed. How could I, the holy son, possibly lose my life?" Duanmu Yuxuan retorted sharply, "Humph, no matter how strong the Xin Tian Holy Land is, how can it directly confront the Great Qin? If it weren't for the Empress's intervention back then, the Xin Tian Holy Lord would have been utterly annihilated." Su Tianyi's expression flashed with understanding. The question that had been troubling him was finally answered. Although his master was a naturally arrogant and unruly woman, she wasn't the type to be all looks and no brains. Her reckless behavior stemmed from collusion with the Empress. The two were having an affair. Before coming to the Zhulu Academy, he had done some research on the strength of the Great Qin Empire. He discovered that the fundamental reason the empire was stronger than the Holy Land was its ability to manipulate the mandate of heaven, the qi of heaven and earth. This was a Tao that only a ruler could control, a kind of bloodline inheritance. The founder of a dynasty must possess the strength of an immortal. Only then can they integrate a portion of the heavenly mandate into their own body, transforming it into a bloodline inheritance, blessing future generations for millennia to come. In each generation of royalty, only one person can receive the blessing of the heavenly mandate. The one favored by heaven becomes the emperor of that era. Even if he is as weak as an ant, within his territory, he can still use the power of the heavenly mandate to fight against a supreme realm expert. This is an even more heaven-defying cheat than an immortal artifact. The strength of the heavenly mandate's power is related to the size of the territory and the overall national strength. The generals under the Empress can all use the heavenly mandate's power to enhance their battle formations and fight against supreme realm experts. Their national strength is among the best. National strength is divided into imperial dynasties and immortal dynasties. Dynasties are granted by the first two types of power and are states within states. Before the primordial era, celestial dynasties could establish their own imperial dynasties. But now, with the extinction of celestials, this is no longer possible. Even if a dynasty is granted the title of imperial dynasty, without the ability to independently control the power of destiny, it remains fundamentally a dynasty. Su Tianyi's contemplation led Duanmu Yuxuan to mistakenly believe he was afraid, which emboldened her further. "Unseal the seal and release my brother, and I, in my magnanimity, will forgive your offense today." Su Tianyi clapped his hands, saying, "You've certainly mastered this trick of bullying others and relying on your master's power." "What do you mean by that?" Duanmu Yuxuan panicked. Su Tianyi smiled insincerely. "Has Princess Yuxuan ever met your so-called imperial grandfather?" "Nonsense, of course I have." Duanmu Yuxuan retorted angrily. "Ha!" Su Tianyi smiled contemptuously. He had previously asked Xiaji telepathically, "What will happen if the Emperor Emeritus holds you accountable for openly defying the princess's wishes?" To put his mind at ease, Xiaji revealed the secret that Duanmu Cheng'an had been imprisoned by the Empress, and that in recent years, apart from Princess Yurong, no one had been allowed to enter his palace. Duanmu Yuxuan was utterly panicked and terrified, her teeth clenched, her eyelids trembling. In her 300 years of life, she had never felt such fear and weakness. This white-robed man before her had such audacity. How dare he treat her like this? She was a noble princess of the royal family. How dare he? Who gave him the audacity? Chapter 122: The Princess as a Slave. 10 minutes later, the plan succeeded. "You bastard, you'll die a horrible death. I hate you so much." "Wah!" Duanmu Yuxuan cried like a little girl. She felt utterly wronged. As a princess of the Great Qin, she had been reduced to this state, a slave. Su Tianyi's expression remained unchanged, but he was inwardly furious. He had given her chances time and again, but this woman was incorrigible. Her brother-supporting nature was simply beyond redemption. She brought this upon herself. If his brother had committed such an outrageous act, he would have killed him without anyone else's intervention. However, to be fair, if Tang Shan hadn't killed and manipulated people who were from the Holy Land, this evidence would never have been enough to sentence him to death. There's no way around it, this world is cruel. Those without power and influence are like ants, their lives not their own. It's common for the strong to disregard the masses. Few, even those with immense cultivation, can maintain a deep respect for the ordinary. Their relentless cultivation is primarily driven by the desire to surpass others. The strong paying for the weak's lives. This world doesn't operate on that logic, unless you come from an exceptionally wealthy family. This phenomenon is aberration on Earth, but here, it's normal. Su Tianyi understands this. Before transmigrating, he was just a young man from the lower classes striving for advancement. He wasn't a saint, he was already a beneficiary of power and wouldn't do anything to jeopardize his own livelihood. He couldn't be as noble as the protagonists in novels, setting lofty goals to establish morality for the world, secure the lives of the people, continue the legacy of the sages, and bring peace to all generations. At most, he'd be strict with himself, restraining himself and those around him, preventing excessive indulgence. The Tanshen incident was simply bad luck. He just happened to run into Su Tianyi's crosshairs. Su Tianyi had just become a holy son, and then this guy was reported. That scoundrel who specifically harms his fellow disciples and gnaws at the foundation of the sacred land. Su Tianyi would be crazy not to deal with him. 1,000 chaotic thoughts vanished in an instant. Su Tianyi looked around. The princess's figure was mature and voluptuous, with well-defined curves. Although her cheeks were pale, her oval face was stunningly beautiful. Her delicate skin was fair with a rosy glow, and her tightly furrowed brows exuded an aura of unapproachability and cold elegance that kept everyone at a distance. Su Tianyi's heart skipped a beat. Putting aside his prejudices, he realized that Princess Yuxuan was truly a rare beauty. Her stunning face was in no way inferior to the four great beauties of the time. Especially her noble bearing and mature charm that was rare for a young girl, which elevated her allure to another level. In her era, Duanmu Yuxuan's beauty must have been renowned throughout the land, with countless outstanding figures falling for her. Mu Yuxuan's delicate body trembled slightly, her sharp eyes almost spitting fire as she cried out, "Grandpa Emperor won't let you off." She was once a high-ranking princess of the empire, but now she was a slave. The stark contrast fueled her resentment. "I don't need your forgiveness. When facing evil, one must fight evil with evil. Besides, you are now nothing more than a lowly female slave." A cold glint flashed in Su Tianyi's eyes. He would take responsibility for his own actions, he wouldn't blame Duanmu Yuxuan for Tang Shan's evil deeds. His current actions are not only driven by the idea of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. The main reason was that Duanmu Yuxuan had previously seen him stubbornly refusing to listen to reason and determined to sentence Tang Shan to death, which fueled her murderous intent. Su Tianyi would not be lenient with someone who wanted to kill him and would retaliate by any means necessary. Coupled with her severe tendency to prioritize her brother's interests above all else, this led him to decide to enslave her. Chapter 123 Crying, All You Do Is Cry. You shameless scoundrel, despicable villain, I will definitely kill you." Duanmu Yuxuan repeated "you" several times, truly enraged by Su Tianyi. Duanmu Yuxuan's beautifully drawn eyebrows furrowed, the delicate petals between her brows squeezed together. Seeing the princess still so foul-mouthed, Su Tianyi's eyes turned cold, but he said nothing. He wasn't an unreasonable person, such a drastic change in status required time to adjust, right? Early morning. The sun shone brightly, spring was in full bloom, and the chilly early spring wind blew through the half-open window, a little biting. Duanmu Yuxuan pulled the blanket over her delicate body, her dark hair obscuring her face, her head bowed low, her fragrant shoulders trembling, silently sobbing. Su Tianyi frowned, annoyed. "Cry, all you do is cry. You've been crying since midnight, are you made of water? None of your business. I'm going to cry today, cry myself to death." Hearing this, Duanmu Yuxuan cried even louder, feeling utterly hopeless. Not only had she failed to save her brother, but she'd also gotten herself into trouble. Treat gentlemen with honesty. As for the princess, this holy sun has to see the empress today, I don't have time for you. Su Tianyi stood in front of the mirror, craning his neck, adjusting his collar, straightening his clothes.
Jade robes and a long sword, paired with his exceptionally handsome face and those amorous, captivating eyes, made him look dashing and debonair.
Su Tianyi used a black rope to tie his long, flowing hair into a high ponytail. Clang! After finishing, Su Tianyi didn't even glance at the woman on the bed, turned around, closed the door, and left.
Seeing this, Duan Muyuxuang bit her red lips, suppressing her tears, and cursed under her breath.
Su Tianyi had already broken through to the third-tier transcendent realm.
In just a few months, he broke through from the martial spirit realm to the unity realm. This cultivation speed is definitely stronger than Su Wushuang, whom the blind old man talked about.
Su Tianyi, who regarded this person he had never met as his nemesis, secretly began to compare them. Although the little yellow book played a significant role, it was also one of his own opportunities, wasn't it?
Furthermore, even without these, he could have broken through to the transcendent realm recently. The cultivation speed of his eternal divine body wasn't much worse than the little yellow books. However, compared to the boring and tedious latter, he preferred the easy and enjoyable former.
Su Tianyi pushed open the palace door.
Sunlight shone on his face, reflecting a brilliant golden light. He stretched his arms, feeling refreshed. Suddenly, he noticed a pink-clad figure lying on the ground. Looking closer, he panicked and rushed to check on her. Senior sister, are you all right?"
"I'm fine, just temporarily unconscious." Just then, Meiji's languidly alluring voice rang out. "What's she doing here?"
Su Tianyi frowned, puzzled.
Meiji said irritably, "Do you think this is your home?"
Su Tianyi was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that Meiji had subdued senior sister Xiener last night to prevent her from interfering with his good time. He inexplicably cried out, "Heaven and earth bear witness, I really didn't do anything bad to the princess last night."
Meiji didn't believe him. "Young master, are you still pretending to be a gentleman in front of me?
You're really something, making that princess cry from last night until now."
Su Tianyi was exasperated.
Too lazy to explain to the prejudiced Meiji, he picked up his unconscious senior sister, his heart aching, and said, "Even so, couldn't you have carried her back to her palace?
What if she catches a cold?" Chapter 124 Testimony. "You're back, what do you want?"
Inside the bedchamber, Duan Muyuxuang tugged at the blanket, inching her way towards the corner of the bed.
Su Tianyi frowned, displeased. "Aren't you leaving?"
"Ha?"
Duan Muyuxuang stared blankly at him. Su Tianyi said, "Want to stay and serve you in bed?"
Duan Muyuxuang spat, "Bastard, who wants to serve you?
I never want to see you again in my life."
With that, she hurriedly got out of bed, put on her embroidered shoes, and rushed towards the door. As she passed Su Tianyi, he suddenly spoke, "Wait a moment."
Duan Muyuxuang didn't want to pay attention, but her body involuntarily stopped.
She realized this was the effect of the slave mark within her. Now, Duan Muyuxuang's last remaining hope vanished. "You will personally testify to Tang Shan's crimes at the scene."
Su Tianyi spoke calmly.
He wanted to destroy Tang Shan's spirit. The little fat boy's expression would surely be quite a sight to behold, being sent to his death by his own sister who had always protected him. Unfortunately, he wouldn't see that interesting scene.
Just now, Meiji brought news that the meeting with the Empress would likely be lengthy. Su Tianyi's original plan was to detain Tang Shan and take him back tomorrow.
The Xian Tian disciples were already eagerly awaiting this, and the void array had begun to be set up.
At this critical juncture, if Su Tianyi changed his plans, it would inevitably alienate some people.
Therefore, he planned to have his senior sister return to the Xian Tian Holy Land in his place. Unable to leave the meeting with the Empress, his determination to kill Tang Shan remained unchanged. In this way, his disciples would have even greater faith and admiration for him. Upon hearing this, Duan Muyuxuang instinctively wanted to protest, but her face immediately paled.
At the Zhufeng trial, even if she was unwilling, her mouth would act on its own, wouldn't it?
"You're such a bastard."
Duan Muyuxuang covered her face and left, a string of pearl-like water droplets falling from the air.
Su Tianyi gently placed the beauty in his arms onto the bed, his movements extremely tender. He took out a small porcelain bottle, opened the cap, and held it under Lin Xianer's delicate nose. 3 seconds later, Lin Xianer's eyelids twitched slightly. Su Tianyi put away the porcelain bottle and looked at her with concern. Junior brother? Lin Xianer rubbed her eyes, looking somewhat dazed. Senior sister, why did you collapse outside? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Su Tianyi pretended not to know that the culprit who knocked her unconscious was Mei Ji. Lin Xianer twisted her neck, it hurt a little there. Perhaps there was some error in her cultivation. Lin Xianer's eyes flickered. She'd fainted in her home, which was heavily protected by protective barriers. Who else could the culprit be but that maid? However, she believed her junior brother was unaware of the situation. It must have been that protector who, seeing her monopolizing her junior brother, harbored resentment and gave her a small warning. Lin Xianer was furious. She had originally planned to agree to accept their arrival, but now, sorry, no way. Let that vixen come back for revenge. Does she really think she's easy to bully because of her lower cultivation level? If there's a next time, the Fox clan won't be trifled with. Su Tianyi, unaware that his senior sister had already identified the culprit, told Lin Xianer about his previous thoughts. Although Lin Xianer was unhappy that her absence would give that vixen an opportunity, she still readily accepted. This was her junior brother's trust in her, and she also wanted to take this opportunity to ask him who exactly his master's so-called first wife was. As they parted, Su Tianyi handed the Holy Sun token to Lin Xianer, telling her that in a critical moment, she could ask the Supreme Elder for help. If she was unwilling, she should come back and tell him, so he could write it down in his little notebook. Chapter 125 Immortal Artifact, The Mirror of Emptiness. Fan Shi, Hongyu, Yifeiyu the victors had been waiting outside the Imperial Palace for a long time, only Su Tianyi was missing. As soon as Su Tianyi appeared, Yifeiyu, disregarding her image, rushed into his arms, clinging to his neck and pouting, "You bad man, you haven't come to see me these past few days." Su Tianyi briefly explained that he had been very busy lately and couldn't find the time. Revenge against the Tai sect, judging the cancer of the Holy Land, fighting the Great Qin Princess, each event was thrilling. Yifeiyu realized she had misunderstood him, and while feeling embarrassed, she asked with concern, "Do you need my help?" Su Tianyi shook his head and whispered in her ear, "A piece of cake. I've already taken care of your husband." Yifeiyu blushed and said, You're not yet. Isn't that just a matter of time? Besides me, who else would dare to marry you?" Su Tianyi laughed. If I wanted to, suitors outside the Yi Manor could line up from the capital all the way to the Xin Tian Holy Land. Yifeiyu pouted, feeling slighted by Su Tianyi, and was extremely displeased. She, the third young lady of the Yi family, was also adored by many. Su Tianyi smiled, "Feiyu, you misunderstood me. I meant, my woman, would anyone else dare to have such thoughts? Do they have a death wish?" Hearing this, Yifeiyu nestled happily in his arms. Not far away, Hongyu's eyes were filled with complex emotions. For some reason, seeing this scene, she felt a mix of feelings, a bitter taste in her mouth. She bit her red lips and said, "We're about to meet the Empress, so you two shouldn't be showing off your affection." Hearing this, Yifeiyu's cheeks flushed, and she quickly jumped off Su Tianyi. Just then, the palace maid who had come to greet them arrived. The maid in the long dress bowed and gestured for them to proceed. Su Tianyi and his group followed her, passing through numerous palaces and pavilions, until they arrived at a place of verdant mountains and clear waters, where birds sang and flowers bloomed. "Everyone, how have you been?" Dean Xia Qingxian appeared silently behind them. "Dean." The group greeted him with bows. The dean, approachable and cheerful, asked, "Do you know where this is?" The group shook their heads. Xia Qingxian explained, "This is the world created by the Taishu Mirror, a celestial artifact of the Great Qin Empire. It is also your final trial, with 7 stages. The Empress will later award you appropriate rewards based on your performance. Everyone, do your best." Xia Qingxian appeared and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the scenery changed. The verdant mountains and clear waters vanished, and Su Tianyi felt as if he were standing on a cloud, surrounded by a vast expanse of white, indistinct and unrecognizable.
The ground beneath his feet was like a mirror, reflecting his own image. With each step, ripples spread across the mirror's surface, like waves on water, a truly magical sight.
Suddenly, a figure materialized ahead, its attire suggesting it was an academy disciple. A top-tier prodigy approaching the level of a human hero. Kill him, or defeat him, and you can advance to the next stage.
A majestic voice echoed in Su Tiany's mind.
The man chuckled. Senior brother was created by the Tai Su mirror, not a living being, but his combat power is identical to the original.
Junior brother, if you show mercy, you'll lose. Hearing this, Su Tiany finally relaxed.
He had been startled when he heard he could kill it. It turned out to be just an illusion. Su Tiany looked at the man before him, a lifelike replica of a senior disciple from who knows which year, and instantly annihilated him with a flick of his wrist.
Su Tiany advances to the next level.
This level tests the combat prowess of outstanding individuals.
The voice, imbued with an inexplicable majesty, rang out again. To maximize his performance points, Su Tiany went all out from the start.
The person in this level, barely formed, was reduced to ashes. Inside the imperial palace, Xiao Qingxian respectfully addressed the empress, who sat upon the golden throne.
This Xian Tian Holy Son's talent is indeed extraordinary.
Last time we met, I observed that he only possessed the combat power of a half-step forbidden realm. In just a few days, he has risen another level. I hope that this time, someone will emerge to reach the final level. The Empress's voice was calm, her expression indifferent, as if forbidden geniuses were beneath her notice. Chapter 126 Forbidden Prodigy, Goddess of the Moon Goddess Temple. This trial requires half-step forbidden combat power. As the voice rang out, a figure as black as ink materialized.
This time, Su Tiany didn't instantly defeat his opponent.
Upon seeing the opponent's appearance clearly, Su Tiany was somewhat surprised.
This person was someone he knew. Holy Son Luo Chuan? Su Tiany couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Chuan, carrying a dark gold longsword, frowned. You know me?
We're good brothers.
Su Tiany recounted how they met and his subsequent relationship with his junior sister.
Hearing this, Luo Chuan sheathed his spear. You've passed.
Su Tiany asked, not fighting anymore? Luo Chuan said, this Holy Son never attacks his own people.
The third trial, Holy Son Luo Chuan concedes defeat, may proceed to the next trial, Forbidden Combat Power. The voice rang out again, and the scene before Su Tiany changed. Holy Son Tai had vanished. At this moment, Su Tiany was immersed in shock.
Was this the power of the immortal artifact, the Tai Su mirror? The replicated person not only looked exactly like him, but even had the same personality.
The thought was terrifying. If this were in the real world, switching the real person with the replica would be impossible for those around them to tell the difference. While pondering this, the person in the fourth trial gradually materialized. The aura fluctuations remained at the third level of the transcendent realm. The two were at the same level, making it an absolutely fair duel.
Su Tiany was somewhat excited.
He had heard that in all the time the immortal spirit continent had existed, only one forbidden prodigy had been born, the Empress. He had heard countless legends about the Empress. How could he remain calm now that he could see her, and even fight her personally? Judging from the previous trials, Su Tiany deduced that the person replicated by the Tai Su mirror was highly anthropomorphic, and their personality was identical to the real person at this stage of their cultivation.
In other words, he had the opportunity to witness the Empress in her youth. The few seconds it took to gather power felt incredibly long to Su Tiany. After an agonizing wait, the person finally appeared. Shui Yueyao? Su Tiany was surprised.
The person possessing forbidden combat power was actually a goddess from the Moon Goddess Palace, not the Empress. Shui Yueyao's personality remained consistent. Her temperament was exactly the same whether she was in the transcendent realm or the divine power realm. She wore a flowing white dress with wide sleeves, her face veiled by a thin gauze, her beautiful eyes shining like stars. Her long hair reached her waist, and there were lightning-like red patterns on her forehead. Her hair was long and flowing, and her temperament was exceptional, like a transcendent fairy untouched by worldly affairs.
Su Tianyi was somewhat disappointed, but not too much. After all, this was one of his future targets, and it wouldn't hurt to learn more about her now. Su Tianyi used his previous conciliatory tactics, recounting how they met and got to know each other. Finished? A cool voice came from Shui Yueyao's mouth. It was unclear whether she didn't believe Su Tianyi's words or if this was simply her personality. Su Tianyi felt somewhat embarrassed. He understood the feelings of boys who were rejected when pursuing girls. It was truly humiliating. At this moment, he remembered what Chu Luoli had said: a girl like Shui Yueyao, seemingly indifferent to worldly affairs, was actually extremely proud at heart, and one had to conquer her with absolute strength. Looking at the ethereal goddess, Su Tianyi had a change of heart. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to test whether this method would work? Anyway, the real goddess wouldn't know about this. Even if it failed, it wouldn't matter. It would only confirm Chu Luoli's identity as a cunning strategist. With this thought in mind, Su Tianyi said very politely, "Your Highness, please forgive me." Shui Yueyao held up the sky with one hand and made a hand seal with the other. Countless meteorites appeared in the heavens, covering the sky and creating an oppressive atmosphere. The meteorites fell rapidly, igniting raging flames. Su Tianyi smiled slightly. "Let me add fuel to the fire." The blazing flames scorched the void, and the fire from the meteorites quickly intensified, turning to ashes before they even hit the ground. The temperature here rose sharply, and countless beads of sweat appeared on Shui Yueyao's forehead. The bright moon shines like water. The daylight disappeared, the sky darkened, and a full moon hung in the sky. The temperature suddenly dropped, as if an invisible stream of water had extinguished the blazing flames that could burn everything. Su Tianyi's eyes narrowed. As expected of a forbidden prodigy, her methods were indeed extraordinary. A single sword strike startles the heavens. Silence descends like a cicada in winter. The two unleashed their supernatural abilities, exchanging blows for several rounds until neither gained the upper hand. They exchanged a glance and launched another barrage of spells. Both possessed incredibly abnormal recovery abilities. After thousands of rounds, their spiritual energy remained undiminished, surging powerfully. Possessing such recovery abilities was a fundamental requirement for becoming a forbidden prodigy. However, while physical strength was limitless, mental energy still depleted. Shui Yueyao's aura began to become chaotic, and Su Tianyi was also suffering. The two were evenly matched. Su Tianyi's mood grew heavy. This woman was incredibly strong, seemingly invincible. Although he still had trump cards up his sleeve, his opponents certainly did too. Neither of them had used their innate supernatural abilities yet. He didn't believe Shui Yueyao didn't possess a special physique. Su Tianyi gripped the dragon scale. Now, he was going to get serious. The spear spun, and a golden dragon phantom appeared, emitting a resounding roar that captivated the senses, before hurtling straight at Shui Yueyao. Roar! Suddenly, a water dragon almost as large as the dragon scale swooped down from the bright moon. The two dragons entangled, locked in a fierce struggle. Su Tianyi focused his gaze and realized that the full moon was actually a giant mirror. The red markings on Shui Yueyao's forehead glowed, and a small sapling emerged from it, quickly growing into a towering tree. The azure divine tree seemed to possess a life of its own, swaying its trunk, countless branches like vines coiling towards Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi retracted the dragon scale, gripped the divine spear, and with a single, powerful strike, shattered all defenses. The branches before him turned to splinters. The distance between them drew ever closer. Suddenly, a divine light blazed in his eyes. His first divine power, eternal light, froze time and space. Su Tianyi arrived before Shui Yueyao like lightning. Just as the spearhead was about to pierce her brow, he hesitated. What use was he if she were already gone? It was this fleeting hesitation that changed everything. A light flashed between Shui Yueyao's brows, freeing her from the eternal light. The water dragon behind her swooped down. Su Tianyi's back was completely unguarded as he punched Shui Yueyao with all his might. At the same time, the dragon's head behind him struck his back. Both of them fell from the sky simultaneously. Shui Yueyao's face contorted in pain. Su Tianyi's attack had shattered all her meridians, leaving her unable to move even a fraction. However, that person must be suffering too, Shu Yueyao thought. Tap tap. The approaching footsteps shocked her. How could this be? Chapter 127, Removing the Veil from Her Highness the Goddess. Su Tianyi looked at the goddess lying motionless on the ground, feeling somewhat resentful. When he was struck by the water dragon, he had used his second divine power to reverse time. Even so, he was still seriously injured and could barely stand up. I admit defeat. Before Shu Yueyao could finish speaking, Su Tianyi used his remaining spiritual power to seal her voice. Seeing that the spirit of the void realm had not determined a winner, Su Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he had expected, the void realm was trying its best to imitate the real world. Ahem. Su Tianyi coughed twice, sat down opposite Shu Yueyao, and, adopting the demeanor of an old friend, asked, "Your Highness, please forgive me, I merely wished to speak with you. You should be aware of your charm. Even outside, I am an admirer of yours." Shu Yueyao was unable to move, only able to glare at him with eyes that seemed to spit fire, as if to say, "Don't dream, there's no future for us, you despicable man." Su Tianyi felt somewhat guilty under that murderous gaze. It's alright, she's just a fictional character. The real goddess won't know what happened today. Once we get out, I'll still be the noble and gentle gentleman she sees. After mentally encouraging himself, Su Tianyi pressed her again. No, he asked Shu Yueyao for guidance. I know your highness is devoted to the Tao and has no intention of romantic relationships. I am unworthy, but I wish to try. Today is a golden opportunity. I hope your highness can tell me what kind of man you are attracted to. Su Tianyi stared into Shu Yueyao's eyes. If you agree to communicate, blink. Shu Yueyao's starry eyes blinked. Su Tianyi was delighted and released her restraints. I admit. Heh, so even the holy and ethereal goddess of the moon goddess can lie. Su Tianyi was prepared and sealed Shu Yueyao's voice again. He stroked his chin, muttering to himself, the void realm is a celestial artifact, capable of almost perfectly mimicking human personality. Since you're capable of scheming, it means the true goddess isn't as ethereal as imagined. The fairy hasn't truly left the mortal world. The possibility of her falling to earth is still quite high. Thinking this, Su Tianyi's mood improved considerably. He looked down at Shu Yueyao. Your highness, lying is not a good habit, you need to accept punishment. Shu Yueyao looked at him pleadingly, her chest heaving noticeably, showing her nervousness. Seeing this, Su Tianyi couldn't help but harbor a wicked thought. Opportunities to see the transcendent goddess of the moon goddess palace display such an expression were rare. His gaze swept over Shu Yueyao's graceful figure, finally settling on the thin veil covering her face. Amidst Shu Yueyao's complex emotions of tension, humiliation, and shame, Su Tianyi slowly lifted the veil. A flawless, exquisitely beautiful face came into his view. Her skin was like creamy jade, white and pure, her nose was delicate and straight, her lips were pink and tender, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes held a bewildered panic. Su Tianyi was stunned for a long while before he came to his senses. He quickly took out his drawing paper, wanting to record this stunning beauty forever. An hour later, Su Tianyi put away his drawing paper with satisfaction. Shu Yueyao's eyebrows were slightly lowered, making her look pitiful. Su Tianyi's heart raced, and almost imperceptibly, he leaned down and kissed her forehead. A blush quickly spread across Shu Yueyao's beautiful face. Her eyes sparkled, and she pursed her lips, looking extremely aggrieved, like a bullied little girl. This stark contrast was almost unbearable. Su Tianyi's breathing became rapid. It took a great deal of mental effort to suppress his desire. He had just wanted to taste those moist, cherry-like lips again. Slowly exhaling a breath, Su Tianyi hurriedly covered her face with the veil again. Then, lacking confidence, he said, "It was the young lady who was in the wrong first, and besides, you're just an imposter, a clone." The more Su Tianyi spoke, the more confident he became. Don't even mention the forehead, even kissing wouldn't be a big problem. Even without your help, imposter, marrying you is just a matter of time. Su Tianyi kept rambling on, as if encouraging himself, or perhaps expressing his determination. Suddenly, he stopped, seeing Shu Yueyao blinking. So you agree to help? Su Tianyi asked uncertainly. Shui Yueyao blinked again.
If you dare lie again this time, I don't mind marrying you, imposter, in this fake world. After threatening her, Su Tianyi released her. Come any closer, and I'll tell you.
Shui Yueyao's voice was shy and timid. Su Tianyi's mind went blank for a moment.
That fleeting allure surpassed even that of his senior sister and Meiji. Slap. As Su Tianyi approached, Shui Yueyao raised her hand and slapped him, shameless scoundrel. Before Su Tianyi could react, her figure vanished. Just then, the little girl's voice rang in his ears, Master, this woman possesses a life essence body, even fatal injuries can be quickly healed. This physique is very suitable for childbirth.
Su Tianyi roared, you knew this and didn't say so earlier? Were you deliberately trying to make me look bad?
The little girl naturally wouldn't admit it. She argued, Chu only just realized it. Besides, a beating is a sign of affection, and Master seemed to enjoy that slap.
Chu, your little bottom is itching again? You really are like a dog that needs a good spanking.
In the end, the spirit of the Void Realm rescued Chu. This trial requires you to converse with your 18-year-old self, to understand your past ideals and dreams, and whether you are still striving for them.
Convince your past self, or rediscover your original aspirations, and you will pass.
Su Tianyi pursed his lips.
Wasn't this trial supposed to be a freebie?
Wait. He suddenly realized that he didn't even know what his 18-year-old self was like.
Could the Taishu realm project his 18-year-old self?
Just then, a figure dressed in imperial robes, with his back to him, told him the answer.
Chapter 128 Su Tianyi, am I the imposter?
The figure slowly turned around, his appearance identical to Su Tianyi's, but possessing an imposing aura that Su Tianyi lacked.
Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me?
The man in the imperial robes narrowed his eyes, divine light blazing within them.
The eternal divine eye. Su Tianyi was shocked, simultaneously questioning the little girl in his mind. Didn't you say that one must possess the power of origin to awaken the eternal divine body? Why did I have it at 18?
At this moment, Zhu Luoli's intelligence kicked in, analyzing, do you remember the anomaly you noticed when you observed the fairy painting last time?
Su Tianyi subconsciously said, could that power of origin not be a remnant of the fairy painting? Then he understood.
Based on his memories of awakening his divine body, he must have had a relationship with Su Hongyi.
Zhu Luoli shook her head, I guessed wrong before.
Your divine body has most likely awakened prematurely. Without the suppression of the Holy Scripture of Light, influenced by demonic nature, Master will soon fall into demonic possession.
Demonic nature is difficult to eradicate, so they had to seal it along with the body.
Chu paused, then said, that seal is still there. Although it no longer suppresses the divine body, Master's past cultivation and memories are sealed. Perhaps, this young master knows how to break it. The exchange of thoughts between the two was only a moment. The man in imperial robes, who looked exactly like Su Tianyi but had a completely different temperament, exuded a monstrous aura. Su Tianyi felt as if a divine mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. His back and legs slowly bent, and even with all his might, it was to no avail.
Thump!
Su Tianyi knelt on the ground, his hands supporting him as he barely managed to maintain his balance.
Considering you look just like me, I'll spare your life for disrespect.
Kneel for 3 days, and I'll give you one more chance to speak. The man in the imperial robes spoke indifferently, devoid of any emotion. Judging from his tone, not executing him on the spot was already a sign of mercy. After speaking, he turned his head to look elsewhere, a hint of surprise appearing in his unchanging eyes. He began to circle his surroundings, occasionally unleashing attacks that distorted the void. Watching his own figure recede into the distance, Su Tianyi felt an overwhelming urge to curse for the first time.
Is he even reasonable? Not answering you immediately is a death sentence? Does he really think the whole world revolves around him?
Pa! Su Tianyi didn't mince words when cursing himself, his insults were extremely potent. Of course, these were just his inner thoughts, he couldn't even open his mouth.
Chu, what's going on with this person? He can't possibly be me.
Under that pressure, Su Tianyi finally collapsed to the ground in a sorry state. Shuluwali thought for a moment, you two are the same person, that's for sure. As for why it turned out this way, it's probably because Chu fell into a deep sleep, causing the master to not awaken his past life memories after arriving in this world. Combined with the influence of the surrounding environment, that's why he developed this personality. Su Tianyi roughly understood the cause and effect. Although he didn't know why he appeared on the immortal spirit continent, his amnesia was likely due to his original power and memories being sealed, causing him to unexpectedly awaken memories of Blue Star. Damn, no wonder I couldn't beat Su Wuxuang. If you were to ascend the throne, wouldn't you be a total tyrant? Su Tianyi couldn't help but complain. There was nothing he could do now but wait 3 days. Hongyu fought to a draw in the second trial, possessing extraordinary combat power. Her phoenix bloodline was replenished by the Taishu realm, allowing her to persist for 3 minutes in the third trial. Yi Feiyu stopped at the second trial. With the help of the Taishu realm, she awakened the Yuanling body within her supreme body. If she continues to grow, she has the potential to reach the half-forbidden level, or even the forbidden level. Shui Yueyao's younger sister, Shui Yuexin, had the same record as Hongyu, also receiving the blessing of the Taishu realm, further enhancing her combat power. Jiang Ziqing, another woman from the Moon Goddess Temple, like Su Tianyi, received no blessings. Unlike Su Tianyi, one was too strong, with an incredibly solid foundation and no weaknesses to overcome, while the other was too weak and was eliminated in the first round. Fan Shi, blessed by the rewards for clearing the previous rounds, further evolved his boundless creation body. Already possessing near-forbidden combat power, he became a true forbidden prodigy. Although he narrowly lost to Shui Yueyao in the fourth round, the Empress, appreciating his talent, allowed him to proceed to the next round. The next 2 rounds were understanding the heart and questioning the heart. Fan Shi's initial resolve remained unchanged, his Dao heart as firm as a rock, and he quickly passed them. However, in the final round, he encountered a formidable enemy and was defeated in 3 moves. At this moment, Fan Shi sighed to everyone, the Empress's combat power far surpasses that of the Forbidden Realm, I am far inferior. Hongyu, Shui Yueyao, and others congratulated him, Brother Fan has a bright future, becoming the 3rd forbidden prodigy after the Empress and the Xin Tian Holy Sun. Fan Shi looked at Shui Yuexin, hesitant to speak. He wanted to say that he was the 4th, and her sister was also a forbidden prodigy. Thinking of Shui Yueyao, Fan Shi felt somewhat depressed. Wasn't it rumored that the Moon Goddess was peaceful and unassuming? Why was her clone so unreasonable? She kept chasing him, attacking him relentlessly? She didn't even give him a chance to surrender. Inside the Imperial Palace, Xia Qingxian asked in bewilderment, the 5th trial, understanding the heart, not asking the heart, the easiest one, and he still hasn't passed it after 3 days. Not only was he incredulous, but the Empress herself was also puzzled. This trial was, in theory, a reward for failing. Could something be wrong with the Tai Su realm? Xia Qingxian asked worriedly. The Empress closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then said calmly, no. After 3 agonizing days, the man in the imperial robes finally arrived as promised. He waved his hand and withdrew his power. The pressure vanished instantly, and Su Tianyi lay on the ground, panting heavily. The man in the imperial robes, feeling a pang of conscience, gave Su Tianyi 10 seconds to recover, then asked, who are you? I am Su Tianyi hurriedly recounted the events of the Tai Su realm trial. The man in the imperial robes remained silent, seemingly verifying the truth of his story. After a long pause, he said, 4 years later, am I still this weak? Su Tianyi. Was he being mocked and rejected? Su Tianyi said, do you believe what I'm saying? The man in the imperial robes shook his head, I've observed this world for 3 days. It is indeed wondrous, the events of the Void Realm are likely true. However, the man in the imperial robes paused, then sneered, I am the real one. And you are merely a construct of the Void Realm. Humph, I am already at the peak of the Divine Power Realm. How could I possibly be a 3rd-tier transcendent in 4 years? I'm the imposter? Su Tianyi was speechless. What was going on? Wasn't this a suicide mission? How could the background be so complicated? Chu Chu explained in time, perhaps it's because of the seal within Master's body that this trial encountered an unexpected situation. The Void Realm didn't grant him any memories of this trial. Therefore, he is now essentially the real Master, just like when he was 18. Su Tianyi was extremely distressed. His 18-year-old self was impervious to reason and extremely domineering. How was he, this imposter, supposed to handle him? Also, why is his cultivation level so low? You should ask your 19-year-old self what he went through. Chapter 129. My will is also the will of heaven. As Su Tianyi grumbled, his younger self appeared before him, one hand around his neck, and said indifferently, "You'll understand the situation once I absorb your memories." The man in the imperial robes retracted his arm, their foreheads touching, a swirling aura of primordial chaos surrounding them. The next moment, the man in the imperial robes vanished, and Chu Chu chuckled. He was an illusion formed from a portion of Master's power and memories. Chu Chu has suppressed him back. Su Tianyi retorted unhappily, "If you have such methods, why didn't you use them sooner?" Chu Chu explained, "The Taishu realm is a world created by the immortal artifact Taishu Mirror. Master wouldn't want to reveal that he possesses an immortal artifact, would he? Only by operating secretly through Master's body can Chu Chu ensure that she won't be exposed." Su Tianyi reluctantly accepted this explanation. However, his mood remained low. This was the first time he had suffered such a humiliating defeat. He felt stifled, yet had nowhere to vent his anger. He couldn't very well hang himself up and beat him up, could he? Su Tianyi said, "If you just take him in like this, what about the information you want to know?" Chu Chu said, "The Taishu mirror is extraordinary, it has already created a crack in the original seal. As long as Master's cultivation reaches the level he was at when he was sealed, the seal will break without a hitch, and his memories will return." Peak of the divine power realm? Su Tianyi murmured. Chu Chu shook her head, "More than that. That was Master at 18, but Master lost his memory at 19. Based on the power fluctuations within the seal, Master was very likely already at the initial stage of the feather transformation realm at that time." 19-year-old feather transformation realm? How is that possible? Su Tianyi was shocked. Even with his eternal divine body, he wasn't confident he could cultivate to the feather transformation realm in such a short time. Moreover, the other party's divine body hadn't been awakened for very long, meaning that even without the divine body, he was still a prodigy. Thinking of this, Su Tianyi couldn't help but touch his eyes, muttering to himself, "Peerless immortal eyes." As if knowing Su Tianyi's thoughts, Chu Chu comforted him, "Once Master's divine body fully awakens, your cultivation speed won't be any slower than before." Chu Chu observed that your former master was already in his complete form. Su Tianyi snapped out of his reverie, realizing Chu Chu's words made perfect sense. He used to be a prince of the peerless immortal dynasty, wouldn't he have been treating sacred medicines like snacks? Perhaps he'd even tasted immortal medicines. Wait, if he was so powerful before, why couldn't he defeat Su Wuxuan? Could his thinking be flawed? The next test is questioning the heart. Before he could ponder further, an ancient voice rang out, and the scene before Su Tianyi changed. He felt as if he had returned to earth, the greetings of his elders echoing in his ears. Su Tianyi felt heavy-hearted. These uncles and aunts, every year when they gathered, loved to ask these questions about grades in school, about jobs after entering the workforce. So annoying. Couldn't they just be quiet during meals? Can you please stop being so hypocritical? If I were doing well, would I remain silent? Do I need your feigned concern? Aren't you just trying to see me fail? You want me, a college graduate, to admit I'm inferior to your teenage son who dropped out of school to work? And Mom and Dad, can you please stop lying? Don't you know my situation? Do you really enjoy comparing me to others? A barrage of negative emotions overwhelmed Su Tianyi, leaving him feeling as if he were in a deep sea, struggling to breathe. Fresh out of school, Su Tianyi, like most people, was full of hope for the future, believing that earning tens of thousands a month was easy, and earning $1 million a year was a possibility. Su Tianyi graduated with a bachelor's degree in engineering and landed a job at a Fortune 500 company through campus recruitment. During the Spring Festival, he was full of confidence and couldn't help but boast,
feeling that his future was bright. But reality harshly woke him up. During his internship, he was only paid 2 or 3,000 a month, and he was doing assembly line work. HR, under the guise of helping him understand the production process to facilitate future management, gave him a false sense of security. Carefree and full of dreams, Su Tianyi believed them. 3 months later, when his internship ended, he didn't stay but resolutely decided to leave. This was the result of sleepless nights and agonizing deliberation. After making inquiries, he discovered that in such a large company, a bachelor's degree was considered low, a top-tier university degree was only average, and master's and doctoral degrees were commonplace. Because there's a shortage of low-level workers, they take advantage of graduation season to recruit a wave of cheap labor. He accepts that his education level isn't as high as others, but a job with a 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. schedule, 1 day off a month, a salary of 5,000 yuan, and little room for advancement is unacceptable to him. This kind of predictable life terrifies him. Is this how his life is going to be? A 30-year-old Su Tianyi, his will worn down, might have accepted it, but in his early 20s, a spirited young man, he's unwilling to settle for mediocrity, he wants to venture out and make his own way. Conscious of his communication skills, Su Tianyi chooses to work in telemarketing. Only after becoming a salesperson does he realize that those who hang up immediately are actually quite polite. So, he changes careers again. Without family connections, trying to make a name for oneself is incredibly difficult. Actually, I died long ago, died in my ethereal ideals, died in my empty memories. What lives on is just a soulless body, bearing the pressures of life, bearing the expectations of my loved ones. Just as Su Tianyi was about to succumb to despair, a face appeared, pulling him back to reality. It was his wealthy wife, his white moonlight. Su Tianyi opened his eyes, gasping for breath, and sighed, "This test strikes at the very depths of one's heart." Luckily, I woke up in time in my past life and chose to be a kept man, otherwise I really wouldn't have made it through. Just when Su Tianyi thought he had passed this test, the second trial arrived, this time concerning Tangshan. If your woman committed an unforgivable act that would incur public wrath, how would you choose? Would you, like Duanmu Yuxuan, choose to protect her, or like this time, say you would uphold justice even if it didn't concern you personally? Su Tianyi said, "Impossible, they wouldn't do that." Just a hypothetical. A voice sounded, and Su Tianyi's mind uncontrollably drifted towards this possibility. His face showed pain and inner turmoil. People are all hypocritical. When others make mistakes, he can stand on his moral high ground and point fingers. But when it comes to those close to him, he finds it difficult to choose. He once told his senior sister that he would stand against the whole world for her. So what if they did bad things? Leave the evil to others, keep the kindness for yourself. Why should he judge them for the sake of unrelated outsiders? Su Tianyi couldn't help but think. But then, wouldn't he become just like Duanmu Yuxuan? Su Tianyi's head throbbed with pain. This hurdle was incredibly difficult. How laughable. Do I need to explain myself to you? I act as I please, unbound by any constraints. To kill or to release, it's a matter of a single thought. My will is also the will of heaven. Suddenly, Su Tianyi's aura shifted, and the negative influences on him vanished. He had just chosen to escape, his mind had faltered, and memories from before he was 18 years old flooded back. At this moment, their memories merged. Chapter 130: Su Wuxuan battles the Empress. When one's will is strong enough, one can still pass the test even without answering the questions from the Void Realm. But Su Tianyi no, it should be Su Wuxuan still responded. He did as he pleased, his actions were the standard, his answer. Duanmu Yuxuan protecting her brother was wrong, he protecting his woman was right. In a world where strength reigns supreme, might makes right. By the same logic, if the person who had to protect Tangshan that day was the current empress, Su Tianyi wouldn't have risked his life to refute her for the sake of justice. After hearing Su Wuxuan's answer, the Void Realm fell silent. Su Wuxuan sat cross-legged, her divine sense entering her sea of consciousness. He gazed at the painting of a fairy maiden hanging in the air and murmured, "My father said that on the day I was born, auspicious omens descended from the heavens, and a painting of a peerless woman entered my consciousness. The painting of the fairy maiden possesses a spirit, yet it never manifested.
The only time it showed any movement was when Su Hongyi and I. Afterwards, a long spear flew out from within the painting of the fairy maiden. I named it Dragon Scale. It was also on that day that I awakened an extremely special physique, even suppressing the peerless immortal eyes, the inherited physique of the peerless immortal dynasty. Eternal divine body, the number one in the world? Chu Chu stepped out of the fairy painting and asked, "Master, are you alright?" Upon seeing Chu Chu, Su Wushwang's memories of Su Tianyi flooded back, and a gentle light flickered in his eyes. "Little girl, thank you for everything these past few days." "Ah? Master, are you alright?" The little Chu girl was startled. Her petite body flew into the air, circling Su Wushwang like a bee, scrutinizing him. She muttered to herself, how could Master possibly care about Chu Chu? This is abnormal, absolutely abnormal. Su Tianyi's forehead darkened, and he slapped the little girl down. "Are you asking for a beating?" The little girl rubbed her slapped head and chuckled, "Hee hee, that familiar feeling. The memories have just merged, so your personality is still quite influenced by your previous one for a short time." Su Tianyi explained. Chu Chu thinks Master's previous personality was quite good. Why don't you lean a little more towards your former self when you fully integrate them? The little girl cautiously probed. Su Tianyi said speechlessly, "A few sweet words and you're completely captivated?" In his memories, his former self's personality was far from good, even extremely wicked. His only kindness was reserved for Su Hongyi. To others, it was a matter of, those who obey me prosper, those who defy me perish. He was arrogant, unreasonable, and domineering. Countless talented individuals fell at his hands, including several forbidden prodigies. Chu Chu smiled shyly and said, "Master, do you now know everything you wanted to know?" Su Tianyi shook his head, "My background is clear, but why I appeared on the immortal spirit continent is still unclear. However, this should be Father's arrangement, and I believe it was of my own free will." Su Wushwang, a born emperor, was favored by the fortune of the Wushwang immortal dynasty at birth. Upon reaching adulthood at 18, he was officially crowned crown prince. Within the immortal dynasty's territory, blessed by destiny, Su Wushwang possessed the combat power of a remnant immortal. No one could force him to do what he didn't want to do. Su Tianyi continued, "Although it's not within the immortal dynasty's territory, I can vaguely sense that the immortal dynasty's fortune has also been sealed. The aura on this seal is very familiar, it must have been placed by my father." Chu Chu asked, "Master, are you going back to the peerless immortal dynasty?" Su Tianyi replied, "Let nature take its course. My father sent me here, there must be a reason." "Then will the seal remain unbroken?" Chu Chu asked. "There's a supreme cultivation technique in my mind called the Emperor's Scripture. Once I cultivate it to the 6th level, the seal will be broken," Su Tianyi replied. "How far did you progress in your cultivation before, Master?" Chu Chu asked. "This technique was only passed on to me by my father on the day I officially became crown prince. I haven't even started cultivating it yet." Su Tianyi didn't seem to care. Now, apart from missing 2 years of memories, everything he had before had returned: his peak divine power realm cultivation, his pinnacle of the Dao-seizing realm, and his fully revived divine body. With such terrifying talent, how long would it take to cultivate to the 6th level of the Emperor's Scripture? Although everything was developing in a positive direction, Su Tianyi planned to go into seclusion for a while after meeting the Empress to adjust. His personality from his Su Wushwang days was having too much of an impact on him. For example, his desire to forcibly take Shui Yueyao as a concubine was particularly strong now, in order to collect the source power of the fairy diagram as soon as possible. Su Tianyi enters the final stage. The Taishu realm, which had almost been overwhelmed by Su Tianyi, finally recovered and considered it a success. The 7th stage was just as Su Tianyi had expected. His opponent was the young empress. Unfortunately, Su Tianyi, at the peak of the divine power realm, faced an empress in her early 20s, and didn't get to see the young, naive empress in her transcendent realm stage. The woman was extremely beautiful, dressed in a smart white outfit, with long, flowing silver hair, amber-like pupils, and phoenix eyes that flashed like lightning, exuding a heroic and awe-inspiring aura. Her long, straight legs were full of swift power, captivating all who looked at her. Su Wushwang entered battle mode,
daring not to be distracted in the slightest. This woman was strong. She was the first person to give him this feeling. Empress Duanmu Nihuang parted her red lips slightly, her voice carrying a faint air of authority. In thousands of years, you are the third person to enter the final trial. It seems that in recent years, 3 forbidden prodigies have secretly emerged on the immortal spirit continent. He wasn't surprised by this number. The geniuses announced by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion were only a portion of the total. To outsiders, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion seemed extraordinary, omniscient, but to someone of his status, it was nothing mysterious, only that blind old man possessed any real knowledge. But no one has ever passed this test, and no one will in the future, the Empress declared confidently. Faced with such arrogance, Su Wuxuang actually smiled. I quite like your personality. The Empress glanced at him indifferently, and after a moment of silence, the two attacked simultaneously. Words were useless, strength was the only truth. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged no less than 3,000 blows. Su Wuxuang's gaze grew serious. This woman's physique was incredibly strange, as if she existed in the void, always managing to dodge his attacks without injury. Master, be careful. This woman possesses the void divine body, capable of transforming into the void. Its owner once fought the previous master for months. That battle was earth-shattering, mountains and rivers shattered. The eternal divine body achieved a Pyrrhic victory. Su Wuxuang said calmly, physique has never been a necessary condition for invincibility. Without it, I am still invincible in this world. Even if the previous master were to revive, I would still suppress those of the same realm. Chuluoli's lips twitched, but she did not refute. Even without the eternal divine body, this woman had comprehended the pinnacle of spear techniques at 15 and entered the divine power realm at 17. Her talent was terrifying, surpassing that of all her previous masters. Chapter 131 takes a flirt with Duanmu Nihuang. Su Wuxuang was on high alert. His void divine body connected him to the void, allowing his opponent to anticipate every strike he unleashed by observing the trajectory of its power across the void. The Empress stood in mid-air, her figure slender and graceful, her long silver hair flowing. Her expression was indifferent. To date, no one had been able to break through the void divine body's first innate ability. His opponent was strong, but what use was even the most ferocious attack if it missed its target? The tide had turned, and defeat was inevitable. Su Wuxuang suddenly laughed. Do you know what became of the last woman so confident before me? The Empress remained silent, her expression unchanged, standing quietly in the void. Su Wuxuang said, she lost miserably. Afterwards, she developed feelings for me. Of course, I didn't refuse. Although she lost miserably, she was the most talented person before she met you. Therefore, she became my fiancée. This statement itself was unremarkable, but his next sentence instantly enraged the usually composed Empress. Su Wuxuang said with a hint of sarcasm. Su Wuxuang looked at the Empress calmly. I've always believed that a union of the strong is the will of heaven. If you're willing, I can depose her from her position as Empress for you. You are more qualified to be my woman than she is. The Empress laughed angrily. If I meet another woman more talented than me, will you depose me again? Su Wuxuang said matter-of-factly, the law of the jungle is the rule of this world. Only the strong can choose, the weak who disobey die. The Empress said coldly, that's true, but the strong aren't necessarily you. Buzz. The void twisted, like an ancient ferocious beast opening its maw, swallowing Su Wuxuang whole. Overconfidence turns into arrogance, which is never a good thing. The Empress sneered after sensing the other's lack of life. What's wrong with arrogance? The void shattered, Su Wuxuang's imperial robes were torn, but his aura remained as vast and unfathomable as a deep abyss. The Empress's expression changed, and she exclaimed in shock, you can dodge the void devouring? Void devouring, the second divine ability of the void divine body, is omnipresent in the void. Standing within space, it's impossible to escape it. Su Tianyi said calmly, this move is indeed powerful, no one can dodge it. But why should I dodge it? Your strength is too weak. The void power you create is insufficient to tear me apart. Too weak? The Empress laughed in anger again.
Looking at his nonchalant demeanor, she felt for the first time so strongly that she wanted to tear someone's face apart. This man is utterly despicable. The Empress's expression turned cold, and she waved her hand.
How about this move? Su Wuxuan felt a chill run down his spine.
The next moment, the void around him exploded, emitting a muffled thud like a depth charge, its power terrifying and immense. With a single blow, even the physically powerful Su Wuxuan bled profusely. He touched his right arm, the bone visible deep beneath the wound, and looked at the somewhat smug Empress. Instead of anger, he was pleased and praised. Not bad, you truly deserve to be the future mother of the world.
Smooth talker, take this.
The young Empress gave a light shout and continued her attack, each strike stronger than the last.
That's enough. Su Wuxuan's eyes blazed with divine light.
While the eternal light couldn't freeze the Empress's location, it could certainly freeze other spaces. The Empress's expression hardened. Both had ways to dodge the attack, continuing the stalemate would only waste time. Thinking of this, the Empress said, "This round is a draw for you." Su Wuxuan shook her head. In my dictionary, there is only victory, no defeat, and no draw.
You really think I can't do anything to you? The Empress was furious. She was truly shameless, refusing to back down even when offered a way out. I've already experienced your methods. Now, it's my turn. Taste the bitterness of defeat.
Su Wuxuan brandished her spear, golden light surging. Golden spear energy, like waves, crashed continuously towards Duanmu Niwang.
A mere trick. The Empress scoffed.
She appeared in another location through the void, perfectly dodging Su Wuxuan's attack without a scratch. At the same moment she appeared, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared in her field of vision, growing larger at a visible speed. Just as it was about to strike her flawless face, the fist paused slightly.
In that fraction of a second, Duanmu Niwang reappeared in another part of the void.
Before she could even catch her breath, the sandbag-sized fist, like a persistent, relentless thorn in her side, reappeared before her once more, this time aiming for her left shoulder. The Empress was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, her hair disheveled and her appearance utterly wretched. She touched her left shoulder, staring intently at Su Wuxuan. The man simply said, "Convinced?" Duanmu Nihuan gritted her teeth like a little girl, defiantly retorting, "No. I haven't lost yet." Su Wuxuan didn't waste any words, attacking the Empress with his spear. The Empress dodged again, and as she reappeared, that merciless iron fist, devoid of any tenderness, arrived as expected, striking her right shoulder.
Bang!
The Empress plummeted from the sky.
"Have you submitted yet?"
The young emperor in the sky looked down at the young Empress on the ground. He held a golden spear, his tattered imperial robes fluttering in the force of the impact, his expression majestic and domineering. The Empress found it hard to accept. It was as if he could foresee the future, knowing her destination in advance. Su Wuxuan didn't foresee the future, he had experienced it. He could reverse time by 2 seconds, then use his third supernatural power space jump to teleport to the Empress's location.
Seeing the woman's defiant expression, Su Wuxuan said, "My patience is limited. The next strike will be merciless." He glanced sideways at Duanmu Niwang, saying with interest, "A big steamed bun turned into a small steamed bun must have a different kind of charm." The Su Wuxuan of the past would never have said such a thing. While his personality was largely that of the Su Wuxuan of the past, he was still somewhat influenced by Su Tianyi, possessing a touch of wicked humor. The Empress was stunned for a moment. Following Su Wuxuan's gaze, she finally realized what big steamed bun meant. She angrily retorted, "Shameless scoundrel. Take back your filthy gaze, or I will exterminate your entire clan." "Oh, my future Empress, are you going to execute your entire family as well?" Su Wuxuan had already considered Duanmu Niwang his woman. From childhood to adulthood, nothing he set his sights on had ever failed to obtain. They were all his for the taking. "Bastard, die." The Empress, filled with shame and rage, her face as cold as frost, fully revived her void divine body. Her divine power, transforming her body into the void, entered its ultimate state. She no longer merely used the void to relocate, she was completely fused with it. She could ignore any attack, transferring damage to the void. In this state, she was invincible, undefeated. Su Wuxuan's spear transformed into a dragon, his intent reaching its peak, unleashing a full-force attack. This fierce attack, capable of killing a late-stage feather transformation realm expert, was completely ignored by the Empress. The golden dragon passed through her graceful body, causing no damage whatsoever. On the contrary, he was nearly torn apart by the power of the void. The Empress raised an eyebrow triumphantly. "Do you submit?" Su Wuxuan laughed. "Too soon. Transform into nothingness? Ignore attacks? Then I'll let the void shatter, leaving you nowhere to hide." Chapter 132. The Empress. I lost, but I refuse to accept it. Sun and moon shine together, chaos begins anew. Su Wuxuan held the bright moon in one hand and the blazing sun in the other. The sun and moon shone brightly, annihilating the void wherever they touched. The Empress fell from the void, critically injured and on the verge of death. Su Wuxuan knelt before her, bent his index finger, and lifted the Empress's fair chin, looking down at her, saying, "Do you submit?" The Empress glared at him fiercely. "I lost, but I refuse to accept it. Su Tianyi, you have passed the final trial of the void realm." Su Wuxuan was about to say something when the Empress's figure vanished, and the next second, he appeared in the real world. "Tianyi, you're amazing." Fanqi said the Empress was guarding the final trial, and you actually won. Surrounded by warmth and fragrance, as soon as Su Tianyi appeared, Yi Feiyu, who had been waiting for a long time, ignored the stares of others and pounced on him, offering her soft red lips. With a beauty in his arms, one would expect his blood to surge, but Su Tianyi felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. He had just flirted with the Empress, even brazenly declaring he wanted her as his woman. He dared to flirt with Shui Yueyao because he thought she was just a clone, and the real one wouldn't know. But the Empress was different. She was the master of the Tai Su mirror. He had one, so she couldn't possibly be uninterested. What if she watched the replay? Or perhaps, the Empress had actually been watching the entire battle. The more Su Tianyi thought about it, the more terrified he became. A chill ran through him. He felt certain he was doomed this time. "Tianyi." Yi Feiyu, seeing him stand there like a wooden statue during their kiss, offering no response, gave a disgruntled, coquettish sound. "We're about to meet the Empress, mind your image." Su Tianyi placed the beauty in his arms. He was currently in a state of turmoil and had no mood for further romance. If the Empress harbored murderous intent, even his master wouldn't be able to protect her. Outside the imperial palace, escape was impossible. Su Tianyi could only gamble that the Empress was unaware of the situation, or that she was magnanimous enough not to bother with a mere ant like him. "Congratulations, Brother Tianyi, on clearing the level. Holy Sun Su, your strength is extraordinary. You still have a chance to win my sister's heart. Keep it up, we're rooting for you." Fan Qi, Shui Yuexin, and the others offered their congratulations. Su Tianyi forced a smile and humbly said, "I was fortunate enough to hold out against the Empress for a while." Judging from this, he hadn't won. The others weren't too surprised. After all, she was the peerless Empress, a legendary figure unparalleled throughout history. How could such a person be defeated by someone of the same realm? 30 minutes later. After a tense and anxious wait, Su Tianyi was finally greeted by the palace maid who had come to escort them. Whether he faced danger or not, he silently followed behind the maid. With a resolute determination to die, he was ready to go all out. Su Tianyi decided that if he could escape unscathed today, once he left the imperial palace, he would immediately buy a transcontinental spaceship ticket and fly to the peerless immortal dynasty. The imperial palace was majestic and imposing, its aura overwhelming. Su Tianyi stepped through the palace gates, filled with trepidation. In a daze, not knowing how far he had walked or how many circles he had circled, Su Tianyi finally arrived at the Empress's residence. The Empress is inside. A maidservant, with impeccable manners, bowed and gestured for him to enter. Stepping into the main hall, an ancient and magnificent aura overwhelmed him. The Empress held a scepter, her long, slender legs crossed, her right hand resting on the dragon-headed chair, her head tilted to the side, supporting her snow-white cheek. Her expression was languid, yet she exuded an unapproachable majesty. Unlike the young girl in white attire in the Taishu realm, the Duanmu Niwang before him was more mature, with a more imposing aura.
Her graceful figure was shrouded in a long robe of crimson and deep purple, her long, silvery white hair cascading down her back, a few strands falling onto the red carpet. Her beauty was unparalleled, giving a stunning impression. Her temperament was noble, elegant, and imbued with an inner domineering power. If judged solely by appearance, she was comparable to Yun Mushi, Meiji, and others, but her temperament was unmatched by them. Only her mother, whom she remembered, could rival her.
"Greetings, Your Majesty."
Everyone, including Su Tianyi, knelt and bowed. Su Wuxuan, with her strong personality, refused to kneel to heaven, earth, or even gods and spirits. She fiercely resisted when Su Tianyi knelt, but Su Tianyi suppressed his emotions due to a strong will to survive. The Empress's amber eyes were deep and unfathomable, revealing nothing of her thoughts. She surveyed the crowd below and said calmly, "You are all among the most promising prodigies of Great Qin.
No need for further formalities." Upon hearing this, everyone stood up.
The Empress said, "I am already aware of the results of this trial.
Fan Shi performed well and is rewarded with a top-grade sacred artifact.
Hongyu and Shueiyao are rewarded with a high-grade sacred artifact, and Yifeiyu with a mid-grade sacred artifact. The palace will send them to your residences afterward." The other woman from the Moon Goddess Palace, Zhang Ziqing, failed to pass any of the trials and was denied an audience with the Empress.
The Empress's eyes flickered slightly, her gaze lingering on Su Tianyi. After a long while, she said, "You are the holy son of Xian Tian?" "Indeed, this is me." Su Tianyi's heart skipped a beat at first, then raced.
With the Empress's intelligence capabilities, she must already know his identity.
What was the meaning behind this question? Could it be that she knows about the events in the Taishu realm and wants to settle scores later? While wildly speculating, the Empress suddenly smiled and said, "Yun Mushi's last disciple, her talent is indeed extraordinary."
Before Su Tianyi could even breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the Empress say again, "Such similar personalities, bold enough, and cunning enough." "You're quite good," the Empress praised with a slight smile.
"Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty." Su Tianyi looked up, glancing guiltily at the Empress.
Seeing her kind expression, his heart finally settled. When she said he was bold enough and cunning enough, his heart was pounding in his chest. He thought his actions during the trial had been exposed. Now it seemed the Empress was referring to his courage in confronting Princess Duanmu Yuxuan during the Tangshan incident. Inside the fairy painting, Chu Chu breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Master, this woman is incredibly strong. She's about to break through to the 7th level of the Supreme Realm."
Luckily, she didn't attack, otherwise, even Chu Chu wouldn't be able to protect you at this stage. Su Tianyi was shocked. Rumor had it that there wasn't a single person at the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm on the Immortal Spirit Continent. This woman had actually quietly reached the 6th level of the Supreme Realm? Most terrifyingly, she was the same age as his master.
Judging from his past encounters with his master at the same level, where he was completely suppressed, Yun Mushi must be one of the other 3 forbidden prodigies.
However, the difference in their current cultivation levels was indeed enormous, like an insurmountable chasm.
The Empress said, "Since I took control of the Void Mirror, you are the first to pass all the trials.
Young man, what reward do you desire? Do you wish for a celestial artifact, or perhaps a fiefdom and the title of king?"
Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, for the Great Qin Empire possessed only 2 celestial artifacts.
Truly worthy of being the Empress, unparalleled throughout history, her generosity was truly astounding. The crowd looked on with adoration, utterly impressed.
Su Tianyi subconsciously glanced at the Empress's alluring figure, hesitated for a moment, and said, "The reward is too great, this humble one dares not accept it." "My word is my bond," the Empress said firmly. At the same time, a question arose in her mind. Where had this arrogant, fearless spirit of the young man from the Void Realm gone? Wait, this brat just subconsciously looked at me, could it be that he wanted to? Thinking of his audacious words in the Void Realm, Duanmu Nihuang blushed slightly, her beautiful face barely perceptible.
Chapter 133 On the Escape Route, the Empress appears.
This matter is of great importance, I need to return and discuss it with my elders.
Su Tianyi bowed his head respectfully.
The Empress's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, the atmosphere tense. Su Tiany's forehead broke out in a cold sweat.
Suddenly, she laughed. You seem very nervous? Am I that terrifying?
Your Majesty's talent is unparalleled throughout history, your aura rivals the heavens, and no ordinary person can look you in the eye.
Under your unparalleled majesty, no one can remain calm. Su Tiany dared not raise his head.
I didn't expect someone like you to know how to flatter.
How amusing.
The Empress leaned back on her dragon throne, speaking meaningfully.
Your Majesty is unparalleled in the world.
Under heaven, all land belongs to the Empress, all people within the realm are her subjects. The people of Xiantian are all citizens of Great Qin.
What I have said comes from the bottom of my heart. Su Tiany spoke righteously and sternly.
Good, well said. The Empress stood up and clapped her hands, saying, This day will come soon.
Does this mean the Empress intends to bare her fangs and unify the immortal spirit continent?
Thinking this, Su Tiany temporarily forgot his fear and looked at the Empress with astonishment. The Empress was not only extremely beautiful, but also incredibly tall, over 1.9 meters, even taller than him. Lifting his eyelids, what came into view was a pair of long, white legs, estimated to be close to 1.3 meters long, truly incredible, even longer than his master's. As a leg enthusiast, Su Tiany subconsciously thought that if those legs belonged to him, he could play with them during the day and use them as a pillow at night. His thoughts were gradually becoming perverse. The Empress frowned. She had a feeling this boy was up to no good. She stared at him for a moment, seeing he remained as reserved as before withdrawing her gaze and sitting down again. You're right, this is a matter of great importance, and it's normal to be hesitant to make a decision quickly. I'll give you 3 days. The Empress slightly raised her hand from the chair, extending 3 slender, pale fingers.
3 days, isn't that too short?
The Academy and the Xiantian Holy Land are quite far apart.
Su Tiany wanted to extend his travel time, but the Empress refused. Her expression turned cold. Activate the void array. 3 days is enough. Su Tiany immediately changed his mind.
He appeared obedient, but inwardly he couldn't help but complain, such a short time, and I have to activate the void array both ways.
How many spirit stones will that waste?
Soon, he resigned himself to it. After all, she was the kind of spendthrift who would even bestow immortal artifacts upon others. Seeing this, the Empress revealed a satisfied expression.
If he could use a void array to deal with a mere Tang Shan, how could she possibly lag behind her own orders? Leaving the imperial palace, Su Tiany went straight to his residence.
Upon entering the hall, he quickly entered a meditative state, his mind focused on the fairy painting. Under Chu Luoli's adorably bewildered expression, Su Tiany grabbed her, tucked her into his waistband, and began to reprimand her mercilessly.
10 minutes later.
Chu Luoli, rubbing her little bottom, looked extremely aggrieved, her eyes brimming with tears. Master, did Chu Chu do something wrong again? Seeing that she was oblivious to her mistake, Su Tiany said irritably, You knew I had just merged with my memories and hadn't adapted yet.
My style was easily dominated by my previous personality. Why didn't you stop my unreasonable behavior when fighting the Empress? If the Empress knew what happened during the trial, I'd be dead.
Chu Luoli said, At the time, I thought the Empress was just a cultivator who had just entered the Supreme Realm, so I didn't pay much attention. With Chu Chu's current abilities, protecting Master from a low-level Supreme Realm cultivator shouldn't be a problem. Chu Chu suddenly became excited. Moreover, Chu Chu sensed a trace of origin power from that clone.
What if the Empress is a fusion user of origin power?
With this thought in mind, Chu Chu let Master do as he pleased. To conquer this kind of woman, one must first subdue her.
A battle against the Empress at the same level is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
If we miss this chance, it will be difficult to win her heart again.
Afterwards, Chu Chu's judgment was indeed correct. After personally meeting the Empress, Chu Chu confirmed that she is indeed the possessor of origin power.
After hearing what Chu Chu said, Su Tiany was dumbfounded, and at the same time, he forgave her reckless behavior. If she had told him the truth at the time, given his caution, he certainly wouldn't have dared to flirt with the Empress.
Things have come to this, so what do we do now?
If the Empress finds out the truth and flies into a rage, wanting to kill me to vent her anger, you can't protect me?
Su Tianyi asked. Chu Chu, acting as strategist, began to analyze. There are two choices now. First, stay and test the Empress's attitude.
If she knows the truth and you're still unharmed, it means Master has a great chance of winning the beauty's heart. Failure is fine too, anyway, Master has taken the elixir and has 2 lives. Second, immediately go to Tianyuan continent, acknowledge your ancestors, and have your father send troops to the immortal realm to kidnap her, then hee.
After a brief moment of thought, Su Tianyi began packing his belongings.
The first method was too risky, he didn't want to risk his life on the elixir.
What if it was a defective product or expired? Su Tianyi decided to head to Tianyuan continent that very night.
Of course, he couldn't do as Chu Chu suggested and have someone forcibly suppress the Empress, but he could find someone to bring all the women there. The Empress's matter is not urgent, let nature take its course, take it slowly.
The next morning,
Su Tianyi, with Meiji and Guo Xiaodai, arrived at the edge of the immortal spirit continent.
Young master, where are we going?
Meiji asked, puzzled.
To the Tianyuan continent. Su Tianyi replied. Meiji didn't ask why, only wondering, young master, aren't you going to inform the Holy Lord?
Once we get there, someone will be sent to pick them up, Su Tianyi said without further explanation.
While chatting, Guo Xiaodai returned from buying ship tickets. She said, brother, we're lucky. There are spaceship tickets to the Tianyuan continent tonight.
Like Meiji, Xiaodai didn't ask him why he suddenly wanted to leave the immortal spirit continent.
For them, Su Tianyi was there, that was home.
Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, a maid respectfully reported to the Empress, Your Majesty, this morning, the holy son of Xiantian left using the void array. The Empress kept her eyes closed, seemingly unconcerned. The maid continued, It seems there's a problem with the holy son Su's array. The Holy Land is in the south, but he went to the north.
The Empress opened her eyes, a flash of golden light in her amber eyes, You're not mistaken?
The maid nodded, I determined it from the void array's trajectory.
I understand.
The Empress looked north and muttered to herself, The only intercontinental harbor for humanity seems to be in this direction.
Could this kid be planning to run away? He shouldn't be that cowardly, right?
This kid was incredibly bold in the void realm.
After a moment's hesitation, the void around the Empress distorted, and the imperial throne was empty. Night fell, and the stars twinkled.
Just as Su Tianyi was about to board the ship, the scene suddenly changed. Meiji and Xiaodai had vanished.
He looked around and looked up to find the Empress standing in the void, looking at him with a half-smile.
Su Tianyi shuddered and chuckled awkwardly, Empress.
The Empress said, Holy Son Su, where are you going? Chapter 134 What, you've taken a fancy to me again? The moment Su Tianyi saw the Empress, his heart sank. Had she traveled so far to intercept him? Had she already discovered his treasonous act of deceiving the Empress within the secret realm?
Your Majesty, I heard that senior sister appeared in this sea area, so I came to investigate.
Su Tianyi hastily fabricated a lie.
His guilty conscience made his demeanor weaken slightly, he hoped this flimsy excuse would hold water.
Is that so?
The Empress pulled 2 spaceship tickets from her robes, the ones belonging to Meiji and Xiaodai.
What about the tickets to the Tianyuan continent? Su Tianyi hung his head, remaining silent.
Of course, he could stubbornly persist, continuing his excuse that senior sister had gone to the Tianyuan continent, and he had sent Meiji and Xiaodai there to find her.
Or perhaps Xiaodia's elders had gone there, and she wanted to go find them.
He was worried about her safety, so he sent the protector, Meiji, to protect her throughout.
But all these explanations would crumble when his spaceship ticket was exposed.
Then, he would truly be guilty of deceiving the Emperor. No more sophistry, you've explained, the Empress smiled. Seeing her mocking expression, Su Tianyi knew the Empress definitely knew all along.
He just didn't know if she knew about the events in the Taishu realm.
If she already knew, judging from her attitude, he seemed to lack any life-saving power. In that case, there was no need to rush to leave the immortal spirit continent. He still had some matters to attend to here.
Before leaving, he should at least settle the marriages of his senior sister, Yi Feiyu, Duanmu Qingxue, and others, right? Does your majesty know that I once suffered from amnesia? Su Tianyi blurted out. The empress nodded.
The Xian Holy Land didn't deliberately hide this matter. Back then, Yun Mushi had even gone to great lengths to help find her relatives, resorting to the empire's power. Su Tianyi said, the Mingxin trial in the Taishu realm reminded me of my previous memories. The merging of these two memories gave me a disorienting feeling of past and present lives, as if I were in another world. The intense sense of separation, coupled with my origins in the Tianyuan continent and my eagerness to return home, led to my impulsive actions. My memories have just awakened, and I haven't adapted yet, making me easily controlled by my past personality, Su Tianyi emphasized. Having said this, he felt quite satisfied. This explanation not only resolved the escape crisis but also implied that the Empress's offensive actions in the Taishu realm were not his intention.
Moreover, this statement was half true and half false. Even if the Empress intentionally targeted him, she couldn't find any evidence that he was lying. After all, the awakening of his memories was real, and his urgent desire to return home was also real. The Empress's attempt to sow discord over this matter won't work, unless she's completely unreasonable. Duanmu Nihuang stared at Su Tianyi for a while, then suddenly smiled and asked, So, are you leaving now? Su Tianyi immediately replied, No. I understand your desire to go home.
Duanmu Nihuang said, puzzled, this day won't be too long, at least a month, at most 3 months. Su Tianyi looked up, the Empress had vanished, and the surrounding scenery had returned to normal. Meiji and Xiao Dai walked hand in hand ahead, their sisterly affection evident, completely oblivious to his near-death experience. Boy, come to the Imperial Palace tomorrow. After you choose your reward, I'll give you some further guidance. The Empress's stern voice rang in Su Tianyi's ears. Ahead, Meiji remained oblivious, still intimately entwined with Xiao Dai, chatting and laughing. Su Tianyi's expression froze. At this point, even a fool would realize the Empress knew about the events in the Void Realm. The Empress is ultimately a magnanimous person. The situation isn't too bad. Tomorrow, she'll give him a good beating, and that'll be it. Thinking this, Su Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief, but the image of the Empress he had just seen flashed through his mind. That vibrant long dress truly suited her, without the loose imperial robes, it accentuated her slender figure even more. Besides her towering 1.3-meter long legs, her chest was indeed broad and impressive, even more striking than those seen in the imperial palace. Mayor, Xiao Dai, were not leaving. The three of them returned to the Zhu Lu Academy via the Void Array once more. Meiji didn't say anything about Su Tianyi's strange behavior of going and returning so quickly, she even thought it was quite unique. The thrifty Xiao Dai, however, was heartbroken about the exorbitant amount of spirit stones she had spent on the 2 trips. That night, with Su Tianyi's gentle comforting words, Xiao Dai finally smiled brightly again. The next morning, Su Tianyi was taken away by a palace maid early in the morning. He was speechless. Dawn had just broken, it wasn't even light yet. Was she so eager to beat him up? Ha, women! With a depressed mood, Su Tianyi went to the mountain behind the imperial palace. Amidst the picturesque scenery of clear waters and verdant mountains, a breathtakingly beautiful figure stands serenely by the lake. A gentle breeze ripples the water's surface, carrying a refreshing natural scent and ruffling the hair of a woman standing by the water. Her snow-white hair, flowing in the air, complements her tall figure and slender physique, creating a stunningly beautiful scene. A fiefdom to establish a king, or a celestial artifact? You choose. Duanmu Nihuang is dressed in a white, fitted outfit, similar to the attire she wore when they first met in the Mirror of Emptiness. She turns around, and in her jade-like palm lies a paintbrush, emanating an aura similar to that of the dragon scales and the sun-shooting bow, a celestial artifact. But at this moment, Su Tianyi's attention is completely drawn to the Empress. Freed from the constraints of her imperial crown, her long, silver hair cascades down her shoulders. A slight smile plays on her lips, a far cry from the imposing aura she exuded when they last met. In a daze, Su Tianyi traveled through time and space, meeting the young Empress, and the woman from the Taishu realm that day. Is there something on my face? Seeing this, Duanmu Nihuang said calmly. Knowing he had been impolite, Su Tianyi immediately lowered his head respectfully, saying, "This humble one is ignorant," and was astonished by the empress's unparalleled beauty.
Duanmu Niwang teased, "What, have you taken a fancy to me again?" Hearing this, Su Tianyi's heart skipped a beat. Was she about to make things clear?
Unable to fathom the empress's thoughts, he lowered his head even further, his body tensing unconsciously, his eyes fixed on the stone on the ground. "I wouldn't dare."
The empress, unpredictable as ever, pressed on relentlessly, asking, "You do have such thoughts, but you dare not?"
Su Tianyi broke out in a cold sweat.
Wasn't this a death trap? How was he supposed to answer?
To say he had no feelings for the empress would be to question her charm, to say he did would be to ask if he was out of his mind. After much deliberation, Su Tianyi decided to unleash the Su Wuxuang personality he had suppressed. That way, even if he offended the empress later, she wouldn't be able to punish him, right? He had already warned her yesterday. With these memories newly integrated, the personality shift was uncontrollable.
Chapter 135: Marrying into Another Family? Is there really such a good thing? Su Tianyi stopped consciously controlling himself, relaxing his mind.
Then, his aura shifted, becoming like that of a young emperor, possessing an indescribable majesty. He looked directly at the empress. "Indeed, I have my intentions."
"What does your majesty think?"
Compared to his actions in the Void Realm, Su Wuxuang had become much more restrained.
Although still arrogant, he wasn't utterly disdainful. He could still distinguish the difference between a Divine Power Realm Empress and a Supreme Realm Empress. The Empress was surprised by his change in attitude.
She realized that a person could truly change so drastically in such a short time. Her suspicions about Su Tianyi completely vanished.
She had previously wondered if he was deceiving her. The Empress smiled faintly. "Why are you being so polite today?" Su Wuxuang replied, "The strong deserve the treatment of the strong."
The Empress's expression remained unchanged, but she was inwardly annoyed.
Did this mean that in the Void Realm, she was weak? If you can't speak properly, then don't speak. This isn't cute at all.
You're much more pleasing to the eye with your previous cautious, timid personality.
You think you're qualified to sit on equal footing with me?
The Empress said coldly, releasing the pressure of a Supreme Realm expert. Su Wuxuang remained unmoved, as immovable as a mountain, calmly replying, "Pure pressure without the power of laws is useless against me." The Empress stood with her hands behind her back, her hand clenching involuntarily.
This guy really deserves a beating. The Empress, unconvinced, increased her attack, but Su Wuxuang remained as steady as a mountain.
His pressure was merely a mental intimidation. He had once personally suppressed a supreme being at the 8th level of the Supreme Realm with the help of the Immortal Dynasty's fortune. Naturally, he felt no awe towards the Empress, a 6th-level Supreme Realm expert.
Duanmu Niwang, enraged, said, "A mere Divine Power Realm cultivator, what arrogance! I'll see just how powerful you are."
Su Wuxuang scoffed, "I also want to test your strength."
3 minutes later.
Su Wuxuang lay on the ground, writhing and breathless, gasping for air. "Woman, you have no martial ethics."
Duanmu Niwang sneered, If your cultivation isn't high enough, don't try to act all high and mighty."
"I never said I'd guide you at the same level. A rogue like you doesn't deserve to be an emperor," Su Wuxuang said with disdain.
Having vented her anger by beating Su Wuxuang, the Empress was in a good mood and didn't dwell on his rudeness. "Do you know why I didn't kill you, you impudent fool?"
Su Wuxuang lay on the ground, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. It was a fair duel. Looking at this stubborn bastard, the Empress wanted nothing more than to slap him to death.
Would it kill him to say something conciliatory?
Suddenly, the Empress thought of something amusing, and a bright smile appeared on her face. "Su Tianyi, do you know,
My name is Su Wuxuang." Interrupted, the Empress's robes billowed involuntarily.
Suppressing her anger, she continued.
"Since I can remember, I have had a strong aversion to men.
Under pressure from my father, I reluctantly made a decision. Whoever passes the final test will be my husband." There was one more thing she didn't say. She didn't feel that same aversion towards Su Tianyi. Duanmu Nihuan felt that something was connecting the two of them, especially since he had actually managed to defeat her among those of equal strength. All of this gave her a sense of destiny, as if her past aversion to men was a prelude to his arrival.
If Su Tianyi knew the Empress's thoughts, he'd definitely praise Chuluwali. The power of origin was indeed useful for winning over girls. Having no aversion to the only opposite sex that was half the battle won. Oh. Su Wuxuan's expression was indifferent. What if the one who clears the level is a woman?
Young man, your focus is strange.
A prominent vein appeared on the Empress's fair forehead. There are no ifs. After calming down slightly, the Empress replied.
In that case, go back and marry me.
Su Wuxuan regained some strength, got up from the ground, and leaned against a tree.
Seeing his matter-of-fact attitude, the Empress's anger surged. She wanted to tear that hateful face apart. All the humiliation she had suffered in her life, all combined, didn't compare to today. The Empress calmed herself again. Your talent is quite good, you are indeed qualified to marry me.
Su Wuxuan nodded, good to know. We are a perfect match, except for me.
Wait, what did you just say?
You want me to marry into your family?
The Empress said, that's right.
Su Wuxuan angrily retorted, impossible. Absolutely impossible.
A smile finally bloomed on the Empress's icy face. Young man, this matter is not up to you.
How could the crown prince of the dignified Wuxuan immortal dynasty possibly marry into the family?
If word got out, he would be laughed to death. Su Wuxuan wanted to argue further, but the Empress had already made her decision, brooking no questioning. The matter is settled.
The day you break through to the Dao Heaven realm will be our wedding day. With that, the Empress produced a golden betrothal letter, on which it stated that Su Tianyi voluntarily married into the Duanmu family, and so on. Under the Empress's forceful control, Su Wuxuan, in utter humiliation, left her unique mark on the betrothal letter.
Such a humiliating disgrace nearly made him vomit blood. The next moment, his demeanor changed.
Su Tianyi looked at the betrothal letter in the Empress's hand, thinking, such a good thing? As a professional gigolo, Su Tianyi felt no shame, but rather pride.
Being young and unaware of the value of a rich woman, mistaking a young girl for a treasure, was a flawed mindset that had to be corrected. Being a gigolo was so appealing, and this meal ticket was so beautiful it was like a dream.
Su Tianyi felt completely relaxed.
Yesterday he was wondering how to win the Empress's heart, but today she had actually delivered herself to him.
Your Majesty is of noble birth, this humble one is utterly unworthy. Please rescind your decree.
Su Tianyi knew the Empress was extremely assertive. The more assertive she was, the more it fueled her competitive spirit.
As expected, the Empress revealed a smug expression. Humph, you've offended me, and you think you can just walk away? Su Tianyi, you're destined to be my son-in-law. Duanmu Nihuang was in high spirits.
She had been worried that Su Tianyi might not object. Although she wouldn't back out, not seeing the scoundrel's ashamed and indignant expression made her feel somewhat regretful and annoyed. Su Tianyi continued to feign embarrassment. Since ancient times, marrying into a family has been considered a great disgrace by men.
Even your Majesty, this humble one will not comply.
This is not only a matter of a man's dignity, but also of the face of the Tai-Xian Holy Land. The Xian Tian Holy Son will never marry into another family. To make his performance more convincing, Su Tianyi diligently searched through his past memories, gradually becoming engrossed, speaking with conviction and conviction. His current situation cannot be described as memory fusion, it's more accurate to say he knows what happened before. The memories of the past exist in his mind like a movie, which he cannot yet fully empathize with and needs time to process. This is why he exhibits two extremes, almost like a split personality. Seeing that Su Tianyi, regardless of his personality, strongly resisted marrying into another family, Duanmu Nihuan gradually became excited. To be honest, she disliked the feeling of being ordained by fate, but at this moment, that feeling vanished, and she even began to look forward to the interesting life ahead. Chapter 136: The Clingy Empress. The Empress revealed a wicked smile. This disobedient youth needed proper discipline. Su Tianyi felt a chill run down his spine, a feeling akin to a little rabbit stumbling into a fox's den. He quickly shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind. As long as he could have her, how could he not feel like he was losing out? Of course, he wouldn't actually marry into the family.
While he wasn't opposed to it, he already had many female companions. A son-in-law expecting 3 wives and 4 concubines? How could that be possible? That silly girl, Duanmu Qingxue, was one thing, but the empress would never allow him to do that. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Su Tianyi tentatively asked, "Your Majesty, this humble subject already has someone he likes." "More than one."
"More than one, are you proud of that?" the empress said calmly, her expression unreadable. Su Tianyi, experienced as he was, had already sensed the empress's displeasure, but still forced himself to say, "This humble one is not a suitable man."
"I beg your Majesty to rescind your order for me to marry into your family." Su Tianyi wasn't lying, he was sincere. Knowing the empress's intention to marry him was enough.
Ultimately, marriage and being married were merely matters of power.
Once he was recognized as a member of the imperial family and wielded considerable influence, how could a mere empress possibly resist? As the ruler of a nation, how can my words be taken lightly?
The empress frowned, displeased, and began to reprimand Su Tianyi. "Does your Xian Holy Land intend to deceive the emperor and disobey his decrees?" Su Tianyi replied, "This humble subject has already established a relationship with them.
Am I to simply abandon them like this? Your Majesty wouldn't want your future husband to be an irresponsible scumbag, would you?"
The empress thought for a moment, then threw the problem back at him. "You created this emotional debt yourself, you must resolve it."
Su Tianyi. With that, the empress turned and left.
Just then, Chu cried out anxiously, "Master, that returning void pen contains primordial power."
"I want it. I want it." Why so agitated? Su Tianyi was puzzled. How did Chu know the pen was called Returning Void? Had she seen it before?
Before he could think further, Su Tianyi hurriedly stopped the empress. "Your Majesty, my reward for clearing the level."
The empress stopped, muttering, "Isn't the reward for marrying into the family enough? This little rascal is truly insatiable." Hearing this, Su Tianyi felt somewhat embarrassed, unsure whether the empress's words were an unconscious complaint or intentionally meant for him. The empress turned her head, expressionless. "Have you made your choice?" "I choose the immortal artifact. I'm already a son-in-law, what's the point of being granted land and a title?" Su Tianyi wanted to retort. "You have no sense of propriety. You're already mine, what do you need an immortal artifact for?"
The empress angrily tossed him the immortal brush, leaving behind a complaint before vanishing. Su Tianyi stood there, stunned, never expecting such words to come from the empress's mouth. Staring in the direction she had left, he muttered to himself, "When you say I'm yours, what harm is there in returning the immortal artifact?" "No." In the fairy painting, Chu clutched the returning void brush tightly.
Su Tianyi said speechlessly, after recovering the primordial power stored on it, "It won't be that important anymore, will it?"
Chu bit her lower lip, stubbornly saying, "I won't give it to her, it's Chu's." Seeing this, Su Tianyi stroked her head and said softly, "Since it's so important to you, then I'll give it to Chu." Hearing this, Chu happily threw herself into his arms, murmuring, "Master, you're so kind."
Su Tianyi smiled, "What's the reward for this inheritance?" Chu said guiltily, "It's this pen." Su Tianyi's lips twitched, "Can I go back on my word?"
Chu began to whine, "Master."
"Just kidding, it's just a pen, how can it be more important than Chu?"
Su Tianyi was completely charmed by the little Chu, and for the first time, he thought that a bun hairstyle wasn't so bad after all.
Back in his palace, Su Tianyi prepared to merge the memories.
Before going into seclusion, he instructed Meiji, "Don't disturb me unless it's something important." The next day, early in the morning, Su Tianyi, feeling utterly hopeless, followed the palace officials into the palace.
Duanmu Niwon, dressed in simple elegance, enthusiastically offered to teach him painting.
Besides the honorific, she had rewarded him with a celestial artifact and was now responsible for helping him master it.
Su Tianyi breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking the empress intended to continue instructing him today. In the pavilion,
Su Tianyi pretended to be a complete novice, and the empress patiently guided him, stroke by stroke, holding his hand. The two were very close, the alluring fragrance of the woman lingering in the air, captivating his senses.
The soft touch from behind occasionally made Su Tiany's cheeks flush.
This youthful shyness was, of course, feigned. After all, the Empress enjoyed this kind of behavior. Looking at the white-clad man, blushing yet still pretending to be earnestly learning to paint, the Empress felt a strange emotion welling up within her. She knew who Su Tiany was, of course.
She knew he had a rich romantic history, and she knew he might be faking it, but so what? As long as he's willing to keep pretending, the fake can become real.
The second day, the third day, the 10th day, Su Tiany rose early and returned late, spending every day learning painting from the Empress, with absolutely no free time.
On the 11th day, Su Tiany couldn't take it anymore and displayed his superb painting skills.
He thought it would end there, but then the Empress decided to start teaching him to play the zither.
Su Tiany. He was really going crazy.
These past few days, he hadn't been able to squeeze out a single moment for cultivation. He spent almost all his time, except for sleeping, with the Empress. Looking at the radiant Empress, Su Tiany suddenly realized that she might be cultivating feelings for him.
At dusk,
Su Tiany hinted to her that he wouldn't be coming tomorrow, he had many things to do.
The Empress's face darkened, and she huffed, "What serious business could you possibly have?" Su Tiany tried to explain, but the Empress waved her hand, saying, "Get lost.
I've had my eye on you for a long time, I just want some peace and quiet."
As he was about to disappear, the Empress couldn't help but add, "I'm kindly guiding you, you aunt, and you're still impatient. You're a heartless wretch." Su Tiany gave a wry smile.
Being with the Empress, enjoying romance, playing music, and painting, he naturally longed for more. But his immediate priority was breaking through to the feathered realm.
He couldn't afford to spend every day with the Empress.
Without sufficient strength, he would always be at a disadvantage against this kind of woman. He didn't want to remain a golden sparrow, her subservient man. It has to be said that Su Wushwang's personality, even without his active efforts to integrate during this period, has still had a certain impact on him.
That night, Meiji, who had been neglected for over 10 days, finally couldn't help but complain, "Master, are we going again tomorrow?" Su Tiany hugged her, "No, we're not going." Meiji's expression brightened, "Then tonight?" Su Tiany said seriously, "Meiji, let's be together completely tonight." Meiji paused, "Aren't we saving it for breaking through to the Supreme Realm?" Su Tiany said, "Mayor, I don't want to wait anymore. P.S. This is my first time updating 3 chapters in a row.
I think it deserves a reward for my dedication, to keep me motivated to update 3 chapters every day."
Chapter 137, The Empress's Heart Turns to Mortals?
Meiji gazed at Su Tiany with tender affection, but after a long while, she shook her head and refused. "I appreciate your kindness, young master, and I'm very happy. However, for the sake of your smooth cultivation path in the future, I cannot give it to you now."
Su Tiany smiled, "I understand your thoughts.
What I want to tell you is that for others, the transition from the Tao Heaven realm to the Supreme Realm is like an insurmountable chasm, but for me, it's at most a small stream." This was indeed the reason he had restrained his desires and not taken Meiji's advances before. But after his memories awakened, everything changed. It wasn't just the full recovery of his divine body and the improvement in his cultivation, but also the broadening of his mindset and horizons. Before, in his eyes, the Supreme Realm represented the most powerful combat force in the world, a synonym for supreme strength, something inviolable, unattainable, like a god. Back then, even though Su Tiany considered himself no less capable than any other outstanding individual, he still held the Supreme Realm in awe.
Master's talent is exceptional, and he is in a class of his own in the immortal spirit continent.
It still took him 3,000 years to reach the Supreme Realm. Therefore, just in case, he used Meiji as a backup plan for breaking through to the next realm. Now, knowing the past, he realizes that the Supreme Realm isn't all that special.
Su Wushwang has encountered hundreds, if not thousands, of Supreme Realm experts since childhood. He even personally suppressed an 8th-tier Supreme Realm demonic tycoon.
His personal guard includes several Supreme Realm experts. As the crown prince of the peerless immortal dynasty, aspiring to rebuild the ancient heavenly court and become the ruler of all beings, why would someone like him need external help to break through to the mere Supreme Realm?
Hearing this, Meiji stared blankly at Su Tiany. Su Tiany, too, looked into those captivating eyes. Just as he thought things were about to ignite, Meiji said coquettishly, "Young master, how come you've learned to boast too? What kind of existence is the Supreme Realm?" There are probably no more than 20 existing Supreme Realm experts in the entire immortal spirit continent, and they are all ancient monsters tens of thousands of years old. In her generation, only the Empress and the Demoness have broken through. Su Tianyi. Women, long hair, short wits. Su Tianyi said, "Once I take you to see the outside world, you'll realize that the Supreme Realm is nothing special." Actually, he wasn't right. Even in the center of the world, the Tianyuan continent, the Supreme Realm was still a revered and supreme existence, one that most people would never even see in their lifetime. Su Tianyi was just one of the very few at the top of the pyramid, a lucky one born at the summit. Really? I don't believe it. Meiji acted as if to say, "I'm not a naive girl like Xiao Dai, I can't be fooled." Su Tianyi reached out and cupped her cheek, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, and gently said, "I never lie." Meiji couldn't help but roll her eyes. Here we go again? Who are you trying to fool? After being together for so long, who doesn't know your personality? Of course, Meiji wouldn't say these words aloud. Although she knew her young master was unreliable, every time he said such things, his tender tone and peach blossom eyes were exceptionally charming. Even knowing it's a lie, one wants to believe it's true. Su Tianyi gently massaged her snowy cheek, making Meiji's body go limp. He slowly approached and kissed her sensual red lips. Fallen leaves are not heartless, the bedsheets are stained with their love. The next day, flames blazed in the sky. Meiji nestled in Su Tianyi's arms, whimpering, "It's over. If the Holy Master finds out, who knows how he'll torture me." Before she left, she repeatedly told me not to give it to you too soon. Su Tianyi held her contentedly, saying, "When Master questions you, just say I didn't want to give it to him, but he forced it on me." Okay. Su Tianyi said, "Well, since we have nothing to do today, let's continue to deepen our bond." Ah. Young master, weren't you complaining about not having time to cultivate yesterday? Didn't I have some erotic novels? If the Empress is willing, this holy son can stay in the imperial palace every day. Shu, don't talk nonsense. Meiji whispered, "The Empress is all-powerful, do you want to die?" Su Tianyi pursed his lips. He was indeed in awe when he first saw her true form in the imperial palace, but after witnessing her womanly side, he truly couldn't muster any fear. Enough of this, Mayor, I need your help with my cultivation. At the summit of the mountain behind the imperial palace, the Empress stood against the wind, her expression fixed on the direction of the Zhulu Academy. As expected, there's nothing of importance to discuss. Your Majesty, when will you unify the immortal realm? Xiao Qingxian, the dean of Zhulu Academy, stepped out from the void and stood respectfully behind the Empress. After a long silence, the Empress said calmly, "No rush, it's already in my grasp." Xiao Qingxuan's expression was strange, filled with confusion and doubt, not understanding what the Empress was waiting for. Unifying the immortal realm, expanding territory, increasing destiny, and using this momentum to advance to the 7th-tier supreme level in one fell swoop, it was a win-win situation. Suddenly, the Empress asked, "Grand Preceptor, you are so knowledgeable, do you know why someone might suddenly think of another person, long for another?" I don't consciously think about it, but that person's smile always unconsciously floats into my mind, and their voice seems to echo in my ears, making me restless and uneasy. But this feeling isn't irritating, instead, it has a faint warmth. What's going on? Xiao Qingxian was dumbfounded. Could it be that Her Majesty has fallen for someone? Considering that Her Majesty had been summoning the Xian Tian Holy Sun to the palace every day these past few days, he had a guess in his heart. He seemed to understand why the Empress hadn't unified the immortal spirit continent. The Heavenly Tao Academy had allocated several places for the immortal spirit continent, but the allocation of these places hadn't been finalized. If the Empress unified the immortal spirit continent, it would mean that Su Tianyi would soon have to go to the Tianyuan continent to study. Thinking this, Xiao Qingxian said solemnly, "I've been single for tens of thousands of years and have never experienced romantic feelings. I don't know what such thoughts are." After Xiao Qingxian left, the Empress finally reacted, her cheeks flushed crimson, her beauty dazzling.
Overwhelmed with shame and indignation, she cried out, "What nonsense!
How could I possibly like that impudent scoundrel? He's nothing but an ant.
Letting him marry into the family was only because of a past promise. Yes, as the ruler of a nation, I cannot break my promise, that's why I did it," the empress affirmed to herself.
When did I learn to deceive myself?
After an unknown amount of time, the empress gazed at the blazing sun on the horizon, mocking herself.
Is this what love and affection in this world are? It's truly inexplicable. Don't the books say that one must experience life and death, separation and reunion, love and hate, before becoming so anxious and insecure? The empress stood atop the mountain, pondering for an entire day, yet still couldn't understand what was going on.
She only felt that this was far more difficult than cultivation. Matters of the heart are comparable to age-old trials, causing hearts to flutter with melancholy. Waking, one thinks of her face; sleeping, one hears her voice.
After returning to her boudoir, Duanmu Niwon sat down at her desk to write.
Her handwriting was lively and graceful, a stark contrast to her usual sharp strokes, and bore a striking resemblance to Su Tiany's handwriting.
Chapter 138. On Duanmu Ling Shuang's birthday, Su Tiany prepares to propose marriage. Winter has passed, the earth has warmed, and spring is in full bloom.
On the willow branches, birds chirp in pairs, as if confiding their innermost feelings.
10 days have passed since Su Tiany and Meiji got together.
During this time, he has used seclusion as an excuse to avoid seeing anyone. He spends his days merging with his past memories and his nights cultivating, occasionally discussing the writing of the character Koan with Meiji.
Perhaps due to the seal within his body, Su Tiany's fusion is not perfect, with slight flaws, but this is insignificant. Unless he is fully immersed in battle, Su Wuxuan's personality is unlikely to reappear. Su Tiany doesn't actually see this as a flaw. He has to admit that Su Wuxuan's personality makes her even more formidable in combat.
To be honest, in this situation, he inexplicably wants to laugh. It feels like playing a video game. In his past life, he wasn't known for his good temper, but he was definitely not prone to anger. However, when he became completely immersed in a game called King's Continent, he was like a different person. After playing a few rounds, he felt like killing someone, wanting to smash his phone, trace the network cable to find those bad and stubborn teammates, and then, in this extreme emotional state, he'd even give a passing dog a good spanking. Today, Su Tiany, who had been holed up in seclusion for so long, finally emerged. Along the way, every student looked at him with unwavering admiration. Just a few days ago, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion officially announced that Su Tiany was a forbidden prodigy. Arriving at the Xian Tian gate, he discovered that the group who had gone back to punish Tang Shan that day had gradually returned.
Su Tiany asked, "When will senior sister Sienna return?"
He knew Tang Shan's fate without even asking. Betrayed by his own sister, he must have died with resentment. The person being questioned shook their head blankly. Just then, Du Feiyu rushed over. "Holy Son, senior sister asked me to bring you a letter."
Su Tiany took it and eagerly opened it.
After reading it, his expression turned strange. The letter essentially said that she wanted to know who the eldest wife was, but his master refused to tell him, and she was now pestering him.
Su Tiany understood. His master couldn't possibly say, "I've taken a liking to your fiancé and snatched him away," could he?
Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, his senior sister wasn't asking him, otherwise he might have offended his master.
He wasn't confident he could keep quiet under his senior sister's coquettish charm.
By the way, the Ping'an Prince's mansion sent an invitation.
Tomorrow is the 100th birthday banquet of the first princess, Duanmu Ling Shuang. Will your highness attend?
Seeing Su Tiany finish reading the letter, Du Feiyu took out an exquisitely crafted invitation with silver trim from his robes and respectfully presented it with both hands.
Su Tiany's expression brightened, and he immediately accepted the gift.
He had heard that Qingxue was in seclusion, breaking through her cultivation barrier, and he hadn't seen her for quite some time, missing her dearly.
Sister's 100th birthday celebration, she should be out of seclusion by now, right?
He guessed she was probably already out, and after a moment's hesitation, decided to wait until tomorrow. After pretending to deal with the Xian Tian sex problems for a while, Su Tiany slipped away when no one was looking. On his way back, he coincidentally encountered Fan Shi, his sworn brother from the secret realm. Fan Shi was wearing a white shirt, his long hair tied up high, looking dashing and debonair. He had indeed been riding high lately. Ever since the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion announced him as a forbidden prodigy, the dean of the Deer Chasing Academy had personally appeared and publicly accepted him as a disciple. Therefore, the Tai sect didn't dare retaliate against the Tianxia Alliance for taking advantage of their misfortune when they were besieged by the Xiantian sect. During the trials, the Tianjiao Alliance seemed to have forgotten their past grievances, remaining completely silent. Now, the Tianxia Alliance was thriving. Although lacking in foundation, it was already widely considered the fifth largest power in the academy. He himself was even regarded as one of the two peerless prodigies, on par with Su Tianyi. Fan Shi was well aware of his own abilities and knew he couldn't compare to Su Tianyi. He had personally stated that he was inferior, but no one believed him. Instead, it was considered mere modesty. Fan Shi was quite helpless about this. In this era, why did no one believe the truth? Upon meeting Su Tianyi, he revealed the matter of their being on par. Su Tianyi waved his hand and laughed. "It's just empty fame, brother Fan, no need to worry about it." Hearing this, Fan Shi smiled brightly. Although the other party had deceived him and even the entire World Alliance in the secret realm, he still believed that Su Tianyi was a decent person and not one to seek fame for personal gain. Su Tianyi also had a good impression of Fan Shi. For someone from a humble background to achieve what he had today must have been incredibly difficult. The two found a quiet courtyard, sat together, and drank some wine. The wine was quite strong, and since Fan Shi hadn't deliberately refined it, after a few cups, he was already somewhat drunk. Fan Shi, his face flushed and slightly tipsy, muttered, "Brother Tianyi, this journey has been incredibly difficult." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, "From a poor family? I wish I were from a poor family." Su Tianyi asked curiously, "Brother Fan, aren't you from a poor family?" Fan Shi replied, "At least poor families were once wealthy. My ancestors were always poor, not a single cultivator ever came from our family. From a young age, I displayed extraordinary talent, but due to insufficient spiritual energy, I couldn't break through to the spirit-gathering realm, wasting many years in the body-tempering realm." At this point, Fan Shi choked up slightly. "Do you know the despair of exhausting your family's wealth and still not being able to obtain even a small piece of low-grade spirit stone?" Su Tianyi paused, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "It's all in the past now." He hadn't expected that people from the lower classes would face such hardship. To have emerged from a remote, impoverished place devoid of spiritual energy, it truly was a difficult journey for him. Fan Shi smiled again. "Yes, it's all in the past." That day, the two talked a lot. Su Tianyi learned of Fan Shi's hardships and many untold difficulties. At this moment, Su Tianyi truly considered him a friend worth having. The Xiantian sect and the Tianxia Alliance officially formed an alliance. Back in his palace, Su Tianyi began rummaging through his belongings. Meiji sat quietly in front of the mirror, tilting her head as she combed her hair. "Young master, what are you looking for?" "Tomorrow is the birthday of the first princess of Pingyang Prince's mansion. I'm thinking about what gift to give her," Su Tianyi replied. "Just a heavenly rank weapon will do," Meiji tossed her hair and replied casually. Su Tianyi said, "I plan to propose to the princess tomorrow. The gift can't be too meager." Meiji's hand holding the comb hovered in the air. "When did you and the first princess get together?" Su Tianyi, I was actually talking about the little princess. She spent some time in the Xiantian Holy Land." Upon hearing this, Meiji was even more shocked. Rumor has it that the empress intends to bestow the title of princess upon the little princess, so she might have a chance to become the empress of Great Qin in the future. "Would the prince of Pingyang marry her to you? Does young master intend to marry into the family?" Su Tianyi laughed. "A mere princess is worthy? I refused even when the empress of Great Qin asked me to marry into her family." A flash of red, and Meiji appeared in front of Su Tianyi, covering his mouth. "Young master, why are you being so arrogant again? If the empress hears this, you'll lose your head." Su Tianyi. No one believes the truth? Su Tianyi picked up Meiji and walked towards the soft couch. Anyone who dares to question the young master must be properly taught a lesson.
Chapter 139 The Grand Princess is Targeting. Night. Ping in Prince's mansion.
Inside the newly built bamboo house. Yi Feiyu hugged Duanmu Qingxue, pouting, "Sister Qingxue, I haven't seen you in so long.
I missed you so much."
Duanmu Qingxue, composed and elegant, gently released a wisp of musk incense, the smoke swirling, the fragrance pleasant and refreshing. Don't always think about playing.
If you cultivated seriously, you wouldn't just be at the low-level Unity realm now.
Yi Feiyu hugged her arm, embarrassed, "I'm working really hard now."
Duanmu Qingxue smiled, shaking her head slightly, thinking it was just a passing fancy and wouldn't last.
"Sister Qingxue, why has your hair turned black?"
Yi Feiyu asked.
"You'll understand when you meet someone you like," Duanmu Qingxue said.
Yi Feiyu muttered, "How do you know I'm not pregnant?" Duanmu Qingxue glanced at her, "You're pregnant?"
Yi Feiyu beamed, "Yes."
"Really? Let your sister check."
Duanmu Qingxue reached out and touched her stomach. Yi Feiyu giggled, tickled, "Sister Qingxue, I'm serious, I'm not joking."
"Wah, let me go. You've changed. My sister Qingxue would never bully someone like that." Duanmu Qingxue snorted, "Who told Feiyu to become so bad? Lying to your sister like that? Does any man dare to want a spoiled young lady like you?"
Yi Feiyu retorted, "The person I like is the most outstanding person in the whole world, already famous throughout the land."
"Come on, haven't seen you in a while, and you've learned to brag?" Duanmu Qingxue rolled her eyes. I'm not bragging."
"He's not only the most outstanding person, but also the most beautiful."
"Sister Qingxue, just be envious.
You'll never find a man more outstanding than him in your entire life." Yi Feiyu stood with her hands on her hips, looking incredibly proud.
"Beautiful?" Duanmu Qingxue paused, and upon hearing that word, Su Tiany's image instinctively flashed into her mind. She smiled and said, "What a coincidence. The person my sister likes is also very beautiful. Want to compare?" Yi Feiyu immediately perked up. "You have someone you like? Who is it? What's their status?" Duanmu Qingxue shook her head, "You'll find out tomorrow."
Yi Feiyu was annoyed, so mysterious.
"If you won't tell me, then I won't either."
When your man sees me, he'll probably be so inferior he won't even be able to lift his head."
Duanmu Qingxue smiled without saying a word.
"It's late, time to rest."
"Feiyu hasn't held you while sleeping in a long time."
"Oh, stop it. You're such a grown-up, sleeping together like this is improper."
"I don't care, I want it. Just this once.
After this, Qingxue won't have the chance to sleep with me anymore."
So having a man makes you so great, huh?" Having a man makes me great." Hearing this, Duanmu Qingxue exclaimed, "Judging by your unreserved manner, have you already been taken advantage of?"
Yi Feiyu's cheeks glowed like the morning sun, incredibly beautiful. "Yes, he said he'd take responsibility."
Duanmu Qingxue was utterly shocked. "Nonsense. Who do you think you are? Would he dare not take responsibility? Maybe someone else is only after your status. Look at you, so silly. You've probably been deceived without even realizing it."
Yi Feiyu was unhappy and retorted loudly, "He's not that kind of person. Don't you dare speak ill of him." Then, seemingly realizing her tone had been inappropriate, she added, "His status is no less than mine, he definitely didn't come for this."
Duanmu Qingxue remained worried. "Does uncle know about this?"
"I told him when I got home, and afterwards, I was confined for several days, but..." Yi Feiyu changed the subject. Luckily his talent is unparalleled, which made father see him in a different light. Now he doesn't object anymore, just waiting for him to come and propose." As she spoke, Yi Feiyu couldn't help but complain, so annoying.
"I didn't expect father to be so materialistic. It's infuriating." Duanmu Qingxue smiled.
It was good that the Prime Minister knew about this. Thinking this, she began to feel sorry for herself.
When would that scoundrel come to the prince's mansion to bring it up? Father, would he object? The two best friends gradually fell asleep during their quiet late-night chat.
The next day, the entrance to the Duanmu prince's mansion was bustling with carriages and people coming and going in an endless stream. Su Tianyi and Fan Shi arrived together, chatting and laughing. Inside the prince's mansion, pavilions and towers stood in rows, magnificent and elegant. Upon entering, the two casually found a place to sit. Before them, music and dance were in full swing. The dancers, dressed in revealing clothing, displayed their slender waists, swaying their graceful figures. The banquet hadn't officially begun, but the atmosphere was already lively. People clinked glasses, exchanging toasts, and those who knew each other began to chat. Su Tianyi and Fan Shi, after exchanging pleasantries, began to admire the dancers' captivating figures. "Brother Fan, if you like one, why not take one home? I'm sure the woman you choose in the prince's mansion would be more than happy to oblige." "Tianyi, you flatter me," Su Tianyi teased. "Brother Tianyi, you jest," Fan Shi replied, tilting his head back and downing his drink with an air of magnanimity. Setting down his glass, Fan Shi quipped, "When are you going to marry the third young lady of the Yi family?" He winked and leaned closer to Su Tianyi, whispering, "Your little Dai won't be angry, will she?" Su Tianyi chuckled, surprised that Fan Shi had this side to her. But his laughter soon faded. Xiao Dai had no objections, but gossip certainly would. Don't let her demure demeanor in front of him fool you. She was a truly spoiled and willful young lady before. If she were present when Su Tianyi proposed to Duanmu Qingxue today, she might have thrown a huge scene without any restraint. After all, he had used some verbal traps when he was with Yi Feiyu. Thinking of this, Su Tianyi stood up and looked around. Seeing that Yi Feiyu wasn't present, he breathed a sigh of relief. This highly anticipated banquet was an excellent opportunity to propose marriage, but the opportunity had come too suddenly, and he hadn't had time to eliminate Yi Feiyu as a potential threat. However, Su Tianyi was confident that once things were settled today, he could definitely persuade Yi Feiyu with his silver tongue. Shortly afterward, Duanmu Ling Shuang appeared. Even at her centennial celebration, she was still dressed in armor, her heroic and dashing appearance drawing everyone's attention. Su Tianyi was also attracted. He was purely admiring her, he wasn't lustful. The room fell silent, then erupted in enthusiastic applause as guests offered their blessings and gifts. When it was Su Tianyi's turn, he confidently stood up and conjured a unicorn celestial horse out of thin air. Only a female war goddess like the Grand Princess is worthy of it. It's a bit of a waste for me. This gift, while not the most precious, was certainly the most thoughtfully chosen. Everyone couldn't help but imagine Duanmu Ling Shuang, spear in hand, seated on the horse, exuding unparalleled elegance. To everyone's surprise, the Grand Princess coldly snorted, offering no thanks, and simply walked past Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi stood there awkwardly, at a loss for words. When had he offended the Grand Princess? Just then, the Grand Princess transmitted her voice, "Don't you already have Miss Yi? What are you doing here looking for my Qingxue? P.S. 3 updates a day is so difficult. I haven't had any rest time. I wanted to be lazy, but thinking about the 9.5 yuan gifts from all the lovely readers yesterday, I couldn't let my conscience get past me if I didn't update 3 times today. Brothers, let's support this cause. If we get more than 5 coins, we'll continue with 3 more updates." Chapter 140 Imperial Edict, Duanmu Ling Shuang is granted the title of princess. Su Tianyi stood frozen, utterly bewildered. How did Qingxue know about his affair with him? The clanging of armor gradually subsided. After a long pause, he finally sat down, looking embarrassed. Once the Grand Princess was gone, Fan Shi, unable to contain himself, leaned in to gossip. "What's going on? It seems the Grand Princess is targeting you?" Su Tianyi glanced around, his face darkening, becoming ashen. He saw that everyone at the nearby tables, young and old, was listening intently, craning their necks. Su Tianyi replied indifferently, "It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding." Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about this. He could boast about it later. As the gift-giving was nearing its end, someone from the imperial palace arrived. A maid in red robes stepped forward, her figure graceful, her features refined a rare beauty. Before delving into the Empress's background, Su Tianyi had speculated that she might be a lesbian. After all, there were practically no eunuchs in the palace, let alone men. The empress was so powerful, and all the maids he saw were stunningly beautiful, any one of them would be considered a young lady from a wealthy family in the outside world. Considering all this, it was hard not to speculate about her private life. A red-robed maid in the palace waved her hand, and a golden imperial edict floated in her palm. As the scroll unfurled, the words on it seemed to come alive, flying into the air and automatically arranging themselves. Duanmu Ling Shuang has repeatedly distinguished herself on the battlefield. On the occasion of her 100th birthday, she is hereby rewarded with a top-grade sacred artifact, posthumously granted the title of Princess Pingtian, and included in the Duanmu family genealogy. As the powerful golden characters unfurled, the Empress's majestic voice resounded. The entire audience was shocked. Duanmu Ling Shuang was not only granted the title of princess, but she was also included in the family genealogy. This meant she would be qualified to vie for the throne, seize the mandate of heaven, and become the Empress of Great Qin. Rumor had it that the Empress's favored person was none other than the young princess? What did this imperial decree mean? They didn't know, only that the Empress's heart was unfathomable. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire the Empress's magnanimity. Even though Duanmu Ling Shuang had undergone a blood transfusion and personality change, she was still an outsider. The old guard of the royal family probably wouldn't easily agree. In a small pavilion, Duanmu Qingxue swayed precariously. This sudden news was like a bolt from the blue. "Sister Qingxue, are you all right?" Yi Feiyu, dressed in a long golden dress, beautiful and charming, hurriedly supported her and asked with concern. Duanmu Qingxue's face was pale, and she shook her head to indicate that she was fine. She was naturally peaceful and disliked competition. In fact, she didn't have much ambition for the Empress's throne. However, it's common knowledge that the Empress is extremely averse to men and would never allow a man to inherit the throne. Yet, since the Empress, none of the female descendants have amounted to anything significant, not a single one possesses the potential to be a hero. One day, Prince Ping'an was chatting with a friend, and in his drunken state, he inadvertently revealed that the Empress intended to make his daughter a princess. That friend was a blabbermouth and couldn't resist telling his other friends. Although the blabbermouth had warned his friend not to spread the word, his friend also had friends. Thus, while the news wasn't exactly common knowledge, it was no longer a secret among the upper nobility. Duanmu Qingxue, the most talented woman in the Duanmu royal family in nearly 1,000 years, upon hearing this news, immediately assumed that the Empress's chosen one was herself. The succession to the throne is both an honor and a mission, a responsibility. Therefore, over the years, Duanmu Qingxue has strictly disciplined herself, considering herself the heir. Now, seeing Duanmu Ling Shuang bestowed the title of princess, she naturally felt a complex mix of emotions. Although she didn't care about such things, the collapse of what she had upheld for so many years was difficult to accept. Yi Feiyu was indignant, gritting her teeth. The royal palace kindly adopted her, yet she harbors ulterior motives, wanting to steal your position. At this moment, Duanmu Qingxue's emotions had calmed, her expression returning to normal, revealing a look of relief. "Sister Ling Shuang is indeed more suitable than me." Duanmu Ling Shuang wasn't of royal blood, causing many, like Duanmu Qingxue, to subconsciously rule out this correct answer. If the Empress were willing to convert her, making her a true member of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Ling Shuang would indeed be the most suitable successor, far more suitable than Duanmu Qingxue in both personality and ability. Yi Feiyu, indignant, was about to say something more when Duanmu Qingxue interrupted. "Alright, let's just let this go. Continuing to dwell on it will only affect my relationship with Sister Ling Shuang." Recalling the past details, she should have realized it sooner. When her brother's pursuit of Sister Ling Shuang reached their father's ears, his furious reaction was extremely unusual. Logically speaking, even if he didn't support her brother and Sister Ling Shuang being together, he shouldn't have been so angry, right? Wouldn't a marriage between close relatives be better? But considering that Sister Ling Shuang was the true successor, everything made sense. Just then, a very familiar voice suddenly came from outside. The holy son of Xiantian Su Tianyi met the young princess in the Taishan Holy Land. There were many misunderstandings, but they fell in love after a fight and eventually came together. "We hope your highness will grant our wish." Time rewinds to 3 minutes earlier. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Lingshuan was struck dumb, frozen in place. She had never imagined that the Empress's chosen one would be her. She was merely an adopted daughter. At the same time, Prince Ping'an, dressed in a python robe, strode in, gesturing for his eldest daughter to receive the imperial decree. He was the second prince, originally the most promising heir after the crown prince's deposition. However, the empire's destiny had chosen Duanmu Niuan. While time had lessened his resentment, it hadn't completely extinguished it. The empress's lack of an heir gave him hope. If he couldn't have one, his daughter still had a chance. Therefore, he feigned drunkenness and, through a friend's loose tongue, spread the news to test the empress's attitude. Perhaps feeling some remorse for what had happened years ago, the empress tacitly accepted the rumors. Prince Ping'an had harbored some suspicions before, but now he was completely certain. The empress had chosen his adopted daughter. My own daughter is too gentle and soft-hearted, she's certainly not suited to be emperor. His Majesty is magnanimous, but he shouldn't allow an outsider to rule. But what if she marries into the royal family and bears children? Prince Ping'an pondered the emperor's intentions. Duanmu Lingshuang, bewildered, received the imperial decree and became a noble princess. Compared to the complex emotions of the crowd, Su Tianyi was overjoyed. With Duanmu Qingshui no longer a princess, the opposition from the prince's mansion would decrease exponentially. That girl always believed she was the princess, even declaring that she would share the world with him after becoming empress. Hearing this news now, she must be heartbroken and grieving alone. At this time, for him, the holy son of Xintian, a forbidden prodigy, to step forward and propose marriage to her was surely a way to ease her embarrassment and prevent him from being humiliated. Even if she wasn't a princess, she could still capture the heart of the most outstanding man in the Great Qin. What right did the world have to gossip and speak ill of her behind her back? And so, Su Tianyi publicly expressed his feelings. Upon hearing this, King Ping'an frowned imperceptibly. His eldest daughter had already informed him that the girl liked the Holy Lord's closed-door disciple. He had even sent someone to learn about Su Tianyi's life and was very satisfied at the time, thinking he was a good man who could be settled down with. But since arriving at the deer chasing academy, his reputation has drastically changed. Not only is he involved with a girl from the Yi family, but he also has a junior sister named Xiao Dai by his side, and he's living in Lin Xian'er's palace. Rumors also circulate that he has an affair with the beautiful protector. Upon receiving this news, the king of Ping'an was furious, feeling that the scoundrel had used despicable means to deceive his daughter. Of course, even if Su Tianyi's methods were righteous, the king of Ping'an couldn't bring himself to like him. The king of Ping'an has only loved and married one person in his life. A devoted person, he naturally cannot like someone who is fickle, especially since that person has harmed his own daughter. Chapter 141 Massive Social Death, Su Tianyi's Shura Field. This bastard is the holy son of Xintian, it wouldn't be right to kick him out of the palace in front of so many people. Prince Ping'an pondered how to refuse without making him lose face too much. While he was thinking, Duanmu Qingshui was already leaning against the window, waving and shouting, "Father, I do. Please agree quickly." Prince Ping'an's face turned ashen, he felt terrible, as if he'd eaten shit. His precious daughter had always been quiet and polite. When had she ever shouted like this in front of so many people, completely lacking any ladylike manners? This brat must have drugged her and corrupted her. Alas, daughters grow up and leave home. Since returning from the Xintian Holy Land, Duanmu Qingshui had been in seclusion, breaking through to the transcendent realm. Seeing his daughter's excited expression, Prince Ping'an was certain that his daughter didn't know Su Tianyi's true identity. Just as he was about to tell her Su Tianyi's true identity via telepathy, a palace maid produced another scroll. A golden edict, yet another, resounding one. The empress's voice echoed through the heavens. The young princess of the Ping'an prince's mansion, possessing exceptional talent, comparable to outstanding individuals, is hereby granted the title of Princess Pingyang. The entire hall erupted in uproar. Even the usually imposing and shrewd Prince Ping'an's expression shifted, filled with bewilderment. Two princesses? What did the empress mean by this? Su Tianyi was taken aback. After a moment's thought, he smiled slightly. If anyone in the hall understood the empress best, he was undoubtedly number one. The rumors and gossip outside were likely completely irrelevant to the Empress. Her talent was unparalleled, a unique existence in the entire world. Such a person must have lofty ambitions, aspiring to immortality, and probably hadn't even considered the matter of an heir. The title of princess, so special in the eyes of others, was merely a simple noun in her eyes. Even if a successor is chosen, it must be of my and the Empress's bloodline. For some reason, this thought suddenly popped into Su Tiany's mind. Duanmu Qingxue accepts the decree, thanks your majesty. Duanmu Qingxue moved with graceful ease, arriving at the center of the banquet in a few leaps. After receiving the imperial decree with both hands, she skipped and hopped to Su Tiany's side, taking his arm with a sweet smile. The Prince of Ping'an sighed. Judging from this, was his opinion still really important? With this thought, he began to numb himself, desperately trying to remember that this kid was fearless of power and had an open heart. Damn it, no matter how much I praise him, the thought of my beloved daughter being used as a sacrifice for a pig makes me incredibly unhappy. The Prince of Ping'an simply turned away, out of sight, out of mind. Although Duanmu Qingxue had changed her hair back to black from blonde, she was still dressed in the same elaborate court attire she had worn when they first met, adorned with gold and silver, sparkling with dazzling jewelry, exuding extreme luxury. Her demeanor differed from this opulent attire, a gentle smile played on her lips, while her dimples revealed a playful and mischievous charm. Having not seen each other for a long time, the two remained silent. Su Tiany pulled her close, wanting nothing more than to pull her into his arms. Behind them, Fan Shi stared in disbelief. He thought to himself, Brother Tiany is truly a role model for us all. Not only did he win over Miss Yi in just a few days, but he's even reached the point of discussing marriage with the renowned young princess. The two, inseparable and oblivious to others, showered each other with affection, unaware that Ji Feiyu, standing before the attic window Duanmu Qingxue had peered out from, was sobbing uncontrollably, her mouth covered. The infidelity of her beloved and the betrayal of her best friend made her want to scream. Yi Feiyu opened her mouth, the harsh words she wanted to utter turned into weak sobs. With her back to the window, her delicate body slid limply to the ground, squatting down, her shoulders heaving, silently weeping, utterly pitiful. Outside, Duanmu Qingxue, with her delicate nose, almond-shaped eyes, and snow-white skin, her luscious lips parted slightly, her eyelashes trembling, her head buried deep in Su Tiany's arms. Recovering from the joy of their long-awaited reunion, she began to feel shy. This was the first time she had ever acted so boldly and outrageously in public. Seeing that his daughter genuinely liked this rascal, Prince Ping'an suppressed his displeasure, turned around, and forced a smile. My dear nephew, you are indeed a handsome young man. Su Tiany smiled shyly, looking simple and honest. Uncle, you flatter me. Prince Ping'an's lips twitched slightly. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Besides, who's your uncle? Don't try to establish a connection. Prince Ping'an couldn't stand looking at Su Tiany. He wanted nothing more than to roll up his sleeves and, in front of so many people, beat that perfect, but irritating face into a pig's head. Su Tiany continued shamelessly, Uncle, what do you think about Qingxue and me? Upon hearing this, Prince Ping'an's face darkened. He finally couldn't hold back his tongue and began to criticize, You brat, what's going on between you and Miss Yi? Duanmu Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. She glanced thoughtfully at Su Tiany, then released his arm, stepped forward to hug Prince Ping'an, and said coquettishly, Father, today is my sister's birthday. This is her domain. Can we talk about me back inside? Prince Ping'an roared, No. If this matter isn't clarified today, I will not agree to this marriage. Duanmu Qingxue had never seen her father swear before, and for a moment, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Glancing at Su Tiany's guilty expression out of the corner of her eye, and recalling her conversation with Feiyu the previous night, a bad premonition welled up in her heart. During her seclusion, could they have? Duanmu Qingxue felt a chill run down her spine. Everyone at the banquet pricked up their ears, the melons on the table were swept clean and eaten with relish. Father, I will marry no one but him. To prevent Prince Ping'an from making further trouble, Duanmu Qingxue declared her resolve. King Ping'an's imposing manner faltered, Very well, since you truly love him, your father won't be the villain who breaks up this loving couple.
Duanmu Qingxue was overjoyed. Father agrees? King Pingan looked at Su Tianyi and sneered, I don't object, but that doesn't mean I approve. Besides, Qingxue is now a princess, whether it happens or not is no longer up to me. Su Tianyi lowered his eyes obsequiously, flatteringly saying, Uncle's approval is enough, my feelings for Qingxue are absolutely genuine. How many parts are in your heart? How much does Qingxue take? I don't care if you're a forbidden prodigy or the holy son of Xintian, if you dare to let Qingxue suffer even the slightest grievance, I'll scatter your ashes. King Pingan flung his sleeves and stormed off. Duanmu Qingxue held Su Tianyi's hand and said softly, Don't take it to heart. Father is just straightforward. Su Tianyi shook his head. Uncle is right, Heh, so it's true? What's the story with Miss Yi? Ouch. Duanmu Qingxue pinched Su Tianyi's waist, making him gasp in pain. Qingxue, let me explain. Yi Feiyu is right here. In front of her, this princess will listen to your excuses. Duanmu Qingxue calmly grabbed his waist and dragged him towards the small pavilion. Feiyu's here? Su Tianyi was shocked. With her spoiled young lady's personality, she wouldn't give him a kind look in front of outsiders when she got angry. Having navigated the dating scene for so many years, was he finally facing a love triangle? Both of them, until now, still believed they were devoted and faithful men. What a pain! Chapter 142 Yi Feiyu, Am I the Bad Woman? Duanmu Qingxue carried the dejected Su Tianyi to the small attic. The two hesitated at the door for a long time, neither ready to face Yi Feiyu. Su Tianyi was guilty and dared not face her. Duanmu Qingxue, on the other hand, didn't want to hurt Yi Feiyu. The happy, content look in Yi Feiyu's eyes when she spoke of her beloved yesterday was still vivid in her mind. Whether she faced it or not, she would have to face it sooner or later. Hiding it wasn't a solution. Su Tianyi steeled his resolve and, with trembling hands, pushed open the door. A slender blonde woman stood with her back against the window, her arms wrapped around her knees, her face obscured by strands of hair as she lowered her head. Hearing the door open, the woman looked up. Revealing her delicate, snow-white skin below her neck, and her exquisitely beautiful face, which now appeared pitiful. Yi Feiyu's face was glistening, her eyes moist, a few strands of hair clinging to her skin. Feiyu. Su Tianyi's voice was hoarse, his crying clearly indicated he had heard his earlier words. She glanced up at the two of them, then buried her head in her knees again. Feiyu, Tianyi, he. Hearing Duanmu Qingxue call her so intimately, Yi Feiyu's suppressed emotions finally erupted. You two are the couple. I'm just an outsider. With that, she struggled to her feet, covered her face with her hands, and ran out, her voice trembling with sobs. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and chase after him. Duanmu Qingxue urged. Su Tianyi looked at her, puzzled. Duanmu Qingxue bit her lip, sobbing softly, I must have been blind to have fallen for you. You bastard, you're so fickle. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have liked you in the first place. Su Tianyi lowered his head, I'm sorry. He had 1,000 words in his heart, but in front of this gentle woman who, despite being wronged, still thought of him, he couldn't utter a single one. Duanmu Qingxue continued, It's hateful that I was deceived, that I fell for your trick, that I fell in love with you. Now I'm deeply poisoned, and it's too late to regret it. Su Tianyi said, No matter what, I will never let go of you. Duanmu Qingxue glared at him, If you dare to abandon me, I'll kill myself. Feiyu, she. Su Tianyi cautiously probed the princess, who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. If you like someone, can I stop you? Duanmu Qingxue said through gritted teeth. Qingxue, you're so good. Su Tianyi pulled her into his arms. Duanmu Qingxue bit his shoulder hard, warning, What are you dawdling for? Go after her. Feiyu is my best friend. If you dare to bully her, I will never forgive you. Wait, I promise I'll bring her back. Leaving the small pavilion, following the lingering scent of Yi Feiyu, Su Tianyi ran frantically, even using his supernatural powers. A light rain began to fall. Outside the prince's mansion, the bustling tourists had vanished. The sky was overcast, and the early spring wind was biting.
On the street, people could be seen walking slowly in the rain, umbrellas in hand. The sound of the rain gradually intensified, washing away Yifeyu's previous scent.
Su Tianyi stood on the cold street, bewildered. Looking around, the rain poured down, the mist thickened. Where was Yifeyu?
He seemed to have lost that willful yet innocent, silly girl. Still lost in thought, a petite figure suddenly rushed out from behind him, swinging a delicate fist, about to smash it into Su Tianyi's head. He instinctively reached out to block, and the next moment, a warm, fragrant woman filled his arms. The beautiful woman in his arms clenched her fists and kept pounding his chest, her voice trembling with tears.
You actually dare to block me? I'll beat you to death, you heartless man. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. Go to hell, you bullying monster.
The punches were weak, causing no pain.
That cute, fierce voice was like heavenly music to Su Tianyi's ears.
He hugged Yifeyu tightly, as if afraid she would disappear. Thank goodness I found you, he exclaimed joyfully. Hearing this, Yifeyu pushed him away, saying aggrievedly, Get out.
I don't want to see you again.
Suddenly, she hugged Su Tianyi tightly, bursting into tears. You were too slow.
You came too slowly, boo-hoo. I was so scared just now, thinking, what if you didn't come after me? What if I couldn't find you after you came?
So, I squatted at the gate of the prince's mansion, waiting for you to come out, boo-hoo. Silly girl. Su Tianyi gently patted her back, his heart aching. Yifeyu opened her bright eyes, tears mingling with raindrops. Her red nose twitched, and she said pitifully,
Yeah, if I weren't stupid, how could I have been so easily fooled by you?
Su Tianyi said seriously, Apart from hiding my identity from you, I've never lied to you about anything else.
I can't love two girls at the same time in this life, didn't you say that? Did little pig say that?
Yifeyu puffed out her cheeks, unconvinced. Su Tianyi kissed her forehead. At this moment, there is only one person in my heart.
Shameless. Yifeyu was dumbfounded. Could that be explained like that?
Su Tianyi said domineeringly, Whether you like it or not, in this life, you can only be my woman. Yifeyu's eyes softened, but quickly turned cold again, and she questioned, When did you start hooking up with Qingxua behind my back? Su Tianyi implied that she was actually the newcomer, the mistress.
Yifeyu, feeling guilty, changed the subject, regaining her moral high ground, standing under the dazzling sunlight. Tell me honestly, how many women do you have?
1, 2.
Seeing that Su Tianyi couldn't even count them all on one hand, Yifeyu was completely dumbfounded, and couldn't help but ask, Were they all before me?
Yes.
Su Tianyi nodded.
Yifeyu instantly transformed from a domineering young lady into a docile kitten. She couldn't help it, she was in the wrong. After knowing the truth, she couldn't stand up for herself. After all that, it turned out she was the shameless woman who seduced other women's men.
It's all your fault. Yifeyu began to shift the blame.
Su Tianyi ruffled her hair. It's all my fault, no matter what.
Yifeyu blinked. Will they beat me when they find out? Don't think too much, they're all very nice people. Su Tianyi put his arm around her slender waist and walked towards the prince's mansion. When will you be able to go to the Yi family to propose marriage, like today? Tomorrow. Really? You're lying, you little pig.
The two gradually disappeared into the rain.
Chapter 143 Confession. Entering the prince's residence.
The sky was overcast, the rain obscured by a transparent barrier. The banquet seemed to be held on water, creating a unique atmosphere. Fan Shi, who had been eating heartily, suddenly froze, his face filled with disbelief, forgetting to put down the large chunk of meat in his hand, which resembled a chicken leg.
Those who noticed Su Tianyi and Yifeyu reacted almost identically. The rumored spoiled and willful third young lady of the Yi family was actually nestled shyly against Su Tianyi? What was with that overflowing sweetness and tenderness? Just now, he publicly announced his love for the young princess, and even declared his engagement in front of Prince Ping'an. As the Prime Minister's beloved daughter, could you tolerate such humiliation and swallow this insult? Not losing your temper in public and slapping him twice was already giving him face. What was with this blissful expression? Is there any justice in this world? Is there no justice left? Is the difference between people really that great? Besides being a little better looking, a little more talented, and having a bigger background, what else does he have that's good about him?
The group of young talents looked resentful, their hearts filled with indignation. What was most infuriating was that he actually had a smile on his face, one arm around the slender waist of the Yi family's young lady, as if showing off something.
Damn it, good resources are already scarce, and you want two of them.
Suddenly, Su Tianyi, who was somewhat smugly showing off his girlfriend, froze. He saw Duanmu Ling Shuang staring at him intently with murderous intent. If there weren't so many people around, Su Tianyi believed that even though he was the Xian Tian Saint's son, she wouldn't hold back at all when she attacked. Although she might not be able to beat him. As a second-tier Ascension Realm expert, if he went all out, he wouldn't be guaranteed a win, but he was confident he would be invincible. Su Tianyi wasn't afraid of her, but he still restrained himself a bit, subtly removing his hand from Yi Feiyu's waist. This was the Duanmu prince's residence, he had to give her face. It was enough to subtly show his determination to have both. In the small attic, Duanmu Qingxue stood by the window, watching the scene unfold, her heart heavy with complex emotions, an indescribable feeling welling up inside. Her eyes were red, she had secretly cried after Su Tianyi left. In front of him, Duanmu Qingxue had acted very composed, but she was, after all, a girl. What young girl doesn't yearn for love? Who wouldn't want the person they wholeheartedly love to be equally devoted and loyal? Duanmu Qingxue rubbed her eyes, patted her cheeks a few times, took a deep breath, straightened her clothes, and pretended to be calm as if nothing had happened. Now that things had come to this, she couldn't separate from Su Tianyi, nor did she want to hurt Yi Feiyu. She could only accept it magnanimously, at most crying quietly under the covers in the dead of night. I'll get used to it after a couple of days of crying. I'm not sad. When we meet later, I absolutely can't throw a tantrum. When Feiyu isn't around, I'll give him a good beating. Duanmu Qingxue raised her fist, silently admonishing herself. Sister Qingxue. The door opened, and Yi Feiyu walked out from behind Su Tianyi, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her skirt. That bastard got off easy. Seeing Yi Feiyu's frightened and guilty expression, Duanmu Qingxue suddenly felt relieved. All her unspoken words turned into a sigh. What, Sister Qingxue, I'm so sorry. Duanmu Qingxue, as always, was tolerant and gentle, causing the guilty Yi Feiyu to burst into tears on the spot. She threw herself into her arms. Sister Qingxue, I'm a bad woman. It's not your fault, it must be some lecherous man who got carried away by lust. Humph, men with flirtatious eyes are all no good. Duanmu Qingxue placed her palm on Yi Feiyu's back, her tone gentle and soothing. Her eyes were icy as she glared at Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi, am I right? Su Tianyi chuckled, absolutely right, men with flirtatious eyes are all no good. Except for me, he added in his mind. Sister Qingxue, you have to take good care of me, don't let the other sisters bully me. Yi Feiyu, that scumbag, thought Duanmu Qingxue was the first wife because she listened to him so readily, so she took the opportunity to act cute and ingratiating. Who dares to bully you? Just don't bully others. Ha? The other sisters? What does that mean? Duanmu Qingxue reacted, staring at her suspiciously. You don't know? A hint of doubt flashed in Yi Feiyu's bright eyes. Then, the two looked at Su Tianyi simultaneously. Duanmu Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, Aren't you going to explain? Su Tianyi said, Senior sister. I knew you and that woman were having an affair. Duanmu Qingxue appeared angry, but inwardly she breathed a sigh of relief. She had been prepared for Lin Xianer's situation for a while. Don't be unfaithful again. Duanmu Qingxue said sternly. Well, actually, there's also Su Tianyi looked down at his toes, looking guilty as if he had done something wrong. Besides senior sister Lin, you have another one? Duanmu Qingxue's tone became sharp. Her chest heaved, and after a long pause, her voice finally escaped through clenched teeth. How much more? Tell me the truth. Su Tianyi looked at Yi Feiyu. Yi Feiyu was stunned for a moment, then pointed to herself. Can't I know? Su Tianyi remained silent.
Duanmu Qingshue's expression hardened. Feiyu was carefree and often spoke without thinking, her mouth prone to leaks. Su Tianyi didn't want her to know, presumably because some of these people held very sensitive positions. Duanmu Qingxue transmitted her voice. It's alright, if he doesn't want to tell you, I will. If he doesn't want to hear, then he doesn't want to hear. Whoever you like, whoever likes you, I don't care at all. Yi Feiyu pouted and stormed off without looking back. Bang! The loud sound of the door slamming shut echoed. Duanmu Qingxue sneered repeatedly. Now you can tell me, right? This princess is curious to know their identities, why all this secrecy? Duanmu Qingxue was, at heart, a very proud person who preferred to keep her thoughts to herself. For someone with this kind of personality, once a crack appears in a relationship, no amount of effort can repair it. Su Tianyi composed himself and decided to tell her everything. Sincerity was his unwavering weapon at this moment. Gua Xiaodai, granddaughter of the supreme elder of the Xiantian Holy Land, daughter of the master of the weapon refining peak. Her father seems to have had some kind of accident that day. Duanmu Qingxue interrupted. Just tell me about those people. This princess doesn't want to hear about your romantic history with them. Su Tianyi continued. Mei Ji, my protector, the master of the Hahuan sect. Duanmu Qingxue scoffed. Such skill. Even managing to take down such a powerful figure. She couldn't help but add, that vixen from the Hahuan sect, who knows what wicked schemes she's plotting. Hearing this, Su Tianyi smiled warmly. Don't worry, she was captured by my master. Duanmu Qingxue retorted coquettishly, who cares about you? It's none of my business if she drains you dry. Su Tianyi said softly, recently, I've been thinking about the past. I had 2 women before, one I slept with, and the other was my nominal fiancé. Heh, you had a fiancé and still flirted with women everywhere. Indeed, old habits die hard. You were a womanizer before. Duanmu Qingxue bit her lower lip, looking aggrieved. Chapter 144. If you don't get an explanation today, don't even think about leaving the prince's mansion. Who else? Duanmu Qingxue was exhausted. Su Tianyi said, the Grand Steward of St. Lord Peak, Xueqingqing. Shameless woman, how dare she seduce a junior? Duanmu Qingxue said angrily. Aunt Xue's true identity is actually the Vermilion Bird Divine General of Great Qin. Su Tianyi was afraid that Duanmu Qingxue, unaware of her true identity, might offend Xueqingqing in the future. So what if she's a divine general? After I, the princess, inherit the throne, won't she have to obey my orders? Duanmu Qingxue refused to back down and stubbornly retorted. And the Saint Lord. Speaking of Yun Mushi, Su Tianyi felt very guilty. From a moral standpoint, this was difficult to justify. Sure enough, Duanmu Qingxue's jaw nearly dropped, her face filled with disbelief. He actually had an affair with the Saint Lord? That was his master. How dare he? Did the Saint Lord agree? The affair with the Empress was still far from settled, and Su Tianyi had no intention of including her in his calculations, otherwise, her little brain would probably have burned out on the spot. After the initial shock, Duanmu Qingxue became withdrawn. Her feelings were somewhat similar to Yi Feiyu's outside the prince's mansion. She realized that she wasn't the original wife. You bastard! You had someone you liked, so why did you bother me in the first place? Duanmu Qingxue cried, her voice trembling. If she had known he already had someone else in his heart, she definitely wouldn't have liked him. Su Tianyi. Wasn't it you who was always causing trouble on St. Lord Peak? Wasn't it you who confessed first? At this moment, Su Tianyi naturally wouldn't reason with her. He kissed her directly, kissing her until her eyes were glazed over before releasing her. I am the sole heir of the peerless immortal dynasty of Tianyuan continent, the Crown Prince. Do you know what this means? Don't even mention a princess. Even if you became the Empress of Great Qin, I would still marry you. Su Tianyi's domineering declaration delighted Duanmu Qingxue. Her tone changed from skepticism to coquettishness. So what if I'm the Crown Prince? Does being the Crown Prince mean I can be unfaithful? Su Tianyi said, an emperor has 1 empress, for consorts, 9 concubines, 27 ladies-in-waiting, and 81 imperial wives. I only have these few, not many, right? Duanmu Qingshue's eyes held a hint of sadness, a faint sorrow etched on her jade-like face.
Hearing Su Tiany's shameless words, she should have been heartbroken, but for some reason, the resentment in her heart had lessened considerably. She swung her fist, pounding it into his chest. I'll teach you to be a womanizer, I'll teach you to lie, I'll teach you to bully people.
Duanmu Qingshue's lips were choked again. You bad guy, all you do is bully me. Duanmu Qingshue's nostrils twitched, her eyes brimming with tears. Su Tiany whispered, Qingxue, don't cry. You know I can't stand seeing girls cry. Duanmu Qingxue cried even louder, I'll cry, I'll make you suffer, you heartless bastard. When you're out there having fun, comforting other girls, have you ever thought of me?
I don't care about you, I'm going to cry myself to death so you'll be heartbroken, so you'll remember me for the rest of your life.
Su Tiany found it amusing. When did Duanmu Qingxue become so spoiled and childish? Silly, just like Yi Feiyu. I'll bite you to death.
Seeing that he wasn't coaxing her, Duanmu Qingshuo bared her fangs and bit him hard on the neck, leaving several hickeys. She huffed, tomorrow I'll see the imperial decree bestowing our marriage.
Ha? What, you don't want to? Duanmu Qingshuo said angrily. I'll give it a try. Su Tiany looked out the window, his palms sweating.
His previous tough stance in front of Prince Ping'an was merely a delaying tactic. It didn't mean he truly intended to get the Empress to grant him the marriage. When they didn't know the Empress's intentions, it was fine, but now that they clearly know, she has the idea of making him marry into her family, and even wants him to end his romantic relationships with other women. At this critical juncture, to ask her to grant him a marriage is nothing short of a provocation.
Duanmu Qingshuo, unaware of the past grievances between him and the Empress, was extremely dissatisfied with Su Tiany's perfunctory attitude and slapped him lightly.
I overheard people outside saying that your status is now incredibly high, your talent is exceptional, you're the Xian Tian Holy Son, a forbidden prodigy.
Someone as outstanding as you, sincerely asking the Empress for her blessing, has no reason to refuse.
After thinking for a moment, she continued, we can't be biased.
Let the Empress arrange the marriage for Feiyu as well. Su Tiany couldn't help but smile bitterly. One wasn't enough, now he wanted two? Even with the Empress's magnanimity, she was still a woman. Could she really agree to something like this? Seeing this, Duanmu Qingshuo frowned, angrily saying, What? You're unfaithful outside? We sisters have no objection, but is it so hard for you to propose marriage? Do you want to take advantage of us and then leave? Su Tiany, let me tell you, if you don't give me an explanation today, you're not leaving the palace. Fine, just wait for good news tomorrow. Having said that, it would be impolite for Su Tiany to hesitate any longer. Yay! I want to get married together with Sister Qingxue.
Yi Feiyu, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, excitedly burst in.
Su Tiany chuckled.
He knew this girl wasn't honest, but he figured he might as well listen to the rest of the conversation.
Duanmu Qingshuo patted her head, a smile playing on her lips. This was called coming from behind. So what if she was the Vermilion Bird General? So what if she was the Lord of the Holy Land?
As long as the Empress gave the word, this was settled.
As a princess of the Great Qin, representing the face of the royal family, would Her Majesty allow her to be wronged and forced to be someone's concubine? For the first time, Duanmu Qingshuo felt fortunate about her birth. Without this status, what qualifications did she have to compete with these two? Fool, today is my sister's birthday. How long do you plan to stay here?
Duanmu Qingshuo, arm in arm with Yi Feiyu, swayed gracefully as she left the small bamboo building, leaving Su Tiany with only her slender back view.
At this moment, although Duanmu Qingshuo was somewhat puzzled, she reluctantly accepted reality. For a powerful man, having multiple wives and concubines was quite normal.
She had never imagined that she, as a princess, would one day become a member of someone else's harem. Su Tiany was helpless. Seeing them laughing so happily, he decided to go all out. She was just an empress, at worst, they could part ways. Matters between men and women were consensual, could she force him? Inside, the banquet was in full swing, a lively and bustling affair.
Su Tianyi emerged from the small attic, and the scene immediately fell silent.
Everyone turned to stare, a feeling he disliked, like being watched a monkey.
He wanted to say, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man before?"
Seeing Duanmu Qingxue and Yi Feiyu chatting and laughing, pretending not to recognize him, he knew they harbored resentment. So he found a secluded corner and drank alone. Raising his cup, he toasted the heavens, muttering to himself, "Brother Tian, if I weren't a womanizer, how would I have had the chance to end up with them?"
Isn't that the truth?
Heaven didn't respond, and for a moment, he too felt a little disheartened.
Chapter 145 of Forced Kiss of the Empress. Time passed, and the banquet ended.
As everyone left, Su Tianyi feigned drunkenness, stalling for time, hoping to find a place to spend the night at the prince's residence. But no one paid him any attention, and he left somewhat sadly.
"Sister Qingxue, aren't we going too far?"
Yi Feiyu asked with some concern.
"Humph, not at all. Giving in to him will only make him more reckless and demanding.
If we don't teach him a lesson today, tomorrow he'll dare to flirt with his new sisters right in front of us, even seeking pleasure."
In the setting sun, Su Tianyi's tall figure was stretched out, giving him a lonely air from afar.
Duanmu Qingxue's heart softened. She wanted to persuade him to stay, but in front of Yi Feiyu, she couldn't bring herself to do it, so she stubbornly maintained her composure.
"If you were the empress, would you agree to this? Or, should my marriage bypass the empress's approval and he propose to the Yi family instead?"
Yi Feiyu was somewhat worried, fearing the empress wouldn't agree.
Duanmu Qingxue was now a princess. How could she marry alongside other women? "They're already gone. Are we supposed to chase after them?" Duanmu Qingxue snorted heavily.
"Oh no." I acted impulsively, trying to appear dignified in front of him, without thinking things through.
Yi Feiyu's reminder made Duanmu Qingxue realize the seriousness of the situation.
She became anxious, imagining Su Tianyi's troubled expression, and worried that he might dislike her because of this.
Duanmu Qingxue was completely overthinking it.
On the way home, Su Tianyi recalled the day's events, a doting smile on his face.
A young girl's thoughts were the most touching poem.
Suddenly, Su Tianyi's expression froze, and he quickly hid behind a white jade lion.
"Your Highness, am I really that terrifying?"
Su Lingyun appeared behind him like a ghost.
Su Tianyi broke out in a cold sweat, turned around, and forced a smile. "Peak Master Su, long time no see."
Ever since learning Su Lingyun's identity, he had consciously avoided this old woman who liked to boss people around, to prevent her from seeking revenge later. The humiliation of little man to being knocked off course was not something easily forgotten. "Yes, Holy Sun Su, you're always so busy, like a dragon whose tail is never seen.
It's really difficult to see you." Su Lingyun looked at him with a half-smile. "Peak Master Su, you wanted to see me?"
Su Tianyi felt a little guilty, worried that she might lack martial ethics. He was a person of some standing now, and being publicly beaten would be a huge loss of face.
Su Lingyun seemed to know what he was thinking inside. "I did stay at the academy as an instructor before out of a desire for revenge.
Now, seeing you become a renowned figure, a legend known throughout the land, with your extraordinary abilities. You fulfilled your earlier statement, the name of a hero is within my grasp if I so desire. Thinking back, I was indeed in the wrong that time, and I apologize."
Su Tianyi was stunned, not expecting this proud and domineering woman to actually lower herself and apologize. Peak Master Su's guidance was well-intentioned. "I was just being reckless and offended you greatly. I apologize here and hope you will forgive me." Su Tianyi cupped his hands in humility. Hearing this, Su Lingyun's beautiful cheeks flushed, and a faint pain shot through her chest.
"Don't you dare think about that again." Su Lingyun's figure vanished, leaving behind a voice filled with embarrassment and annoyance. "This woman is quite interesting."
Su Tianyi looked down at his hands, which seemed to retain a woman's fragrance.
That morning, early in the morning, Su Tianyi paced back and forth outside the imperial palace, hesitant and uneasy. He wondered how to bring this up with the empress, and how to get her to agree to the marriage. Even as the sun blazed overhead, Su Tianyi remained standing outside, not going in.
Should I just give up?
Just as Su Tianyi was considering retreating, a female official emerged from the palace, respectfully saying, "Your Highness, Her Majesty requests your presence." Su Tianyi had nowhere to retreat and had no choice but to face the Empress directly. He now deeply regretted his haste in merging with his previous personality. Now, Su Wuxuan wouldn't hesitate. Su Wuxuan? A thought flashed through Su Tianyi's mind. This was a good idea. It was Su Wuxuan who had offended the Empress. What did it have to do with him, Su Tianyi? The female official leading the way quickened her pace. This man's expression shifted between worry and joy, suggesting he was somewhat ill. After leading him to the pavilion, the palace maid gave him a graceful bow before leaving. The pavilion was surrounded by a thin white veil, only vaguely revealing the figures inside. Su Tianyi curled his lip, thinking to himself, what's with the pretense of mystery? It's not like I haven't seen him before. I heard you propose to Duanmu Qingxue at Duanmu Ling Shuang's birthday banquet? A calm, emotionless voice came from within, devoid of joy. Su Tianyi took a deep breath. Yes. You want me to personally bestow the marriage? Yes. A hint of anger appeared in the Empress's voice. I told you to handle this properly the other day, is this your answer? Su Tianyi remained silent. The Empress, enraged, laughed coldly. Fine, in the end, I've forced you to comply. This is the imperial decree bestowing the marriage, take it, and never appear before me again. The curtain moved without wind, and a golden imperial decree flew out. Su Tianyi caught a glimpse of her. The Empress was wearing a tight-fitting white shirt that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure, and a purple strapless top that revealed a hint of her fair skin, sexy yet noble. Before he could observe her expression, the curtain had already fallen. Su Tianyi withdrew his lingering gaze and tightened his grip. Miss Yi, could you also grant her a marriage? Whoosh! A gust of wind seemed to whistle past his ears. The tall, slender Empress appeared before him in an instant, coldly questioning, Su Tianyi, don't push your luck. They were very close. Su Tianyi could clearly smell the orchid-like fragrance emanating from the Empress. He steadied himself. If not, then forget it. The Empress sneered. How can a princess of the royal family share a husband? Having married Duanmu Qingxue, you have no right to marry anyone else. Su Tianyi's face darkened. He sensed the Empress was serious. The Empress seemed to relish Su Tianyi's predicament, and said with a wicked grin, is Holy Son Su willing to abandon the forest behind him for the sake of the royal family's precious flower? Interesting. Suddenly, Su Tianyi seemed like a different person, his aura shifting to one of arrogance. I have never encountered anyone who made me make a choice. The Empress, not to be outdone, replied sternly, unfortunately, you have today. Su Tianyi, arrogant and domineering, his eyes filled with disdain, declared, not only will I marry Duanmu Qingxue and Yi Feiyu, but you too will be mine. Duanmu Niwang was stunned. She had never seen such a shameless and audacious person before. In her shock and dazed state, Su Tianyi pulled her close, biting her lip. The kiss was domineering and fiery, showing no mercy. The Empress stared with her amber eyes, her heart trembling with fear. For a moment, she forgot to resist. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of death? The Empress's head buzzed. This thought echoed in her mind, washing over her nerves again and again. Chapter 146. Just obediently follow this emperor and live your life. Seeing that the Empress did not resist, Su Tianyi's heart stirred. He began to knock on the gate, intending to capture the small snake inside. The man's masculine aura was overwhelming, and the Empress's body went limp. In her unease, she allowed him to succeed. The instant stimulation brought the Empress back to her senses. She struck him in the chest with a palm, sending Su Tianyi flying dozens of meters before crashing into a tree, scattering leaves everywhere. The Empress took a step forward, appearing directly in front of him, as if she had traversed space. She glared at him, her cheeks flushed red, whether from anger or shame, or perhaps both. Cough, cough. Bright red blood flowed from the corner of Su Tianyi's mouth, blooming like vibrant flowers on his snow-white robes. His breath was weak, and a flicker of pain occasionally flashed across his handsome, ethereal face. After a while, Su Tianyi tried to stand, but found himself powerless, and could only lean weakly against a tree. The Empress exuded a chilling aura, staring at him with murderous intent. How do you want to die? The murderous aura was overwhelming, extremely dense.
Su Tiany's body sensed an unprecedented danger, and he trembled instinctively.
He looked up at the clear blue sky and gave a bitter smile.
A moment of impulsiveness, a moment of pleasure, but afterwards he'd be in the crematorium.
Looking at the Empress, whose murderous intent was overwhelming, Su Tiany wasn't sure if she would leave him a complete corpse.
Fortunately, he was prepared. "Your Majesty, my impolite behavior just now was not my intention, it was Su Wuxuang who caused the trouble. Su Tiany has always admired your Majesty's grace and beauty, regarding you as an inviolable goddess in his heart.
How could he possibly do such a thing?"
Su Tiany glanced up at the Empress's lips, pink and sweet. "Am I his goddess?"
The Empress's breath hitched, her killing intent slightly subsiding.
Her face turned cold as she said, "Isn't Su Wuxuang you?" Su Tiany retorted, "Because of my amnesia, I developed a split personality, two distinct personalities. I can't interfere with his actions."
The Empress stared into those alluring eyes.
Su Tiany feigned composure, meeting her gaze.
Ultimately, the Empress succumbed, subtly averting her gaze. Su Tiany breathed a sigh of relief, his back was already soaked with sweat.
He'd actually gone for it.
Luckily, he'd fooled the Empress, or he might have been on his deathbed.
"Is Su Wuxuang the same person as you?" Suddenly, the Empress asked a seemingly random question. "Yes." Su Tiany understood her meaning and immediately assured her.
He had no doubt that if he had hesitated even for a moment, the Empress would have extracted his soul and destroyed the so-called Su Wuxuang.
Body and soul are one, naturally the same person.
The so-called two personalities are merely two states of the same person. Su Wuxuang was like someone caught out in a bad game of King of Glory, enraged. He knew fighting was wrong, but if that stubborn, deceitful guy were presented to him, he would show no mercy. In the Taishu realm, when Su Wuxuang flirted with the Empress, he knew it was wrong, but he just couldn't control himself. Of course, now that the fusion is almost complete, as long as he doesn't fight with all his might, the previous situation won't recur.
"That's good." The Empress nodded.
The change in his state was so drastic that she couldn't help but suspect there were two souls within him. Seeing the Empress's expression soften, Su Tiany mustered his courage and took out a healing pill from his spatial ring. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Empress didn't seem to care before putting it in his mouth. Just as Su Tiany's injuries began to heal, he heard the Empress coldly snort and stride over with her long, snow-white legs.
She squatted down, grabbed Su Tiany's collar, and asked indifferently, "What do you plan to do next?" Su Tiany, confused, stared blankly at the Empress. A fleeting blush crossed Duan Muniawang's face as she angrily retorted, "You stole my first kiss, and you think you can just pretend nothing happened and let it go? Will you take responsibility?" Su Tiany asked softly. "What do you think?" the Empress retorted coldly. "Take responsibility. I'll definitely take responsibility." Feeling the chilling aura emanating from her, Su Tiany immediately promised. Upon hearing this, the Empress smiled slightly, and unusually gently straightened Su Tiany's clothes.
"I'll give you 3 days to break off the marriage between Duanmu Yuxuan and Miss Yi."
Su Tiany exclaimed, "That's impossible. I can't sacrifice either of them." The Empress tightened her collar, the force leaving marks on Su Tiany's neck. "This is an order. I'm not negotiating with you."
But Su Tiany wanted to argue further.
"Enough." The Empress's voice turned completely cold. "I'm not one to break up couples without reason. You wanted to go to Duanmu Qingxue, so I issued an imperial decree. You didn't want to marry into the family, so I granted your wish. But you shouldn't have. Did you really think my first kiss was worthless?" Su Tiany wiped away a cold sweat. The Empress continued, "Who was it in the Taishu realm who flirted with me and boasted that they wanted to marry me? I can take that as your arrogant boast, but now that we've shared intimacy, there's only one choice: sever all ties with your previous women and obediently live with me." Su Tiany lowered his head, silent. He was indeed in the wrong. "Looking so handsome, no wonder so many people like you." The Empress extended her jade-like finger and lifted his chin. "Is that pitiful look you're giving me as a compliment? Young man, hasn't anyone told you that impulsive actions come at a price? Or do you want me to become a member of your harem?
As she spoke, the Empress's tone turned hostile.
Su Tianyi smiled bitterly. I wouldn't dare.
You wouldn't dare? So, you really have such thoughts? The Empress questioned.
Su Tianyi. Get out of here. No matter what method you use, I want results within 3 days.
A glint of color flashed across the Empress's face. When you return from your studies at the Heavenly Tao Academy, our marriage will be announced to the world. Su Tianyi stared at her blankly, his fists clenching involuntarily. He knew that with the Empress's personality, without absolute power, it was impossible to make her his submissive woman.
The trip to the Heavenly Tao Academy would be an excellent opportunity.
Not because the Heavenly Tao Academy was so extraordinary, but because it was located on the Tianyuan continent.
Once he returned to the Immortal Dynasty, wouldn't the little Empress be a piece of cake?
Su Tianyi had already begun to fantasize about how he would whip and educate this ignorant Empress when he returned as king.
When he came to his senses, the Empress was already gone.
Su Tianyi, remembering something, rubbed his forehead, his head aching.
How am I supposed to explain this to Qing Shui? I came to propose marriage, and now the Empress has proposed to me?
He naturally wouldn't sever ties with them, but circumstances were against him, and he couldn't ignore the Empress's instructions. It seems that, as a righteous gentleman, I'll have to go against my conscience and tell another white lie. Chapter 147 Subduing the Grand Princess, Duanmu Ling Shuang. Su Tianyi walked out of the imperial palace with a troubled expression, constantly pondering how to explain things to them.
Unconsciously, he arrived at the Duanmu prince's residence.
The gate was grand, guarded by 2 white jade lions. Su Tianyi hesitated outside for a moment, then, with a things will work themselves out attitude, steeled himself and stepped inside, displaying a tragic air of the wind howls, the Yi River is cold, a hero departs, never to return. For a fleeting moment, Su Tianyi thought that being a domineering, straightforward man like Su Wuxuan was much more comfortable, not caring about girls' feelings, whether they were sad or upset.
Clang, clang.
As soon as he entered the residence, Su Tianyi heard the sound of armor clashing.
Who else but the eldest princess of the Duanmu family would spend all day wearing such things? Now it's the princess. Su Tianyi turned his head and, sure enough, saw Duanmu Ling Shuang, clad in armor and wielding a silver spear, walking towards him, pointing it at him provocatively. Boy, wanna exchange a few blows? Your Highness is too kind. I am but a mere divine power realm cultivator, how could I possibly be your match? Su Tianyi naturally wouldn't fight her. Winning would offend someone.
Women's hearts are usually not big, even a strong-willed empress like her is petty. He didn't believe the Grand Princess would be so magnanimous as to not retaliate after losing.
Losing with Duanmu Ling Shuang's first-tier feather transformation realm cultivation and her spear, he couldn't imagine the possibility of losing.
If it were before, Su Tianyi might have pretended, fighting for hundreds of rounds before holding back, deliberately losing. But now, having absorbed Su Wuxuan's personality, the word losing didn't exist in his dictionary. Hearing this, Duanmu Ling Shuang was stunned.
How long had it been since their meeting at the Xiantian Holy Land? Back then, she seemed to be at the martial spirit realm, right? Su Tianyi's aura was perfectly concealed, she hadn't sensed any fluctuations in his cultivation level before. Enough nonsense.
You defeated me in a battle against someone of the same cultivation level, and I won't make things difficult for you in Qingshui. If before Duanmu Ling Shuang simply wanted to teach Su Tianyi a lesson, now she was genuinely itching for a fight. In that case, I'll humbly request your Highness's guidance. Su Tianyi spoke politely, but his aura sharpened, his eyes gleaming like an eagle's.
Duanmu Ling Shuang turned gracefully. Let's go, to the martial arts arena.
This. Su Tianyi hesitated, afraid that she would lose face in public and become enraged.
So fussy and effeminate, and you still want to marry Qingshui?
Duanmu Ling Shuang said somewhat displeased.
Su Tianyi smiled helplessly and had no choice but to follow. The Grand Princess is going to fight the Xiantian Holy Sun? The people of the Duanmu Royal Palace weren't used to calling Duanmu Ling Shuang princess.
The news spread, and the people of the prince's palace swarmed forward, densely packed, completely surrounding the martial arts arena. A princess they revered, and the most monstrous prodigy of the great Qin Empire, even the immortal spirit continent. Their battle naturally attracted everyone's attention. Duanmuling Shuang held the butt of her spear, the tip touching the ground, her sharp eyes fixed on Su Tianyi. "I won't let you lose too badly." Su Tianyi gestured for her to continue. "Your Highness, being too careless will lead to defeat." Seeing his aura rise steadily, soaring to the heavens, Duanmuling Shuang also became serious, entering battle mode. A strange light flashed in Su Tianyi's eyes. The wind vanished, and the withered leaves were frozen in midair. The first divine power of the eternal divine body, eternal light, activated, and time stopped. Taking advantage of this less than 1 second gap, Su Tianyi's spear shot out like a dragon, piercing towards Duanmuling Shuang's throat. Duanmuling Shuang's eyes were filled with disbelief. What had just happened? When did that spear thrust forth? She had already lost? "I admit it," Su Tianyi smiled slightly. "Stop, let's do it again." Duanmuling Shuang wasn't someone who couldn't accept defeat, but losing without warning was hard for her to accept. At the same time, the onlookers cheered. "Too fast. I hadn't even gotten into the zone yet, and it's over?" That's right, that's right. We strongly demand that His Highness the Holy Sun stab the Grand Princess with his spear again." "All right." Su Tianyi granted the crowd's request. One more second wouldn't waste much time. This time, Duanmuling Shuang was on high alert. To prevent any accidents, she secretly released the seal on her body, using her feather transformation realm cultivation to observe exactly how Su Tianyi's attack was executed. The world was silent. This time, Duanmuling Shuang wasn't restrained. She clearly saw Su Tianyi's trajectory, a simple move, like a casual spear thrust, without any fancy movements, and the speed didn't seem fast. But when she tried to dodge, she found that her movements were even slower. Not only that, but an overwhelming aura pressed down on her. Her proud spear technique, at this moment, seemed to encounter a god, and she lost the courage to attack. When the air moved again, everyone saw that the Xian Tian Saint Sun's spear, just like before, had once again appeared and disappeared, pointing at the Grand Princess's throat. "I lost." This time, Duanmuling Shuang didn't complain. She walked off the martial arts stage, dejected. Being instantly defeated by a divine power realm cultivator while only at the feather transformation realm was a devastating blow. Is this the difference between a hero and a taboo? Duanmuling Shuang is very strong. If she weren't a spearman, even Su Tianyi would need 10 moves to defeat her. "Hey, that's my sister. Can't you give her a little face?" Duanmuching Xue squeezed through the crowd, grabbed Su Tianyi by the waist, and whispered a reprimand in a voice no one else could hear. Then, she put her arm around his, feigning a loving husband and wife demeanor, and walked towards the pavilion, a building modeled after the small bamboo house on St. Lord Peak. Su Tianyi explained, "With your sister's personality, you either don't fight her, or you subdue her in one go. Otherwise, she'll cause trouble later." Duanmuching Xue thought about it and agreed, so she didn't pursue the matter further. After the two entered the large bamboo house, she immediately asked with great interest, "Well, what did His Majesty say?" Chapter 148, Appeasing Qingxue. Duanmuching Xue's words made Su Tianyi feel uneasy. He leaned against the bamboo window, glancing outside to hide his guilty look. "Well, this." Seeing him stammer and unable to give a coherent answer, Duanmuching Xue knew things hadn't gone well. Her eyes reddened. "Give me a straight answer. Even the worst news is acceptable. At worst, I'll elope with you." Seeing this, Su Tianyi's heart softened. He couldn't bear to tell her the truth, and smiled, turning his head slightly. There was indeed a slight accident, but things aren't that serious. Stop beating around the bush. What is the Empress's attitude? Duanmuching Xue breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pressed for an answer. Su Tianyi said in a deep voice, "This holy son is a peerless genius, a forbidden prodigy, one in a million. He is more than qualified to be paired with an imperial princess. Why would the Empress have any objections?" Hearing this, Duanmuching Xue rolled her eyes at Su Tianyi, but his narcissistic words completely put her mind at ease. Indeed, Su Tianyi was a legendary genius comparable to the Empress, and besides, she wasn't the sole heir to the empire. The Empress should have no reason to refuse this marriage. Su Tianyi continued, things were all settled, we even had the imperial decree for the marriage in hand. But then I remembered your instructions, so I mentioned Yi Feiyu, intending to marry her as well.
Duanmu Qingshui asked, didn't Her Majesty agree? Su Tianyi feigned distress, yes, the Empress was furious.
She said I was delusional, and that marrying the princess to me without making me a son-in-law was already a great favor. Duanmu Qingshui sighed, then we can only let Feiyu suffer for a while.
Su Tianyi coughed lightly, covering his mouth, while actually, in her anger, the Empress also annulled our engagement.
Ah? Duanmu Qingshui looked surprised, her rosy lips gaping open.
That's how it happened. Su Tianyi lowered his head, feeling guilty. He couldn't very well say that he had been bewitched and kissed the Empress, which had completely ruined everything, could he? What do we do now? Duanmu Qingshui was filled with self-reproach and guilt.
If it weren't for her magnanimity in asking him to petition the Empress for a marriage decree for the two of them, the matter would already be settled.
Su Tianyi walked to Duanmu Qingshui, patted her head, and comforted her. It's all right.
Her Majesty the Empress said that as long as I achieve good results at the Heavenly Tao Academy, she will grant my wish.
Duanmu Qingshui asked with a puzzled expression, the Heavenly Tao Academy? What kind of place is that?
Su Tianyi explained, the most famous academy in the center of the world, the Tianyuan continent, a place that cultivates outstanding individuals, even forbidden prodigies.
What kind of results will Her Majesty be satisfied with?
The Heavenly Tao Academy was so extraordinary that Duanmu Qingshui felt worried.
Su Tianyi smiled and said, don't worry, no matter what, when I return, I will definitely marry you and give you the most luxurious and grandest wedding in the world.
Su Tianyi made up his mind that the first thing he would do upon arriving at the Tianyuan continent was to inherit the family business.
At that time, whether the Empress likes it or not, he will marry everyone, including the Empress. Receiving Su Tianyi's resolute promise, Duanmu Qingshui's anxiety subsided, a sweet smile playing on her lips.
Su Tianyi recalled the Empress's instructions, she had him resolve his relationships with them within 3 days.
Qingshui's clingy attitude was definitely not going to work.
Behind the Empress's back, secretly engaging in a clandestine affair if exposed, and the Empress, in a fit of anger, scattered his ashes before he inherited the family business, he would be finished. Thinking of this, Su Tianyi gently pushed away the beauty in his arms and earnestly warned her. Although His Majesty is magnanimous and has given me a chance, he has also imposed some restrictions. That is, before I return from my studies, I must not have too much contact with you.
Duanmu Qingshui blinked her bright eyes, puzzled, and asked, what does this mean? Su Tianyi said with a pained expression, from today onwards, we are strangers for the time being. Please convey this to Feiyu.
Pretending to sever ties with them and waiting for the opportunity to leave the continent, this was his solution.
Duanmu Qingshui was reluctant, but could only agree. Chapter 149, Preparing to head to Tianyuan continent. Inside the Imperial Palace.
The Empress suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of anger crossing her beautiful gaze. She had been lost in thought, and inadvertently stumbled upon Su Tianyi on his way to the Duanmu prince's residence, and overheard their conversation.
That brat! How dare he deceive the Emperor? A powerful aura emanated from the Empress, causing the lamps to flicker, the tables to tilt, and countless palace maids to tremble.
They hadn't seen Her Majesty angry in a long time. The Empress's chest heaved, growing angrier with each passing thought. To prevent Su Tianyi's entangled romantic entanglements from becoming an unresolved mess, she decided to unify the immortal spirit continent as quickly as possible, obtain a place in the Heavenly Tao Academy, and send that brat away. She figured it would take at least a decade or more for Su Tianyi to return after completing his studies. By then, that youthful infatuation would have long since faded into the past, washed away by time. He would have grown up, settled down, and able to live a peaceful life with her. After a moment's thought, the Empress ordered the 4 legions stationed outside to take over the other major empires and the demon race within 3 days. That's right, take over. With the Empress's strength, she could have swept across the immortal spirit continent long ago. She was simply waiting for an opportunity, waiting for her cultivation to reach a bottleneck, and then using the opportunity of expanding her territory and increasing her fortune to break through in one fell swoop. But her cultivation talent was simply too good. Even after entering the Supreme Realm, she hadn't felt any obvious bottleneck. She didn't want to waste this opportunity to break through, which was why she hadn't unified the continent yet.
Someone come here.
The Empress summoned a palace maid and instructed her to inform Su Tianyi that within 3 days, all trivial matters should be settled, and the Empire's outstanding talents should set off for the Heavenly Origin continent. After giving her instructions, she donned her majestic imperial robes and vanished into the void. Tonight, she would use virtue to persuade others and discuss the matter of submission with the high-ranking officials of various countries.
Leaving the palace, Su Tianyi headed straight for his residence.
Before even approaching the entrance to his bedchamber, he spotted a maid in red robes in the distance.
His heart skipped a beat. This was the maid who always summoned him to the palace. He had just left the Duanmu prince's residence, and the empress had already sent someone.
Could it be that his secret plans had been discovered?
With a heart full of unease, Su Tianyi approached and greeted her, Lord Xiao.
The maid in red robes was named Xiao Ishui. An orphan who had grown up in the palace, although a maid, her cultivation surpassed that of leaders of powerful families and factions, and she was highly regarded by the empress.
Holy Sun Su, I'm bothering you again.
I hope you don't find it troublesome?
Xiao Ishui smiled. She had a very good impression of Su Tianyi.
When they first met, he didn't know her identity, yet he treated a palace maid with utmost courtesy.
This refinement was truly impressive. Having served the empress for many years, she was very adept at reading people. She could sense that Su Tianyi's equal treatment was genuine, lacking the arrogance of other prodigies. Even the renowned and refined holy son of Luo Xuan was ultimately proud. Su Tianyi laughed, Steward Xiao, you flatter me. I may not welcome anyone, but I cannot neglect you.
Xiao Ishui smiled, you're so sweet-talking, no wonder you win the hearts of so many girls. The empress had investigated Su Tianyi, and the person in charge of the investigation was Xiao Ishui.
Su Tianyi joked, with this kid's looks, does he even need to talk?
Just standing outside, countless people would want to throw themselves at him.
After lightening the mood, Su Tianyi subtly probed. Chief Steward Xiao, what good news have you brought this time? Is there another opportunity to meet the empress?
Hearing this, Xiao Ishui rolled his eyes at him and said irritably, Her Majesty is busy with countless affairs, she doesn't have time to summon you.
Su Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. However, I do bring good news this time.
The Empress has ordered you to handle all the trivial matters within 3 days.
The Empire's outstanding talents should go to the Heavenly Tao Academy to study. Chapter 150 A New Journey. Su Tianyi was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed.
This was indeed good news.
Once he reached the Tianyuan continent, the sky's the limit, the sea was wide enough for birds to fly and fish to leap. At that time, would that little wench, the Empress, still be able to control him?
Once he regained his past and inherited the family business, he would definitely restore his patriarchal authority and make the Empress bleed. After explaining the matter, Xiao Ishui chatted with Su Tianyi for a few more minutes before turning to leave.
After watching her leave, Su Tianyi entered the main hall.
As soon as he entered, a red figure, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, approached him.
A pair of jade-like hands, like water snakes, wrapped around his neck.
Meiji gazed at her beloved, her red lips parting slightly. Young master, has the Empress summoned you to the palace again? Su Tianyi had been preoccupied with various trivial matters lately and hadn't discussed erotic literature with the beauty before him in a long time. Seeing Meiji's genuine affection, he couldn't help but kiss her red lips.
Like a parched land receiving rain, Meiji responded with equal fervor.
After a while, their lips parted, and Su Tianyi, burning with desire, swept the alluring enchantress up in his arms and carried her to the bedroom.
Meiji exclaimed, "Didn't His Majesty summon you to the palace?"
Su Tianyi hurried on, "Even if the Heavenly King himself came, I had to take care of business first."
2 hours later.
"Mayor, get ready and wait for me at the Void Array. I'll bring Xiao Dai over shortly." Su Tianyi, having released his pent-up desire, felt refreshed and invigorated. He pushed open the door and went out. A short while later, he arrived at the courtyard the dean had previously bestowed upon him. Guo Xiaodai was sitting on a stone bench, lost in thought. Su Tianyi carefully approached her from behind, covered her eyes, and used Meiji's voice to say, "Guess who I am? Brother Tianyi." Guo Xiaodai turned around excitedly. Su Tianyi said dejectedly, "Didn't I imitate it well?" Guo Xiaodai smiled and said, "Very well, exactly the same as Sister Meiji's voice." "Then how did you guess it so quickly?" Guo Xiaodai winked playfully, a woman's sixth sense. Su Tianyi. "Just kidding, because I'll never forget the aura on Brother Tianyi," Guo Xiaodai said seriously. Hearing this, Su Tianyi's expression softened, and he said softly, "I've neglected you these past few days." Guo Xiaodia's heart trembled, but she pretended not to care and said, "It's enough that Brother Tianyi has me in his heart, everything else." Su Tianyi stopped her from finishing her sentence, promising, "It won't happen again." Guo Xiaodai was stunned. Su Tianyi withdrew his hand from her delicate lips and continued, "Pack your things and prepare to return to the Xiantian Holy Land. In a few days, I'll be leaving the Immortal Spirit Continent. You don't need to stay at the Zhu Lu Academy any longer." Guo Xiaodai looked reluctant. It seemed her brother Tianyi wasn't planning to take her with him. Su Tianyi figured the empress probably wouldn't allow him to bring female relatives, but to prevent Xiaodai from overthinking, he revealed the news beforehand, "After we return, I'll marry you." Guo Xiaodia's fear vanished, and she smiled sweetly, "Sister Meiji, you wanna come too?" Su Tianyi nodded. He would marry them all at once, showing favoritism would only cause heartache. "Wait a moment, I'll pack right away." Guo Xiaodai skipped and hopped back to her bedroom, quickly putting her clothes into her spatial ring. She took one last, wistful look at her temporary home, waved goodbye, and said goodbye. While she was tidying up, Su Tianyi sent a message to the higher-ups of the Xiantian sect, briefly explaining the situation. Gazing at the setting sun, he felt an overwhelming sense of beauty. A new journey had begun, and he was filled with anticipation for his trip to the Tianyuan continent. "Little Red Robe, you're all alone now, are you doing all right?" Su Tianyi drifted into a daze, a red figure flashing through his mind. Chapter 151, Has the Relationship Been Exposed? Respectfully bidding farewell to Holy Sun Su. Respectfully bidding farewell to the Palace Master. On the vast plaza, everyone spoke in unison, as if rehearsed. At the Zhulu Academy, all the students were there to see off this young prodigy. Legend has it that the Tianyuan continent is an immeasurable distance from the Immortal Spirit Continent, requiring even supreme beings to travel for months. Just now, news broke that a new continental prodigy had joined the Academy's student identity tokens, heading to the Heavenly Tao Academy to study. Therefore, everyone had gathered here without prior arrangement. Years would pass, and no one knew when Holy Sun Su would return. For this forbidden prodigy, a legend of our time, they naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity to see him off. If this Holy Sun were to stand at the pinnacle of eternity in the future, today's farewell would become the most splendid day in their relatively ordinary lives, a source of pride and boasting. Buzz! The void trembled, and the teleportation array activated. Su Tianyi, Meiji, and Wei Xiodia's bodies began to gradually fade into ethereal form. Su Tianyi turned back and waved goodbye to the disciples of the Xiantian Palace. Before leaving, he appointed the promising Qin Jioga as the new palace master. Without him, his senior sister certainly wouldn't return. That night, when his senior sister confided in him, they whispered sweet nothings in each other's ears and talked a lot. He also learned that his senior sister's purpose in joining the Zhulu Academy was to pass the Tai Su realm trial, meet the Empress, and obtain the sacred medicine to change his physique. However, Fox Fairy had been stuck at the half-step forbidden level, having challenged many times but always losing to Shui Yueyao. Su Tianyi looked at Fan Qi in the crowd, knowing that the Tianxia Alliance's foundation was still shallow and couldn't afford a large formation, so he extended an invitation. "Brother Fan, would you be willing to set up a favorable formation?" "No need, I'm all alone, with no one to say goodbye to," Fan Qi smiled and shook his head. Su Tianyi said, "Aren't we friends?" Fan Qi hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Then see you in 3 days?" Su Tianyi smiled, the great formation activated, and the three disappeared. With a blink of an eye, the scene before them changed. They had returned to the Xian Tian Holy Land. Su Tianyi gazed at the towering Saint Lord Peak ahead, a surge of pride rising within him. He was now renowned throughout the world. It was a triumphant return home, wasn't it? Would his master be proud of him? Those few months of separation felt like millennia to Su Tianyi. He missed that elegant purple dress, the softness around her waist, the tenderness of her lips, and that unforgettable, faint fragrance. It's His Highness the Holy Sun. The fluctuations from the spatial teleportation attracted the attention of those nearby. Upon seeing Su Tianyi, they were overjoyed and announced loudly. Soon, countless Xian Tian disciples surrounded the teleportation point. They admired and worshipped Su Tianyi, not only for his talent and reputation, but also for the gratifying eradication of the scourge Tangshen. Su Tianyi nodded along the way, barely managing to break through the encirclement under the protection of the Dao Tian realm giant, Meiji. Meiji was originally a peak feather transformation realm expert, and recently, nourished by love, she had broken through to the next realm. The three arrived at a fork in the road. Su Tianyi smiled and said, "Little butterfly, let's part ways here. Before we set off, I'll visit you on the refining peak." Xiaodai lowered her head, feeling somewhat dejected. She actually wanted to live with Su Tianyi on St. Lord Peak. With her grandfather and father gone, the refining peak no longer felt like home to her. Su Tianyi patted her shoulder. Xiaodai smiled happily, "Then I'll be going?" Under Su Tianyi's gaze, she climbed the steps leading up the mountain. Only after her figure disappeared from sight did Su Tianyi take Meiji's hand and head towards St. Lord Peak. A short while later, the two arrived at the peach blossom forest. Meiji winked playfully at him, knowingly saying, "I'll go tidy up the room." Su Tianyi put his arm around her waist, kissed her, and then turned to walk towards his master's usual cultivation cave. "Yun Mushi, come out. How can you do this to my mother? Stealing your disciple's fiancé, is this your promise to take care of me? Did you hear me? Stop playing dead. You're definitely in there." As they approached the cave, a series of shouts and curses rang out. Following the familiar voice, Su Tianyi pushed aside the last clump of peach blossoms obscuring his view. Ahead, a captivatingly beautiful woman was cursing loudly at her master's secluded cave. Chapter 152 Reunion. "Yun Mushi, you dare steal my man, but you don't dare confront me? Don't play dead. I won't fall for your act. You're a vixen who steals disciples' partners, a woman unwanted by men, an old witch." A woman in a pink miniskirt, with long, slender legs and jade-like skin, stood with her hands on her hips, her insults growing increasingly outrageous, her breasts trembling with rage, her face flushed red. But there was still no response from inside, as if it were an empty cave. "Senior sister." Su Tianyi, who had been hiding to the side, gathered his emotions and finally stepped forward. His senior sister would find out about his affair with their master sooner or later. He had originally planned to tell her the truth after returning from the Tianyuan continent. However, now that his senior sister knew, as a man, he couldn't let their master face the storm alone. He had to stand up and show his responsibility. The familiar voice made Fox Fairy's delicate body tremble. She quickly turned around, and upon seeing the face clearly, a smile instantly bloomed on her face. "Junior brother, why did you suddenly come back?" Fox Fairy ran over, leaping into his arms, wrapping her arms around Su Tianyi's neck, clinging to him, and said with a charming smile, "Missed senior sister?" Her figure was light and lithe, almost weightless, and the warm, fragrant scent made Su Tianyi's heart flutter. He wrapped his arms around Fox Fairy's waist, forehead to forehead, and said softly, "Yes, I missed her so much, I came back specifically to see senior sister." "You cheeky junior brother, you're getting more and more glib." Fox Fairy, with one arm around Su Tianyi, used her other hand to tug at his earlobe. "Senior sister won't fall for that." Su Tianyi chuckled, as expected of senior sister, "You're truly clever." "Oh, I'm ignoring you." Fox Fairy huffed, getting off Su Tianyi and turning her back, feigning anger. "I knew it, you're thinking of master." Senior sister risked her life, infiltrating the deer chasing academy to obtain the sacred medicine for you. only to have her fiancé stolen by that shameless old hag. Even my heart was stolen, boo-hoo, I, Fox Fairy, am so pitiful and unlucky. Fox Fairy grew even more heartbroken, squatting on the ground, covering her face and weeping, her thin shoulders trembling, a pitiful sight. She didn't steal it, she just abducted half of it. Su Tianyi joked, thinking that his teasing senior sister was playing another trick on him. After all, his senior sister already knew he was a womanizer, with more than one woman. While the master-disciple relationship was indeed hard to accept, it shouldn't have caused this much heartbreak. Half, huh? As expected, master is the most important. The other half the other women will take a share. I wonder how much senior sister will get. The Fox Fairy shrugged, her muffled voice emerging from between her arms and knees. Su Tianyi squatted down beside her. His sharp eyes, through the slightest gap in her vision, noticed that his senior sister was indeed crying. His body trembled, his heart aching with unbearable pain. He knew that at this point, anything he said would be futile, utterly powerless, merely an excuse for his infidelity. So he lowered his head and sincerely admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've made senior sister sad. Hearing this, the Fox Fairy raised her head, forcing a smile. Don't blame me, junior brother. It must be that old hag who secretly seduced you while I was away. Fox Fairy's eyes were red-rimmed, and long, curled eyelashes still held lingering tears, making her look pitiful. Senior sister can accept the existence of Xiao Dai and Xing Shui, so why does she harbor such malice towards master? Su Tianyi hesitated for a moment before asking the question that had been bothering him. Fox Fairy wiped away her tears, indignantly saying, At first, I asked her to propose marriage to the Fox clan in the name of the Xian Tian Holy Land, but she refused, arguing that although the Fox clan is a neutral demon race, they are still demons, and our identities are insignificant between the two races. Now, the Empress has swiftly unified the immortal spirit continent, eliminating racial distinctions, yet she still disagrees. Speaking of this, Fox Fairy spat at the cave not far away, viciously saying, Shameless old witch, seducing her disciple's fiancé is one thing, but she even wants the position of the principal wife. Creak. As soon as she finished speaking, the cave door shook, and a woman in a long purple dress, with dazzling starry eyes, unparalleled beauty, and a noble and elegant demeanor, slowly emerged from within. Yun Mushi's jade-like feet trod on the void, untouched by dust. Naturally, she wouldn't admit her ulterior motives. Her expression remained unchanged as she solemnly declared, Siener, you've misunderstood your master. I'm only thinking of the Holy Land's reputation. His Majesty has only just unified the continent, and the Xian Tian Holy Sun has already married the demon princess. Doesn't that raise suspicions that the two major powers have been colluding all along? Master Su Tianyi gazed at the woman who had captivated him at first sight, his heart pounding. Even from a distance of several meters, he could smell the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her long, flowing hair. If his senior sister hadn't been there, and the timing wasn't right, he would have embraced his master tightly, kissing her soft, fragrant lips, releasing all the pent-up longing of the past few days. Chapter 153 Doing Bad Things. Fox Fairy glared angrily at Yun Mushi, You're just making excuses. Why can't it be that the Xian Tian Holy Land took the lead in promoting peaceful development between the human and demon races? Yun Mushi was speechless, unable to think of a rebuttal, and could only adopt the authoritative demeanor of a master. What happened between you and your junior brother was truly an accident. If I didn't have a clear conscience, why would I be so honest with you? Fox Fairy pondered for a moment, realizing this was true. Then when will my junior brother and I be able to get married? Fox Fairy asked. Sensing her master's predicament, Su Tianyi said, 3 days later, His Majesty orders me to go to the Tianyuan continent to study. Upon my return, I will marry you. Fox Fairy paused, then said dejectedly, Why so suddenly? Su Tianyi said, Don't worry, junior brother, I'll rush back as fast as I can for senior sister's sake. Fox Fairy smiled, glancing sideways at Yun Mushi, You're quite the smooth talker. Yun Mushi remained expressionless, ignoring this blatant provocation. Let's go, let's ignore this old hag. I have so much to say to you.
Fox Fairy took Su Tiany's arm and walked out. Caught between the two most important women, Su Tiany was torn.
Fortunately, his master was very understanding and transmitted his voice, "Go ahead, I'll come find you tonight."
Hearing this, Su Tiany was completely relieved. His master was beautiful and noble, dignified and elegant. The empress, she had to be the empress. On the road,
the two shared their longing for each other over the past few days, and before they knew it, the conversation turned to the trial of Tang Shan.
Fox Fairy chuckled and said,
"The conflict between the Tang family and the Gu family has been deadlocked for several days, with no one willing to get involved. Just as I was about to ask my master to intervene, things suddenly took a turn for the better."
Fox Fairy clung tightly to Su Tiany, practically clinging to him.
Su Tiany's arm was embedded in the Jade Maiden Peak, and as they walked, he felt a tempting sensation from time to time.
With immense willpower, he steadied himself and pressed on. What turning point? Fox Fairy smiled. Tangshen's sister, Princess Duanmu, suddenly appeared at this crucial moment and betrayed Tangshen.
Fox Fairy's bright eyes and white teeth gleamed, her lips moving freely in a carefree laugh. "Junior brother, you have no idea how amusing the expressions of disbelief on the faces of the Tang father and son were back then." Fox Fairy said with some admiration, Princess Duanmu was truly a heroine who upheld justice even at the cost of her own family.
"It's such a pity." Su Tiany asked thoughtfully, "What happened to her?"
"She died alongside Tang Shan."
Fox Fairy's brows were full of regret. Su Tiany's expression changed to one of understanding. He had suspected that Chu Luoli's method wasn't working properly after he couldn't sense Duanmu Yushuang's aura recently. It turned out she was gone.
Su Tiany had no liking for the proud, brother-obsessed demon, and didn't even feel sorry for her in death. He deliberately changed the subject. "Your demon race might also have a spot to go to the Tianyuan continent.
Perhaps my senior sister will be one of them."
He knew this was somewhat self-deception. Given the Empress's personality, even if a spot were given to the demon race, it wouldn't go to his senior sister, with whom he had such a close relationship.
Fox Fairy gently shook her head. "Senior sister's bloodline is about to revert to its ancestral state. In a while, I'll have to return to the clan to awaken my celestial fox bloodline. Even if there's a spot available, I won't be able to go. Time spent with someone you love always flies by."
As they chatted, the sky darkened.
Fox Fairy led Su Tiany back to her chambers.
Before bathing, she gave him a seductive smile. "You naughty junior brother, don't you dare spy on your senior sister like last time."
Su Tiany scratched his head awkwardly, remembering his embarrassing encounter last time.
When he first learned that his senior sister was a fox demon, he was truly terrified.
He hid outside, not daring to breathe. Fox Fairy finished bathing as quickly as she could ever go.
She lay on the bed, her delicate hand gently stroking her jade-like legs, her 3 fox tails swaying behind her. Her expression was alluring as she licked her fiery red lips with her delicate tongue. "Junior brother, before we get married, you're not allowed to do anything bad to your sister." Su Tiany's Adam's apple bobbed. "Senior sister is so tempting, be careful not to play with fire and get burned."
"Oh?
If you dare to do anything bad, senior sister will spank your little bottom." Su Tiany smiled slightly. "Senior sister, you don't know, junior brother is different now."
"Try."
The Fox Fairy's words had barely left her lips when she felt a terrifying force freeze the space around her, rendering her unable to move. The next moment, her junior brother covered several meters in a single step, sitting on the bed, one arm around her slender waist, the other pinching her chin, his hot breath washing over her.
"Senior sister, what do you want to try?"
Su Tiany lowered his head to savor her delicious lips, while simultaneously removing her coat. The fox spirit panicked, her voice trembling. "No, you're not allowed to do anything bad.
You can only do that after we're married. Hee, having a lot of fun."
Just as Su Tiany was about to continue teasing his senior sister, a graceful purple figure suddenly appeared on the bed.
The fox spirit in his arms had already fainted and was unconscious. Chapter 154: Yun Mushi's Revenge. The palace was dimly lit.
On a large, soft pink bed, a stunningly beautiful woman lay quietly, her exquisite face captivating. It wasn't until another woman, equally beautiful but with an even more outstanding figure and, Shiji, a combination of temperament, bearing, and presence, appeared that Su Tianyi snapped out of his reverie and hurriedly rose to greet her, master. The woman sitting on the bed possessed a voluptuous figure, her full breasts, encased in a black strapless top, seemed about to burst forth, her white cleavage igniting a burning desire. She wore a long, purple, strapless, sheer dress, her bare shoulders as white as jade. The sheer purple fabric, as thin as a cicada's wing, revealed glimpses of her snow-white skin, creating a hazy, alluring beauty. Her long, straight legs were crossed, the slit in her dress lifted to one side, exposing her perfect feet, taut calves, and shapely thighs to the air. And to the eyes of someone with ill intentions. Su Tianyi swallowed hard. This was the second time he had seen his master, a combination of nobility and allure. Ever since losing her virginity, his master had become hypocritical, all her former bewitching charm vanished without a trace, making him wonder if the master he saw on the first night was a fake. Yun Mushi turned slightly, glancing sideways at Su Tianyi, her light purple pupils filled with questioning. Not coming to my place tonight? You expect me to come find you myself? Su Tianyi stared at his master, captivated. Even in her reproachful expression, she possessed a unique and captivating beauty. Seeing her disciple remain silent, Yun Mushi felt a little embarrassed and snorted, just because you become a forbidden prodigy and are favored by his majesty, does that mean you can act recklessly in front of your master? A prodigy who hasn't fully matured is just a prodigy. Someone like you, I could suppress 5 with a single finger, no, 5,000. Master, you're so beautiful, I can't get enough of looking at you. Su Tianyi ignored her, his eyes only fixed on the flawless face he hadn't seen for so many days. You don't need to say that. His master, who had just been whining and looking fierce, suddenly became shy. In their staring contest, the thicker-skinned Su Tianyi ultimately won. Now that you've got a vixen, you won't listen to your master anymore, huh? You promised to come to my place tonight. Yun Mushi turned her head away, feeling a little wronged. During the day, she had feigned generosity by letting her disciple go to another unfilial disciple who had insulted their master, only to have her disciple, blinded by lust, have his heart stolen. Her act of actively seeking him out was a decision she had struggled with for a long time before making, afraid that Su Tianyi would misunderstand and think she couldn't bear the loneliness. But thinking that Su Tianyi would only stay in the Holy Land for 2 nights at most before departing for the Tianyuan continent, giving up this night that should have been hers to a vixen felt like a huge loss. Su Tianyi said seriously, Master's orders are firmly in my mind, but since senior sister hasn't slept, I can't leave under any pretext. Hearing this, Yun Mushi's expression softened. It was all this shameless vixen's fault for bringing a man to her residence before marriage. Tianyi had no choice but to break the agreement. Su Tianyi glanced at his senior sister, who had fallen asleep due to his master's little trick, pulled over the blanket beside him, and covered her with it. Master, let's go. Yun Mushi stretched, her breasts trembling slightly, captivating all who saw them. She then lay down on the large bed, her long, slender legs twitching with precise force as she kicked the fox spirit beside her to the edge of the bed. Where are you going? The entire Holy Lord Peak is my territory. I can rest wherever I want. Su Tianyi was somewhat disappointed. It seemed that his master's summons tonight might not be as pleasant as he had imagined. Yun Mushi, seeing her disciple standing there like a fool, couldn't help but ask, what are you still standing there for? Su Tianyi, puzzled, continued to stare blankly at his master. Yun Mushi blushed and whispered, the cultivation technique given to me by the Joyful Union sect last time. I need to check if you've been diligently practicing it. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Su Tianyi glanced at his oblivious senior sister. How about we go somewhere else? Whatever you want. I'm going to rest here tonight. Yun Mushi, devoid of any Holy Lord's majesty, threw a tantrum. She glanced out of the corner of her eye at the fox spirit, a smile playing on her lips, fast asleep. A cold sneer escaped her lips. You think you can insult me all the time? You really think I'm made of tofu and have no temper at all? Tonight, I'm going to teach your fiancé a lesson right in front of you, and make you furious. Heh, you think I'm taking advantage of my age, some old monster? Pa! Who doesn't have a girlish heart?
Su Tianyi hesitated. Master, what if senior sister wakes up if we make too much noise? Yun Mushi said, just be quieter, okay? As she spoke, she shifted her body on the bed. This bed is quite sturdy, it shouldn't creak. Su Tianyi was silent for a moment. Master, I'm worried that your noise is too loud and will wake senior sister. Yun Mushi's fair body flushed pink, her beautiful face turning crimson. She was both embarrassed and angry. Once she's under my dream curse, even if the sky falls, this vixen won't wake up. Su Tianyi was completely relieved. He took out the little yellow book he hadn't used for days from his spatial ring and flipped through it. Master, how effective are these cultivation postures? I haven't tried them yet. The night is long, please give me some guidance. Chapter 155 Departure. The next day, as dawn broke, soft sunlight streamed through the thin curtains into the bedchamber. On the large pink bed, Fox Fairy slowly awoke. She sat up, rubbing her captivating fox eyes in a daze. A glance at the handsome man beside her brought back memories of the previous day. What about my memories of being subdued by junior brother? Fox Fairy wondered. Senior sister, you're awake? Su Tianyi, feeling incredibly guilty, pretended to have just woken up. Their master had only left less than 10 minutes ago. They had been busy since the previous night. What happened last night? I can't remember anything. Fox Fairy sniffed slightly. Why is there a strange smell in the air? Su Tianyi's heart tightened. Something was wrong. His master had clearly cleansed the air with magic before leaving. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition playing tricks on her, but the fox spirit didn't dwell on the scent. She turned to Su Tianyi, arms crossed, and asked, Junior brother, did you do something really outrageous to her last night? No, I was probably too tired from scolding her during the day, so I just fell asleep as soon as I lay down. Su Tianyi's eyes darted around. What happened last night was indeed a bit much. He couldn't even imagine his senior sister's reaction after finding out that their master had stolen from their home right in front of her. Because Yun Mushi had used mental magic, the fox spirit didn't suspect anything further. She glanced at her own shapely figure and asked suspiciously, I'm as beautiful as a flower, and my figure is top-notch. Such a beauty was lying unconscious in front of you, and you didn't do anything? Without your permission, I would never take advantage of you. Su Tianyi's expression was frank, he wasn't lying. Fox Fairy pouted, feigning grievance, is senior sister really that unattractive? Junior brother, you've gone too far. Su Tianyi was dumbfounded. So, whether he admitted it or not, he'd done something incredibly wrong? Hee Fox Fairy chuckled at Su Tianyi's stunned expression. Just kidding. Come on, don't stay in bed. Fox Fairy urged, after today, junior brother will be leaving. You have to spend the whole day playing with me. Of course. Su Tianyi smiled, then dressed neatly, and the two walked hand in hand out of the palace. Afterwards, their presence filled every corner of Holy Lord Peak, the desolate mountain resonating with laughter. Time flew by, and night approached. Su Tianyi wanted to greet Aunt Shui, but Fox Fairy informed him that she had led the Vermilion Bird Legion to take over the demon race. Before heading to the Tianyuan continent, Su Tianyi felt a pang of regret at not seeing the voluptuous, mature woman, Aunt Shui. Back in their bedchamber, the fox spirit, unable to suppress her foxy nature, began to tempt Su Tianyi again. As expected, their master appeared just in time, kicked the fox spirit aside, and took her place to make love with Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi glanced at his senior sister with shame, then wholeheartedly enjoyed the moment. They woke up the next morning. The fox spirit was furious. Her junior brother was leaving today, and she had somehow fallen asleep again last night. Senior sister, I can't stay with you today, Su Tianyi said apologetically. The fox spirit was reluctant. So soon? Can't you leave this afternoon? Su Tianyi said, I still need to go to the refining peak to say goodbye to Xiao Dai. She's all alone now, so pitiful. Xiao Dai alone? Fox Fairy was utterly puzzled. Aren't Peak Master Guo and the Supreme Elder of the Weapon Refining Peak her closest relatives? It's like this. Su Tianyi immediately explained the letter left by Guo Dehan. Fox Fairy was suspicious. Something happened? But I saw Peak Master Guo alive and well just a few days ago. Su Tianyi's eyes widened. He ruled out the possibility that Xiao Dai was lying. Guo Dehan must have deceived her. The turning point in his relationship with Xiao Dai was because of that letter. If all of this was part of Guo Dehan's scheme, it only proved that appearances can be deceiving, and one cannot judge a book by its cover. Those who seem honest and simple on the surface may have many hidden agendas. Su Tianyi was eager to know the truth. He immediately bid farewell to his senior sister and headed to the weapon refining peak. Fox Fairy lay down in the spot he had just been in, feeling the lingering warmth and breath, and took a deep breath with her eyes closed. "Junior brother, I'll wait for you to come back." Meanwhile, at the weapon refining peak, Guo Dehan, his expression humble, pleaded with his daughter, "Xiao Dai, it's true I was wrong to make you worry, but I did this for your own good. A man of such upright character as Su Xingzi is rare in this world. If it weren't for me, would your relationship with him have developed so quickly?" Guo Xiaodai, wearing a pale yellow floral dress, squatted on the ground, hugging her knees, sulking and ignoring Guo Dehan. "Xiaodai, how about I continue to hide and play dead? I'll reappear after you and Su Xingzi get married?" Guo Dehan continued to fawn over her. He. Su Tianyi, holding a jade green bamboo flute, gracefully walked in. "Uncle Guo, are you trying to scare me to death at the wedding? Brother Tianyi?" The familiar voice startled Guo Xiaodai, leaving her bewildered. Su Tianyi knew what she was worried about. He landed beside her, stroked her head, and said softly, "I didn't mean to blame Uncle Guo. I even want to thank him. If it weren't for him, I don't know how long I would have kept up this pretense of propriety in front of you. See? Even the Holy Sun Su said so. Xiao Dai, don't be angry with your father anymore." Guo Dehan winked. Su Tianyi glanced at him, annoyed, and said, "If you dare to scare Xiao Dai again, I..." Guo Dehan quickly interrupted, "Holy Sun, please spare me. I promise there won't be a next time." Saying this, he winked at the two of them again. "Goodbye, young couple. I won't disturb you any longer." Before he finished speaking, he hurriedly disappeared. Guo Xiaodai lowered her head and whispered, "I really didn't know the letter was a lie." Su Tianyi said softly, "I don't mind, it's good that Uncle Guo is alright." Hearing Su Tianyi's sincerity, Guo Xiaodai breathed a sigh of relief, then took out a smooth jade bracelet from her sleeve. "I heard it can bring peace, so I specially made it for you, it's just that the quality is a bit low. A gift from Xiaodai is more precious than a sacred artifact in my eyes." Su Tianyi took the jade bracelet with one hand and handed her a bamboo flute with the other. "It's been with me for many years, let it keep you company for now." Guo Xiaodai carefully accepted it, overjoyed. Su Tianyi leaned closer and gently pecked her fair, soft cheek. "I'm leaving." Guo Xiaodai looked reluctant. "Take care on the road." Su Tianyi nodded, then soared into the sky. "Take care of yourself. If I come back and find you've lost weight, I'll punish you severely." The girl on the mountain peak gazed wistfully into the distance, unable to leave for a long time. A cool breeze ruffled her hair, but it couldn't blow away her longing. On the summit of St. Lord Peak, two beautiful women also stood, unusually quiet, not arguing, but simply gazing silently into the distance. Chapter 156 Image Collapse. The border of the immortal spirit continent. A massive spirit ship docked at the shore, its guards all black armored commanders at the feather transformation realm or higher. This journey was not merely for students seeking knowledge, it was also the first time the immortal spirit continent had appeared at the center of the world, so the entourage naturally had to display its grandeur and strength. The stipulated arrival time was before sunset, and Su Tianyi boarded the ship before noon, only to find himself among the last to arrive. The others were already eagerly preparing for departure. There were 8 people in total, 6 humans and 2 demons. "Brother Su, you're late." Fan Qi gave Su Tianyi a big hug. "You probably arrived very early," Su Tianyi asked suspiciously. Fan Qi laughed heartily, "I've been waiting for you here since you left the academy." "Su Tianyi, you're really impatient. Saint Su, long time no see." Just then, the handsome and dashing Saint Luo Chuan, dressed in black, descended from the pavilion. "Brother Luo." Su Tianyi waved in greeting. Luo Chuan walked over, annoyed. "Brother Luo? Do I have any brotherly respect here? I heard you wiped out my Tai sect?
Su Tianyi wasn't embarrassed and continued to laugh. The current sect leader isn't you, otherwise, I would definitely have shown mercy.
Luo Chuan was speechless.
From this, it seemed that even if it were him, he would still fight, just with less force. Fan Shi, unaware of the relationship between the two, sensed a hint of tension and kindly changed the subject. Now all that's missing is the successor to the Moon Goddess Temple. I've heard that Her Highness the Goddess is as beautiful as a fairy, the most beautiful of the four beauties.
It's truly something to look forward to.
She always wears a veil, never revealing her true face. The holy son of Luo Chuan sighed, a look of regret on his face.
Brother Luo, have you fallen for someone else? Don't you want your junior sister anymore? Su Tianyi asked with a half-smile.
When you see her later, I won't hide it from you.
Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. I'm simply admiring Her Highness the Goddess. The holy son of Luo Chuan emphasized, admire, understand? Su Tianyi glanced at him. It was just a joke. Why such a big reaction? Are you feeling guilty?
The holy son of Luo Chuan smiled wryly. Brother Su, never make jokes like that in front of your junior sister. She's incredibly jealous. I didn't realize Brother Luo was so henpecked.
Su Tianyi laughed. Henpecked? Luo Chuan asked, puzzled. What does that mean?
A sign of a good man, Su Tianyi casually replied. By the way, where's your junior sister? Su Tianyi glanced around, noticing the ship was full of men, and, with a guess in mind, tentatively asked. The Imperial High Command ordered that female relatives are not allowed.
Luo Chuan also didn't understand this order.
His junior sister, who had come with him, had been driven away, her face streaked with tears. It was heartbreaking. Maybe they're afraid that beauty will mislead us and interfere with our studies.
Fan Shi offered a forced explanation, though he knew this reason was utterly untenable.
They were all either forbidden or close to forbidden, their temperaments naturally extraordinary. For them to be captivated by beauty, it would require a celestial being like the goddess to actively seduce them.
But was that even possible?
The reason the goddess was ranked first among beauties was precisely because of her icy, untainted aura. Su Tianyi pondered this situation, having anticipated it.
However, why did the Empress allow Shu Yueyao to board? Was it because her forbidden talent was too much to handle, or did she feel there was no possibility between them?
As he pondered this, he noticed a group of people looking in the same direction, even the ship's guards. From the east, a woman in a flowing white dress, with a red lightning bolt pattern on her forehead, gracefully arrived. Her skin was as white as jade, radiating a captivating glow. Her beautiful figure was enveloped in the long dress, and her peerless face was veiled by a white veil, obscuring her true features. Looking at Shu Yueyao, who seemed like a fairy descended to earth, Su Tianyi's thoughts drifted. He subconsciously recalled seeing her true face in the void realm, and his somewhat offensive kiss with the goddess. After the initial surprise, a wave of fear washed over him. Su Tianyi worried that what had happened with the clone in the void realm might have been discovered. But then he thought, if the holy son of Luo Chuan seemed unaware, then the goddess probably didn't know either, right? After Shu Yueyao boarded the ship, Su Tianyi, with a heart full of unease, took the initiative to greet her. That kid Su Tianyi knows quite a few women, Fan Shi said sourly. Having been single for over 20 years, he had no idea how easily women could sway him. Since becoming the leader of the World Alliance, quite a few women had thrown themselves at him, but he always felt these women had ulterior motives and weren't genuinely interested in him, so he rejected them all. Brother Su, the goddess prefers quiet. I think you'd better not disturb her, the holy son of Luo Chuan reminded him telepathically. As a successor of the Tai Holy Land, he had naturally greeted Shu Yueyao. Don't worry, I know the goddess, Su Tianyi replied confidently. He felt they had gotten along well during their meeting at the Holy Lord Peak, and they should be considered friends. The holy son of Luo Chuan curled his lip, waiting to see a good show. Your Highness, it's been a long time. Su Tianyi smiled warmly. Shu Yueyao glanced at him with her cool eyes, then turned to the guards on the ship and asked, Where is my lodging? The guard in charge of reception quickly took out a token from his waist and handed it to Shui Yueyao. Top floor, the leftmost room. Shui Yueyao reached for it, her loose dress sleeves slipping down to reveal her delicate, fair wrists. She then headed straight for her lodgings, not even glancing at Su Tianyi, her expression utterly indifferent.
Su Tianyi remained standing there, awkwardly taking off.
Luo Chuan Xingzi approached gleefully. I warned you, but you wouldn't listen.
Now you know you were wrong, right? Everyone knows Her Highness the Goddess.
As he spoke, he added with some doubt, while Her Highness the Goddess may be aloof, she wouldn't treat you like this. You know, you're not just Xin Tian Xingzi, but also His Majesty's acknowledged leader of the younger generation.
Brother Su, didn't you say something you shouldn't have?
Fan Shi, who had come to join the fun, was someone who had managed to hook up with Miss Yu within a few days of the trial. His actions in certain areas were not exactly admirable.
Su Tianyi suppressed his embarrassment and asked Luo Chuan Xingzi, Brother Luo, can you learn about the events in the Tai Su realm through the clone?
Of course. Anyone who leaves the clone behind can later go to the Tai Su realm to share in the battles it experienced, Luo Chuan Xingzi said with delight.
I never imagined that the half-step forbidden expert Brother Su encountered would be me.
Knowing this, before boarding the ship, I would definitely have gone to the Taishu realm to see how many moves I, at the same level, could last against Brother Su.
It's over. Su Tianyi's heart sank. Shui Yueyao was the only forbidden prodigy in the Taishu realm.
If she shared Luo Chuan's thoughts, she would definitely have gone to the Taishu realm. No wonder her attitude was so cold, it turned out she knew everything that had happened. Su Tianyi wanted to cry but had no tears. The image he had built up had completely collapsed. Given Shui Yueyao's personality, he felt that obtaining her source power through emotion was now extremely unlikely.
Chapter 157 Shameless. In the center of the ship, on the top floor of the pavilion,
Shui Yueyao stood by the railing, her robes fluttering, gazing into the distance. Her gaze seemed to pierce through layers of space, seeing the Tianyuan continent, seeing the Heavenly Tao Academy, her stage, home to numerous forbidden geniuses, and even those beyond the forbidden realm. She was a forbidden genius, a secret of the immortal spirit continent, seemingly detached from worldly affairs, yet inwardly more arrogant than anyone else. Those chosen ones, even the most outstanding talents, who pursued her, were utterly laughable in her eyes. The great Tao is boundless. A group of people with inherently low talent, instead of focusing on cultivation, had time to waste on romantic entanglements. Only the Xian Tian Holy Son held her in high regard. Although he started later and had lower cultivation, he, like herself, was single-mindedly devoted to the Tao. That was why, after learning of her defeat in the Tai Su realm, she returned to the Zhulu Academy with great joy to witness the duel. She thought that in the near future, she would have another close friend to walk alongside her.
Unexpectedly. You can know a person's face but not their heart.
The Xian Tian Holy Son, like all the other men in the world, harbored ulterior motives towards her. No, he was even more despicable. Others might only have thoughts in their hearts, but he directly touched her, even kissed her. Shui Yueyao touched her lips beneath the thin veil, the image of herself lying on the ground, being forcibly kissed by that bastard flashing through her mind. Having received the clone's memories, she felt the same way. What was even more infuriating was that beastly man had even stuck out his tongue.
Recalling this scene, Shui Yueyao's cheeks flushed.
He had truly betrayed her trust. Before entering the Tai Su realm, she had scoffed at the rumors about the number one prodigy being a womanizer, never believing a single one. But in the end, he had disappointed her. So be it, it was just a fleeting encounter.
Let's just pretend we never met, Shui Yueyao sighed softly.
At this moment, even the blazing sun over the sea seemed to dim, just like her mood. This was the first time she had ever felt so conflicted and troubled by a person or event. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, she heard the soft sound of footsteps on the deck behind her. Shui Yueyao turned her head and saw a man in white robes, incomparably handsome, with a free and ethereal air, like a celestial being stepping out of a painting.
Su Tianyi, a hypocrite she had once thought was a confidant.
Your Highness, it's been a long time. Su Tianyi wore an awkward smile, looking somewhat shy. Shui Yueyao gave him a cold glare, then turned to go inside.
Su Tianyi darted forward, shamelessly blocking Shui Yueyao's path. Your Highness, I think there's a misunderstanding between us. Get out of the way.
A cold voice came from beneath the thin veil. I think we should talk. Su Tianyi remained blocking the doorway, refusing to let her through. Sometimes, a man has to be thick-skinned, otherwise he won't even have a chance to explain, even though there was no misunderstanding about what he had done.
Ha, master, your behavior right now is like that of a lapdog. In the fairy painting, Chu Luoli lay on the ground, laughing heartily. Hearing this, Su Tianyi's forehead darkened.
After absorbing the primal power from Yi Feiyu and the immortal artifact, the returning void brush, Chu Luoli seemed to have overeaten. She took some time to digest it, and hadn't uttered a single word in recent days. Chu Luoli, if you don't speak, I'll think you've turned into a dead loli and I'm planning to bury you in a few days.
Su Tianyi communicated with her telepathically, annoyed.
Chu Luoli, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, still grinned broadly.
Master, wasn't your plan to first become her confidant and then slowly win her heart? Why has Master changed his strategy after Chu Chu has only been asleep for a few days? Don't you usually hate sycophantic behavior? Su Tianyi's lips twitched slightly.
While Shui Yueyao was beautiful, he wasn't particularly fond of her. Including that time in the Void Realm, they had only met 3 times in total. If she weren't a possessor of primal power, he would never have bothered trying to win her over.
Chu Chu spoke eloquently, the more humble you are, the more aloof the goddess will be. Being a simp is a dead end.
Chu Chu's constant use of the term simp annoyed Su Tianyi, who felt she was itching for a beating after a few days.
A ham master must have a reason for doing this. That's right, master can't be a simp.
Seeing Su Tianyi's furrowed brow, Chu Chu sensed trouble and quickly changed her tune, trying to appease him.
Su Tianyi was somewhat pleased with this.
His anger subsided slightly, and he decided to give the little girl he hadn't seen for days a proper treat that evening. After gathering his thoughts, Su Tianyi said, in the Taishu realm, the incident of harassing her was exposed, and the image I built up before was ruined.
Chu Chu, do you have any way to salvage this? Chu Chu's eyes lit up. The saint-grade celestial softness finally has a use.
She's only at the peak of the divine power realm, and can't abstain from grains for long. Find an opportunity to drug her food, then seize her primordial yin and reclaim your original power.
Su Tianyi. He was truly stupid, really, really stupid. He must have lost his mind to ask this wicked little girl full of crooked ideas for advice.
Personally, he didn't like forced relationships that wouldn't be sweet, but if there was truly no room for reconciliation, he had no choice but to use force.
Of course, this force wasn't Chu Chu's method, but a marriage alliance.
After he inherited the family business, even the Moon Goddess Palace, whose power was no weaker than the Xian Tian Holy Land, would have to bow down. While communicating telepathically with Chu Chu, Su Tianyi was also talking with Shui Yueyao.
Shui Yueyao's expression was indifferent. We've only met twice, what's there to talk about? Is Saint Su perhaps, as the rumors say, a lecherous rogue?
Hearing this, Su Tianyi held onto a sliver of hope, thinking she was unaware of the affairs of the Taishu realm and that these gossip distorted her impression of him.
He said,
Your Highness, rumors always tend to exaggerate.
So, the one who entered the Taishu realm, defeated me, and challenged the Empress wasn't you? Shui Yueyao interrupted with a cold laugh.
These words clearly told Su Tianyi that she was aware of his actions in the Taishu realm.
Su Tianyi's toes dug into the ground, feeling like a clown. Fortunately, his skin was thicker than a city wall. Knowing that normal methods were useless, he could only activate his backup plan.
In the Void Realm, unable to suppress his affections, he defiled the goddess.
Su Tianyi is guilty. Shui Yueyao coldly watched his performance.
Su Tianyi met her gaze. I am willing to take responsibility for defiling Her Highness the goddess's purity. I have never seen such a shameless person.
The holy and ethereal goddess laughed in anger. Chapter 158 Winning the Beauty's Heart.
Facing Shui Yueyao's sarcasm, Su Tianyi remained unperturbed, smiling faintly. As the heir of the Xian Tian Holy Land, my status is no lower than yours, the goddess of the Moon Goddess Palace. And now, deeply favored by His Majesty, tell me, if I were to request His Majesty's blessing for marriage, Wouldn't His Majesty desire the bloodlines of two forbidden prodigies to unite and give birth to an even more extraordinary child?
Shui Yueyao's expression changed.
The pure and innocent woman couldn't bear to imagine herself being violated by this villain before her and giving birth to his child. Your Highness, if I remember correctly, the Moon Goddess Palace has a precedent of an heir marrying. Su Tianyi stared at Shui Yueyao with a half-smile.
Holy Sun Su, how is your current behavior any different from that of Tang Shan, whom you judged?
Shui Yueyao barely managed to compose herself, rebuking him.
Marriages between powerful families are always driven by self-interest.
Whether the marriage partner is willing or not is of no concern to those in power.
Su Tianyi's tone softened. The difference between him and me is that I'm willing to give you a formal title, and you will be my only marriage partner.
Shui Yueyao clenched her fist in silence. Beneath her thin veil, her expression was one of utter humiliation. Faced with a peerless genius like Su Tianyi, a talent unseen for millennia, the Moon Goddess Palace might actually agree.
I'm not just here to quench my thirst for knowledge.
If your Highness is willing to give me a chance to pursue you, and not reject me outright, then I can drop the matter of marriage.
Su Tianyi smiled slightly.
This was his true purpose. If it weren't for something he absolutely needed from Shui Yueyao, he wouldn't have bothered playing the villain first, intimidating her before making a more acceptable demand. Shui Yueyao frowned, her eyes filled with struggle, her teeth clenched.
Seeing this, Su Tianyi's heart tightened.
His principle was that once he had a woman in his grasp, he had to take responsibility. Therefore, he naturally hoped that Shui Yueyao's relationship with him was willing, and that marriage would proceed naturally.
An incense stick later. Seeing that she was still hesitant, as if deciding on a life-altering matter, Su Tianyi said,
"This is merely an opportunity to pursue her.
After spending some time together, if your Highness still feels it's not suitable, then you can refuse. I will have no complaints."
Having said this much, if she still refused, he could only use his power, not the Empress of Qin, but the family fortune he was about to inherit. Asking the Empress of Qin to help with a marriage alliance would be like throwing good money after bad, a complete waste. Shui Yueyao took a deep breath, her voice cold and clear. As expected, men are all lustful at first sight.
Su Tianyi.
While Shui Yueyao was beautiful, she wasn't so stunning that he would pursue her so relentlessly after only one meeting.
The fault wasn't his, it was the power of origin, it was Chuluwali.
That damned lowly had even mocked him as a simp just now. He had to teach her a lesson tonight, make her but swell up high. Shui Yueyao was already considering giving in, but looking at the repulsive face before her, she grew angrier and angrier, so she directly struck out with her palm.
Su Tianyi reacted quickly, narrowly dodging the blow.
Touching his almost disfigured face, he was still shaken. "Your Highness, what do you mean by this?"
"Enough nonsense, take this." Shui Yueyao's spiritual energy surged as she continued her attack.
If she didn't take revenge on this bastard while his cultivation was still low, she might not have another chance.
Su Tianyi saw through Shui Yueyao's undisguised intentions and deliberately flew into the sea to facilitate their battle.
Shui Yueyao was slightly surprised.
Flight was a hallmark of the transcendent realm. When Su Tianyi fought her mirror image, he had only just entered the mortal transformation realm. In less than a month, he had already crossed a major realm? Thinking to herself, Shui Yueyao's fairy dress swayed as she flew after him. Transcendent realm? So what? The continent's #1 genius? Could she, with her peak divine power realm cultivation, possibly lose?
In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows, the aftershocks of their battle creating waves tens of meters high.
Su Tianyi dared not relax for a moment, going all out.
Of course, he was using his peak transcendent realm cultivation. Having merged with the memories of Su Wushwang's era, and with his divine body fully awakened, he feared that if he didn't suppress his own cultivation level, he would be instantly killed by his opponent. Displaying overwhelming combat power right from the start wouldn't win the beauty's heart, it would only double Shui Yueyao's resentment. Her current fight wasn't about competition, but about venting her anger. Being beaten up instead of venting her anger, no one would be happy in that situation. Seeing that Su Tianyi was a whole realm lower than her, yet could still barely put up a fight, Shui Yueyao couldn't help but feel a little admiration.
He truly deserved to be called a prodigy, capable of fighting the Empress to a draw, seemingly surpassing forbidden realms. Admiration aside, she felt mostly resentment. She, who had always defeated opponents beyond her realm, had today become the one being defeated. With this thought in mind, Shui Yueyao decided to hold back no longer, softly saying, "The myriad paths endure, life is eternal." Countless white points of light floated from the sea, converging on Shui Yueyao, appearing incomparably holy, making even a glance seem like a desecration. Using the divine power of her life essence, she connected herself with the life force of sea creatures, temporarily gaining exceptionally strong regenerative abilities. In this state, even the most severe injuries could be instantly healed. Shui Yueyao raised her jade hand, and the aquatic plants magnified countless times, shooting skyward, instantly enveloping the world in greenery. The battle between the two was quite intense, and those on the ship had already noticed. Seeing Su Tianyi trapped and at a disadvantage, the holy son of Luochuan immediately stepped into the air and went to act as a peacemaker. "Your Highness, you end. Get lost." Shui Yueyao coldly interrupted, and at the same time, a huge vine whipped Luochuan away. The holy son of Luochuan flew hundreds of meters backward, shaking his slightly numb arm, and said sullenly, "Brother Su, what heinous act did you commit to make the holy and ethereal goddess lose her composure like this? Good luck to you, brother, I am no match for her." On the other side, using his supernatural power of time reversal, Su Tianyi rewound 2 seconds to escape the encirclement. He then drew his dragon scale spear and launched an attack on Shui Yueyao, his passive defense seeming too contrived. The two fought from noon until sunset. Night fell. Su Tianyi felt that Shui Yueyao's resentment had been vented enough. It was time to end this tedious battle. The pitch-black night sky was illuminated by a divine light, so dazzling that it was almost blinding. The light faded, and those on the boat looked closely. All the aquatic plants had vanished, leaving only a handsome young man in white robes carrying the exhausted and unconscious goddess. Everyone was shocked. Her Highness the goddess was knocked unconscious by someone crossing the border and then carried back? Su Tianyi ignored the crowd and directly took Shui Yueyao back to her room. Inside the room, Su Tianyi gently laid her down, sat on the edge of the bed for a while, and then, as if possessed, lifted her veil. Just then, Shui Yueyao woke up. Su Tianyi's face stiffened, and he stammered, "I can explain." Chapter 159: Chu Luoli's Little Secrets and Big Secrets. A rare flicker of panic crossed Shui Yueyao's face. Instinctively, she pulled at the thin blanket covering her, shrinking further into the bed, her expression wary. "What did you do to me?" Su Tianyi looked embarrassed, rubbing his nose. "It's a misunderstanding, I can explain. My true face, didn't you already see it when you were in the Taishu realm, Holy Sun Su? Why bother secretly lifting your veil and doing something shameful?" Shui Yueyao sneered. After her initial panic, she regained her composure. On this ship, protected by a supreme expert, heading to the Heavenly Tao Academy, even the most audacious bastard wouldn't dare to do anything reckless to her. Su Tianyi remained silent. He admitted his actions were indeed inappropriate. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Shui Yueyao, he couldn't help but recall that fleeting glimpse of her cold, beautiful face was incomparably stunning, like a celestial being descended to earth, not a visitor from the mortal realm. The quiet room, the close contact, and the soft, delicate body he had felt while carrying Shui Yueyao back, all these factors combined to impulsively lead him to act rudely. "I'm sorry." After a long while, Su Tianyi, his eyes lowered, finally stammered. Seeing the arrogant, somewhat conceited Xian Tian Saint admit his mistake, Shui Yueyao's calm heart stirred with a strange sense of pride. The number one among the younger generation? Is that all? So what if I can't beat you? When it's time to bow my head, I still have to apologize obediently. Just as Shui Yueyao was about to continue her sarcastic remarks to vent her resentment, she saw Su Tianyi, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly get up and walk straight to the door. He opened the door, leaning slightly to reveal his perfect profile. His gentle voice carried a resolute determination. "Your Highness, one day, you will willingly remove your veil for me." With that, he stepped out the door, leaving behind a confident white silhouette. Shui Yueyao paused, then spoke resolutely, muttering to herself, "I am single-mindedly devoted to the Tao, worldly ties have long been severed."
Honestly, he didn't even close the door properly. Noticing the door was ajar, Shui Yueyao, with a hint of reproach, used her spiritual power to close the wooden door. She then lay down on the bed, trying to calm her mind. Trying to quiet her mind and continue her cultivation, she found herself unable to find peace. The events of the day were like pebbles thrown into her usually calm heart, creating ripples and unrest.
The path of cultivation cannot be rushed. Very well, I'll rest for the night. Shui Yueyao had been fighting Su Tianyi all afternoon and was already exhausted, so she quickly fell asleep. What bothered her was that the despicable face of that guy from the daytime appeared in her dream. The two engaged in another fierce battle, and unsurprisingly, she lost again. Her opponent even arrogantly declared, devoted to the Tao? This holy sun is the Tao itself. Then, the scene in the dream shifted. In the Taishu realm, after her defeat, she lay helplessly on the ground. That hateful bastard had lifted her veil, revealing her pristine, holy self, being bitten and gnawed by a foul mouth. Bastard, I'll kill you. On the bed, Shui Yueyao's brows furrowed, her cherry lips moving, uttering indistinct sounds. To highlight their status as forbidden prodigies, they lived on the ship's deck. There were 3 rooms in total, Su Tianyi in the middle, Shui Yueyao to his left, and Fan Qi on the far right, near the gangway. It was already dark, but Fan Qi hadn't returned to his room. Of all the prodigies on the ship, he came from a humble background and had the lowest status. He was currently chatting with the other prodigies on the deck, making new friends. After returning to his room, Su Tianyi immersed himself in the fairy painting. Chu Chu, with her hair in a bun, dressed in a simple blue robe, and looking rather rustic, ran happily towards him the moment he appeared, stretching out her little hands, begging for a hug. Master! Su Tianyi smiled gently, a smile that was incredibly warm. Seeing this, Chu Chu ran even more joyfully. During her slumber while absorbing the power of origin, her master had indeed missed her dearly. As Chuluoli approached, Su Tianyi sat down on the ground, skillfully pressing her onto his lap, and began to slap her soft, tender bottom repeatedly. After a few slaps, Chuluoli opened her large, watery eyes and said in disbelief, "Master, you hit me? You little brat who likes to come up with crooked ideas, I'm hitting you." Su Tianyi said calmly. His cold, merciless words shattered Chuluoli's tear ducts. Tears streamed down her face as she kicked her short legs, crying and screaming. Master only knows how to bully people. Chu Chu doesn't want to live anymore. Su Tianyi remained unmoved, his iron palm continuing to slap her mercilessly. Having absorbed most of the source power, Chu Chu was likely capable of fighting against a supreme expert in the mid-stage of the supreme realm in the outside world. She would only be stronger inside the fairy maiden's diagram. Even if he used all his spiritual power and exerted every ounce of strength to slap her, Chuluoli wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. Seeing that crying and acting cute were useless, Chuluoli had no choice but to obediently beg for mercy and admit her mistake. Chu Chu knows she was wrong, master isn't some kind of simp. Su Tianyi stopped, leisurely saying, "Is that so?" Chuluoli, lying on his lap, nodded vigorously. Chu Chu is master's most loyal simp. The thin ribbon holding her bun up had already come loose after all the fuss. With Chuluoli's nod, the left side of the hair tie instantly fell off, and her cascading black hair cascaded down. Su Tianyi paused for a moment, then reached out and removed the other hair tie. Looking at Chuluoli's waist-length black hair, he exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't this quite pretty? Why wear such a rustic bun?" "Really?" Chuluoli twirled her long hair in her hands, her face flushed with shyness. "If master likes it, Chu Chu won't tie her hair up anymore." Su Tianyi pinched her rosy cheeks, laughing and scolding, "Why are you blushing? You're still so young, you don't think I'm interested in you, do you?" Chuluoli turned over, stood up, and whispered in Su Tianyi's ear, "Let me tell you a little secret, master, even when Chu Chu grows up, she won't." What do you mean?" Su Tianyi's lips twitched slightly. Was this what he thought? Chuluoli chuckled and continued, "I'll tell you another big secret, master. After absorbing 4 portions of primordial power, Chu Chu's memories have been restored. I can tell you with absolute certainty that the woman depicted in the fairy painting is Chu Chu's true form. Upon hearing this, Su Tianyi was struck dumb, staring at Chu Luoli in disbelief.
If Master treats Chu Chu well, it's not impossible for me to transform into my true form and let you play with me. Chu Luoli tilted her head, saying slyly. Chu Chu can't remember what the previous masters looked like yet, but they all seem to be women, so this is Chu Chu's first time.
Chapter 160 Chu Luoli's Thoughts.
Su Tianyi looked at Chu Luoli, who was tilting her head and spouting suggestive words with a playful expression, and swallowed hard.
Chu Chu, are you telling the truth?
Before he finished speaking, he quickly added, I meant that your true form is the fairy in the painting, not that you're someone I can play with. Upon hearing this, Chu Luoli innocently rested her chin on her index finger. Master, you don't need to emphasize the last part.
It sounds like you're trying to hide something. Hearing this, Su Tianyi's unspoken thoughts were blatantly exposed, and he instantly became furious and embarrassed. Chu Chu, do you think I'm that kind of person? Isn't that so?
Chu Luoli smiled faintly.
Didn't Master fall for the goddess at first sight? Otherwise, why would he take advantage of her vulnerability to unveil the clone's face? And even forcefully kiss her? Su Tianyi stammered, This is all because of you.
If it weren't for helping you collect the power of origin, I wouldn't have actively pursued a cold, aloof woman.
Is that really so?
If Chu Chu remembers correctly, when Master kissed the goddess in the Void Realm, he probably thought her original self wouldn't know.
Chu Luoli said calmly, So, according to Master's thinking, what you did back then didn't help you win over the goddess at all, yet you still kissed her. Isn't that falling for her at first sight?
Her words struck at the ugly side of Su Tianyi's heart.
Su Tianyi's explanation was completely untenable.
He threatened in exasperation.
Chu Chu, now that you've regained some of your primal power, you've gotten too big for your britches, haven't you? Chu Luoli replied calmly, Did Chu Chu say something wrong? Su Tianyi was speechless, unable to find a rebuttal.
While Chu Luoli's words were somewhat biased and not entirely correct, they had indeed struck a chord with him. Whether in the Taishu realm or in his actions today, lust at first sight certainly played a significant role in his behavior.
He had always been a chauvinist.
If he and Shui Yueyao had met by chance and had no prior connection, he probably wouldn't have harbored any improper thoughts.
But Shui Yueyao was the possessor of the primal power of the fairy diagram.
Chu Luoli had previously said that their fate was predetermined, and that they would eventually become his concubines. Although he hadn't explicitly agreed at the time, he had implicitly accepted it. It was precisely because he had already considered Shui Yueyao his woman that he had subconsciously acted in ways that were considered outrageous.
Chu Chu, this is your last chance to change your mind. Su Tianyi glared at Chu Luoli, feigning fierceness, his face showing he would never admit she was right.
He understood the logic, but bowing down to Chu Luoli was absolutely impossible.
If he backed down today, wouldn't their master-servant roles be reversed? Wouldn't Chu Luoli be able to shit on his head?
Chu Luoli stood with her hands on her hips, glaring back at Su Tianyi, her demeanor hardened for the first time.
Neither of them was willing to back down.
She had known Su Tianyi's intentions perfectly well from the beginning, but she had never cared before, even readily helping him find women. The reason she was confronting Su Tianyi today was simply to vent her dissatisfaction. At first, she was simply attached to her master. Although there was no contract between them, she felt that everything her master did was right. However, as the power of her origin was reclaimed, she found herself changing. When her master was being affectionate with other women, she could no longer remain indifferent and watch the drama unfold. Instead, she felt extremely uncomfortable. These signs led her to suspect that her true form might be having an affair with her master, and that she had a jealous and easily angered personality. After a moment of staring at each other, Su Tianyi suddenly wanted to laugh. He didn't understand why he was arguing with Chu Luoli about these things. With her adorable, silly antics, even if they really switched identities, she would still be destined to be bullied by him. Thinking of this, Su Tianyi was the first to back down, no longer holding a grudge.
He patted Chu Luoli's head and comforted her. Chu Chu, don't be angry. You're right. I admit I was attracted to Her Highness the Goddess.
Chu Chu pouted, feeling even more annoyed for some reason. She was clearly the victor.
After sulking for a while, Chu Luoli asked, who's prettier, me or Shui Yueyao? Upon hearing this, Su Tiany's eyes widened. Underscore? How could this silly little girl ask such a question? Isn't that something only women ask?
After a moment's hesitation, Su Tiany, clinging to a sliver of hope, tentatively asked.
Choo-choo, the fairy is just a painting. She can't move, she can't make a sound. Ultimately, she's an inanimate object. It's easy to lose points when compared to her. Why don't you show me your true form?
The silly little girl fell for it. She tried, but failed. After a moment's thought, she said,
I understand.
That painting is my true form, and my soul is trapped in this small body.
Su Tiany suddenly realized. He was wondering why Choo-choo didn't look like the fairy at all.
It turned out the little girl's appearance wasn't what the fairy looked like as a child. Having figured this out, he was 90% convinced the little girl was the fairy. Thinking back to her earlier statement that after regaining her true form, she would allow him to defile the fairy, his heart pounded. Choo-choo seemed to see through Su Tiany's thoughts, and smiled shyly. Master is so naughty, I'm ignoring you. With that, she disappeared. Seeing this, Su Tiany slapped himself twice. He'd actually thought Chu Luoli had a bit of a womanly charm for a moment.
What a sin! He wasn't a lolicon. Mayor! Su Tiany called out impatiently as soon as he stepped out of the fairy painting.
He was burning with desire from Chu Luoli's words about her fairy form and desperately needed to cool down.
Young master, I'm here. An alluring voice rang out. Su Tiany looked in the direction of the voice and saw the bathroom door suddenly open.
Through the swirling smoke, a tall, alluring woman wrapped in a white towel stepped out and gave him a flirtatious wink.
Chapter 161 Meiji's First Jealousy.
The sight of the alluring woman emerging from her bath made Su Tiany swallow hard. Already burning with desire, his suppressed urges were now ignited, and he longed to immediately carry her to his bed. The seductive woman, wrapped in a bath towel, seemed to know his thoughts. She curled her luscious red lips into a smile, her long eyelashes trembling slightly as she winked seductively. Under Su Tiany's predatory gaze, she gracefully stepped forward, her hand holding the bath towel gradually moving downwards, revealing a white cleavage.
Her voice was soft and alluring. My lord, am I beautiful?
Beautiful.
Su Tiany's heart pounded. Am I more beautiful, or is the fairy next door more beautiful? As she spoke, the woman sat on Su Tiany's lap.
Even through the bath towel, he could feel the softness of her body.
Su Tiany's gaze involuntarily lowered, landing on the half-hidden, alluringly white breasts.
His Adam's apple bobbed, and he reached out to grab them. Yours are even more beautiful.
I was referring to appearance, not figure. Meiji slapped away Su Tiany's restless hand, giving him a reproachful glare. If you don't give a fair assessment, I won't let you touch me tonight.
Mayor, you're such a little vixen, getting more and more alluring.
I can hardly resist your charm.
Meiji's glance back earlier had been incredibly captivating, almost causing Su Tiany to lose his composure.
Small?
Meiji reached out her slender hand, wrapping it around Su Tiany's neck, leaning forward, her soft breasts pressing against him.
No, not small at all. The soft, supple touch made Su Tiany's heart flutter, as if he understood the mentality of ancient emperors who chose power over beauty. Meiji smiled alluringly, saying coquettishly, Young master hasn't answered my question yet. Is she prettier, or am I? Su Tiany's shameless pursuit of Shui Yueyao today had inflamed Meiji's jealousy, as she was secretly protecting him. Why was it that Shui Yueyao, who hadn't done anything and had only met him a few times, could win the young master's favor? Compared to her, she was practically a gold digger. Su Tiany said, spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums each have their own merits. She is aloof and ethereal, while you are charming and alluring. Each has its own unique beauty. Then which one does young master prefer? Meiji continued to press. At this moment, Su Tiany finally realized, Mayor, are you jealous? Meiji said softly, I'm just a maid. Do I have the right to be jealous?
Meiji had never been jealous when she was with her senior sister, Qingxue, and the others. This was the first time.
However, Su Tianyi wasn't displeased, instead, he was slightly happy. Jealousy meant she cared. Su Tianyi pulled the beauty in his arms tighter and whispered, "Next time we return to the immortal spirit continent, I'll marry you." These words instantly dispelled Mei Ji's resentment, even filling her with self-reproach. She felt she had become increasingly greedy lately. Before, she thought it was enough to stay by the young master's side, but now she dared to harbor resentment. Having adjusted her mindset, Mei Ji was no longer jealous. Instead, she began to offer Su Tianyi advice, wanting to see what a fallen fairy was like. Su Tianyi turned and placed Mei Ji on the bed, a wicked smile on his face. "Right now, I only want to talk to you all night long. We can discuss other matters later." Su Tianyi emphasized the words later. Mei Ji understood the implication, a blush creeping onto her beautiful face. Su Tianyi leaned down and kissed her red lips. Mei Ji's delicate body trembled, and she let out a soft moan. The next day, when Su Tianyi stepped out of his room, the sun was already high in the sky. He went downstairs to the deck and looked towards the bow of the ship. There, a woman in white robes fluttered, her aloof and noble figure like a celestial maiden rising on the wind. The moment Su Tianyi appeared, the gazes of the prodigies conversing on the deck all turned to him. The tall and elegant Luochuan saint, dressed in black with a handsome face, approached Su Tianyi and asked in a low voice, "What happened yesterday?" Upon hearing this, all the prodigies pricked up their ears, afraid of missing any juicy news. This was the one who had carried the otherworldly fairy, a princess carry no less. That's a long story. Su Tianyi saw that Shu Weiyao on the bow of the ship had also pricked up her ears, so he deliberately dragged out his words and spoke loudly. "Then let's start from the beginning, the more detailed the better." Fan Shi had also joined in at some point. Seeing the growing crowd, and Su Tianyi still acting like a storyteller, Shu Weiyao grew anxious, fearing he might say something absurd. Her voice, feigning calmness, came from beneath the thin veil. "Holy Sun Su, come here for a moment." Chapter 162, A Powerful Man Confirms His Relationship with the Goddess. "Your Highness, what do you need me for?" Su Tianyi asked with a forced smile, feigning ignorance. Shu Weiyueyao's delicate brows furrowed, her teeth clenched, her chest heaving. "Don't talk nonsense." The fairy-like woman possessed fair skin, a refined and elegant appearance, and a beautiful nose and mouth. Even in anger, she was stunningly beautiful. Looking at her, now devoid of her former ethereal grace, Su Tianyi's suppressed desire to conquer her grew stronger. "Your Highness, are you misunderstanding something? They're just curious about our battle yesterday." "What do you think I wanted to say?" Su Tianyi shrugged. Shu Weiyao warned in a low voice, "Don't say a word." Su Tianyi turned slightly, looking puzzled. "What did you say?" "The sea breeze was too strong just now, I didn't hear clearly." At such close range, even mortals could hear clearly. This excuse was too lame. Shu Weiyao knew he wanted to use this to suppress her arrogance, but she had no choice. She couldn't win in terms of power or fight, so she had to swallow her anger and repeat what she had just said. Su Tianyi grinned, his smile dazzling. "You won't even let me talk about the duel? Does your Highness, the goddess, have a sore throat?" Shu Weiyao didn't respond, only giving him a reproachful look, as if to say, "You're definitely going to embellish it and say something suggestive." Those beautiful eyes, seemingly reproachful yet resentful, made Su Tianyi's heart melt. He teased her slightly, "I'm the kind of person who listens to his wife the most. If you become my woman, I promise to obey your every command." Shameless! Shu Weiyao was furious. In just one night, this Xian Tian Holy Sun's skin had become even thicker than yesterday. Su Tianyi didn't care at all. Last night, while conquering Mei Ji, he figured it out. To pursue this aloof and unapproachable fairy, one had to be shameless, feigning indifference and maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor, ensuring he'd never get close. Isn't dislike also a strong impression? A gentleman's misdeeds lead to disgrace, while a bad person's good deed is seen as reformation. Lowering his initial impression now, and then returning to his gentlemanly ways after reaching the Tianyuan continent and recognizing his ancestors, would surely boost his favorability significantly. As for his appalling behavior on the ship, he could easily attribute it to another personality trait, simply say it was malicious intent. Think it nonsense? The fairy won't believe it? Just manipulate his background, right? The Xian Tian Holy Sun's transformation into the crown prince of the peerless immortal dynasty is the most compelling proof, isn't it? Thinking of this, Su Tianyi's gaze towards Shui Yueyao became even more audacious. In his past life, lacking power, he could only live off a woman. Now, with power and influence, he wanted to be a domineering CEO. You're being insolent.
With a startled cry from Shui Yueyao, Su Tianyi wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her closer.
Your Highness, don't pursue that illusory great Tao.
In the future, I will stand at the pinnacle of eternity, treading upon countless paths.
Chase me instead. You bastard, let me go.
Shui Yueyao struggled fiercely like a panicked little rabbit. Su Tianyi no longer concealed his cultivation level, unleashing his full power at the peak of the divine power realm. Combined with his divine abilities, he immobilized Shui Yueyao.
At this moment, to outsiders, Su Tianyi's arms were around Shui Yueyao's waist, and she didn't resist.
Instead, she nestled against his chest like a little bird, appearing like a loving couple enjoying the sea breeze. Those on deck were stunned.
What was going on? When did they get together? How did they suddenly start embracing?
The curiosity of all the prodigies was tickled by the feathers, an unbearable itch.
Fortunately, Su Tianyi didn't let them suffer for long.
He slowly turned around, holding the blushing fairy in his arms, and declared loudly, as if asserting his ownership. During yesterday's great battle, Her Highness the Goddess and I developed feelings for each other and have secretly pledged our lives to one another. Upon hearing this, not only the students but even the escorting guards on the ship couldn't help but turn their heads.
Who was Shui Yueyao?
She was the most beautiful woman recognized throughout the immortal spirit continent, the object of countless prodigies' desires. This immortal lotus, standing proudly atop the snow-capped mountain, untouched by dust, had been plucked by the Xian Tian Holy Sun? Sorrow, loss, jealousy emotions flashed through the hearts of the prodigies, leaving only envy in the end. If the fairy had fallen for a mortal, it seemed only this Xian Tian Holy Sun, whose looks and talent were unparalleled, was worthy of their acceptance.
Congratulations on your marriage. Your Highness and Your Highness are a perfect match. I noticed a hint of something yesterday, but I never expected you to actually be together. Congratulations.
On the ship, the blessings from the other young talents were endless.
Shui Yueyao was about to retort when she heard a threatening voice beside her. If you deny it, this holy sun will kiss you, the kind with my tongue. Despicable. Shameless. Bastard. Shui Yueyao blushed and cursed in a low voice.
Not bad, even your curses sound nice, I like it.
Su Tianyi laughed, but can you use some fresh words? It's always the same few, I'm tired of hearing them.
You Shui Yueyao was so angry at his shamelessness that she couldn't utter a complete sentence. After a while, she added unwillingly, you repulsive fellow, you're truly hateful, disgusting.
Su Tianyi showed no disgust, but rather looked like he was enjoying it.
If you dare touch me, I'll fight you to the death.
Shui Yueyao gritted her teeth.
Don't worry, I won't touch you. I was just asserting my ownership, to prevent them from eyeing my wife, Su Tianyi said with a smile.
Shui Yueyao's eyes turned icy cold, as if she wanted to skin him alive. Who's your wife?
Yesterday I only agreed to give you a chance to pursue me, and you're pushing your luck. It was bound to happen sooner or later, Su Tianyi said shamelessly.
Shui Yueyao said resentfully, there's absolutely no possibility between us anymore.
You're the person I hate most in this life.
Su Tianyi was not surprised but delighted. So, before that, I still have hope? Shui Yueyao.
This guy's focus is really strange.
Hand? Shui Yueyao suddenly asked. Su Tianyi, supporting her waist, asked, what's wrong?
Shui Yueyao stared at him expressionlessly. Su Tianyi chuckled and withdrew his hand from her soft waist. I forgot.
Don't let it happen again.
Neither of them spoke after that, just standing quietly at the bow of the boat. The beautiful fairy was watching the sea, and the shameless man was watching her.
Until the sun set and night fell, Shui Yueyao finally spoke, you're at the divine power realm? Su Tianyi, like a child, boasted, "Yes, if I hadn't suppressed my cultivation yesterday, I could have killed you in one move." Impressive, right? Shui Yueyao couldn't stand his arrogant attitude and wanted to retort, but her pink lips moved and then closed again. She couldn't find a point to refute him. During the day, when he had held her, she had tried her best but couldn't move, forced to let him fabricate their relationship. This huge difference in strength undoubtedly told her that what he said was absolutely true. Thinking of this, Shui Yueyao couldn't help but steal a glance at the detestable person beside her. Among those of the same realm, someone who could so easily manipulate her was probably one of the strongest in the Tianyuan continent. Is it beautiful? Su Tianyi looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Shui Yueyao glared at him fiercely, then stormed off. Everything about him was fine, except for his terrible personality, utterly unreasonable. Su Tianyi leaned on the iron railing, leisurely admiring the goddess's swaying waist and shapely buttocks as she walked. Her graceful figure was truly captivating. Master is truly despicable, his methods are vile. Chuluoli appeared, sitting on Su Tianyi's right shoulder. "Heh, likewise. It's more gentlemanly than you trying to drug me." Su Tianyi raised his left hand and tugged at her tender cheek. Chapter 163 My Sister, Su Hongyi. On the Tianyuan continent, in the peerless immortal dynasty. On the edge of the sea, a woman in red stood against the wind, her expression melancholic. Below, waves surged and crashed against the rocks. Her red robes fluttered in the breeze, her hip-length hair billowing. Her beauty was unparalleled, her skin was as white as porcelain. Beneath her slender, willow-leaf eyebrows were a pair of cold eyes that seemed capable of freezing everything. However, at this moment, this ethereal and aloof beauty harbored an unspeakable sorrow between her delicate brows. Even her usually emotionless, cold eyes were tinged with melancholy. Looking down at the raging, seemingly all-consuming sea, she strode to the edge of the cliff, her long, shapely legs swaying. Leaning down, her voice, cold yet tinged with sadness, asked, "Brother, if I jump, will you come to save me? Will you, who disappeared for years, appear?" The tall, voluptuous woman in red, her expression dreamy, a slight smile playing on her lips, revealed a breathtaking beauty that could eclipse all others. "You said that whenever I was in danger, you would definitely appear." With that, she closed her eyes, spread her arms, and leaned forward, plunging off the cliff. The wind howled past her ears, her hair whipping wildly upwards. Just as this peerless beauty was about to plunge into the sea and perish, a soft white light enveloped her, carrying her to the shore. The woman in red opened her eyes with ecstatic joy, but upon seeing who it was, she murmured in disappointment, "Mother, it's you." The newcomer was tall and slender, with a graceful figure and a delicate waist. Adorned with a phoenix crown and magnificent robes, embellished with gold and silver, she exuded nobility yet refined elegance, red cloth, falling from a height of 10,000 meters into the sea without using a trace of cultivation. "Do you want to be smashed into a pulp?" Su Hongyi murmured absent-mindedly, "Brother, he'll come to save me." The noble and dignified beauty shook her head. "Why are you so stubborn, child? How many times have I told you? Wu Shuang is currently training outside." The aloof, red-clad orphan girl pouted pitifully, "Mother, I haven't seen Brother Wu Shuang in so long. Please let me see him." The beautiful woman sighed, "That place is far away. You'll have to wait a while longer." "What's his name? Where is he?" Su Hongyi shook the beautiful woman's arm, pleading, "I just want to see him once, I promise I won't disturb him. Please, Mother, I'll just see him from afar." The beautiful woman snorted, unmoved, "It's only been a few years, and you're already threatening suicide? You think I'd believe you if I only saw him once?" Her little scheme exposed, Su Hongyi dropped the pretense and questioned, "I'm his fiancé. What's wrong with seeing him? Why won't you let me see him?" The beautiful woman sighed again, "Do you think I don't want to see him? But I don't know where Wu Shuang is training." How could that be? Su Hongyi didn't believe it. The woman before her was the mistress of the Wu Shuang immortal dynasty, one of the most powerful people on the Tianyuan continent. Would she not know about her own son? "Why should I lie to you?" the elegant and beautiful woman said irritably. "Then I'll go find Father Emperor. Father Emperor must know." Before she could finish speaking, a voice, like a divine decree, rang out, "No need to look anymore. I already know. Father Emperor. Your Majesty." The girl in red and the noblewoman bowed simultaneously. Though the person was not seen, the divine voice rang out again, "Wushwang has regained his memories and will soon arrive at the Tianyuan continent by ship. Redclad, you will go to fetch him." "Yes, father." Chapter 164 is coming soon. The water monster attacks. The ship carrying the prodigies of the immortal spirit continent had been sailing at sea for months and was about to arrive at the Tianyuan continent. The edge of the continent was now visible. At most, another half-day's journey would bring them ashore. Su Tianyi stood at the bow, facing the sea breeze, his thoughts drifting far away. The face of a woman in red slowly surfaced in his mind, and he faintly heard, "Brother Wushwang, Brother Wushwang." Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth began to turn upward, revealing a loving smile. Su Hongyi, his younger sister, an orphan adopted by the Su family from a young age. She was also the only person he cared about during the time he had no memories of his past life and had been assimilated into this world as Su Wushwang. As for his father and mother, beings as vast as the sun and moon, they didn't need his concern at all. Having been away from home for several years, and about to return, Su Tianyi felt a mixture of joy, trepidation, and, most of all, self-reproach. To outsiders, Su Hongyi was cold, ruthless, and unsmiling, but to him, she was an extremely clingy and affectionate little girl. Normally, she would cry if separated from him for more than 24 hours. This time, she had left without saying goodbye, and several years had passed. Su Tianyi couldn't imagine how heartbroken she would be when they met again. While Su Tianyi was lost in thought, the ship suddenly rocked violently. What's going on? An enemy attack? Could it be sea pirates? The group of prodigies began to discuss amongst themselves. Even Shui Yueyao, who had been holed up in her room for over 10 days, couldn't resist her curiosity and came out. Su Tianyi moved swiftly, appearing beside her, "Yueyao." Shui Yueyao didn't correct his form of address, but merely frowned and gave him a look of disgust before turning her gaze to the distance. Su Tianyi awkwardly rubbed his nose. After forcibly establishing a relationship with Shui Yueyao last time, she hadn't spoken to him since. However, he had already anticipated this consequence before asserting his ownership. Shui Yueyao's face remained calm, but she was extremely uncomfortable inside. Faced with Su Tianyi's helplessness, she felt not only disgust but also a profound sense of powerlessness. This person couldn't be driven away by words, nor could she be driven away, nor could she be beaten. She sought help from her protector, who turned a blind eye. When she locked herself in her room and refused to see Su Tianyi, he didn't say anything, but her protector began to earnestly advise her, saying that under special circumstances, even a goddess of the moon goddess temple could marry. They even said that in the immortal spirit continent, no one except the holy Sun Su was worthy of her. She was furious. Just because someone was worthy, did she have to marry him? Don't forget, she cultivated the supreme ruthlessness. What a traitor! Yueyao, you've broken through to a higher realm? Su Tianyi suddenly asked. Shui Yueyao was too lazy to pay attention to this overly familiar guy. Based on her experience these past few days, she knew that once she answered, he would take advantage of her and try to find a whole bunch of topics to discuss. Su Tianyi continued, "I haven't fought against a cultivator in the feather transformation realm yet. Perhaps, Your Highness, could you give me some pointers?" "Humph, don't think that just because I respectfully call you Your Highness, I'll instruct you." Yueyao thought angrily. Well, she only dared to say guide in her heart. Although she was countless times stronger than before after breaking through her cultivation realm, she still lacked confidence facing Su Tianyi. Losing to a divine ability realm cultivator in a feather transformation realm fight was far more humiliating than losing to a divine origin realm cultivator in a divine ability realm fight. Shui Yueyao herself didn't realize that she, who had once been arrogant and believed she wouldn't be weaker than anyone even after entering the Heavenly Tao Academy, had already branded herself as invincible against Su Tianyi. She couldn't even muster the desire to catch up or seek revenge. Bang! Just then, the ship lurched again, and a towering wave crashed in. A brown water monster opened its blood-red maw, trying to swallow the ship whole.
They had encountered many water monsters along the way, but this was the first one so powerful. The oppressive aura that distorted even the void told everyone that it was a supreme being of the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Realm, there are probably only a handful of such beings in the entire immortal spirit continent combined, and now, this legendary, invincible existence has appeared before our very eyes. Get lost! A thunderous voice rang out from the ship, followed by a blade of light seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens, slicing the water monster in two. Seeing this, everyone on the ship breathed a sigh of relief. The one who had struck was the patriarch of the Great Qin Empire, and also their protector on this journey of learning. Except for Su Tianyi, everyone on the ship was shocked by the Great Qin Empire's strength. They hadn't expected that besides the Empress, the Great Qin Empire possessed such a powerful being, capable of annihilating a first-tier Supreme Realm expert in a single move. This being must be at least a third tier or higher. Little Bay, my little Bay. A mournful cry rang out, and then, a divine vessel dozens of times larger than their own sailed towards them. At the bow of the boat, a handsome man in fine clothes leaned against the railing, wailing and crying, "How dare you harm the pet my father gave me? I will kill you all, kill you all." Prince Pinghai, upon seeing these three words, Su Tianyi's mind flashed to someone who bore a striking resemblance to the man on the boat. That man was the heir apparent of Pinghai, who had once arrogantly challenged him. In the end, Su Tianyi had shattered his spiritual sea, leaving him a cripple. Thinking back now, he realized how domineering and unreasonable he had been. Chapter 165 Yueyao, if you're scared, you can hide behind me later. Just as the richly dressed man was weeping as if his parents had died, the calm sea suddenly boiled, countless bubbles rising, followed by towering waves. The octopus-like sea monster transformed into a beautiful girl in black robes, landing on the divine ship and kneeling respectfully at the man's feet. "Little Bay deserves to die, I've worried my master." The attack from the Great Qin Empire's patriarch had severely injured her, but not fatally. Realizing she was outmatched, to prevent further attacks, she concealed her presence, feigning death. The richly dressed man tenderly stroked the girl's pale face, looking at her weakened body, and angrily said, "They're the ones who deserve to die." The divine ship was too high for the other prodigies to see, and the man's earlier statement about a pet given to him by his father had been automatically transformed into something like a protector. The Great Qin ancestor displayed his divine power, instantly annihilating the Supreme Realm water monster with a single strike. This emboldened the people on the ship, who showed little fear even facing the majestic divine vessel. A person's understanding is related to their environment. A frog in a well will never know the vastness of the sky. Having come from the immortal spirit continent, the strongest beings they had encountered before today were merely giants. They couldn't even imagine a supreme being enslaved. However, this cannot be blamed on them. The Supreme Realm, as the final stage of cultivation, is a force to be reckoned with anywhere. Even a first-tier supreme is a figure capable of establishing a sect and dominating a region on the Tianyuan continent. A force that could make such a figure willingly become a slave is an unfathomable behemoth with unimaginable depths. For such a figure to submit to a mere Ascension Realm young master is extremely rare. And the Pinghai Prince's mansion happens to be such a force. It is one of the strongest princes under the eternal immortal dynasty. I didn't expect this water monster in human form to be quite pretty, a little beauty. She was crying so bitterly just now. The master and servant seem to have a special relationship. Interesting, riding a pet during the day, and still riding a pet at night. That young master certainly knows how to have fun. The group of prodigies on the ship launched into a sarcastic tirade against the richly dressed young man who had threatened to kill them. The woman in black, the water monster's true form, wasn't actually that beautiful. She was only considered above average in appearance. The reason they thought she was attractive was because her true form was utterly hideous. Her human form far exceeded their expectations, giving them a pleasant surprise. "You ignorant fools, I'll skin you alive." The richly dressed man's face turned ashen. Wherever he went, he was a guest of honor, an extremely distinguished figure. When had he ever been mocked like this? "Charge! Kill them all, leave no one alive." As his hysterical voice rang out, a group of black-clad guards at the giant realm level, their imposing aura and murderous intent overwhelming, surged forth from the divine ship. "Get lost!" The patriarch of the Great Qin Empire roared, attacking again.
He understood the principle that even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. His opponent possessed a supreme-level protector. The power behind them was certainly not simple. This time, he was cautious and did not kill them. Dozens of black-clad guards were swept back onto the ship by a powerful hurricane. Seeing this, the man in fine clothes coldly said, "I beg Elder Guan to teach him a lesson." The Elder Guan he spoke of was his true protector, a powerful 8th-tier supreme. Such a figure was a renowned existence throughout the entire immortal spirit continent, only obeying the Pinghai king, and not someone he could command. Even Xiao Bei was no match for the people on the ship, let alone these guards. He ordered his guards to attack only to get Elder Guan to intervene. Elder Guan could disobey his orders, but he couldn't allow him to disgrace the Ping'an royal palace. Unfortunately, the opponent was very measured in his attacks. His guards weren't even injured. Therefore, he could only ask Elder Guan to teach the opponent a lesson, not kill him. Fellow Daoist, considering your remarkable achievement of becoming a 4th-tier supreme, I will spare your life. Leave now. A calm yet undeniably authoritative aged voice silenced the great Qin ancestor. The great Qin ancestor's expression changed slightly. This man's mere aura had instilled in him a sense of submission. He had only ever felt this way with the Empress. He respectfully said, "My lord, please calm your anger. I will change course immediately." Upon hearing this, the assembled prodigies on the ship were immediately terrified. The godlike great Qin ancestor had yielded so easily? And even called the other party my lord? Could it be that the pet the elegantly dressed young man spoke of was truly a pet? And this man was the true protector? Thinking this, a storm raged within them. They all regretted their earlier boastful words and lowered their heads, fearing retribution from the elegantly dressed man. Shui Yueyao, her face veiled in white, was also deeply disturbed. Her grandmaster, the most powerful person in the Moon Goddess Palace, was only a 2nd-tier supreme being. Yet this man could subjugate a supreme being. This completely shattered her worldview. She caught a glimpse of the composed Su Tianyi out of the corner of her eye and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Aren't you afraid?" Su Tianyi smiled slightly. "Yueyao, if you're afraid, you can hide behind me later." As he spoke, he reached out to take Shui Yueyao's hand. "It's a man's duty to protect a woman. If they want to harm you, they'll have to step over my dead body." Chapter 166. Shui Yueyao asks for help, and the hero saves the beauty. What kind of time is this to be so glib and unreliable? Shui Yueyao slapped away Su Tianyi's outstretched hand, glaring at him angrily. Su Tianyi pouted. He had originally wanted to put on a righteous act, hoping to seize the opportunity to win over the fairy and embrace the beauty, but so far, the effect seemed less than satisfactory. Shui Yueyao didn't want to pay any more attention to the ever-increasingly demanding Su Tianyi, but seeing his unusual calmness and lack of any sense of tension, she couldn't help but ask again. "Aren't you really afraid?" Su Tianyi didn't know how to answer this. If he said he wasn't afraid, Shui Yueyao would probably think he was faking it, and his impression of him would drop even further. Say he was afraid? He simply couldn't bring himself to say that. He, the crown prince of the peerless immortal dynasty, would be afraid of the second son of the king of Pinghai? The heir apparent of the prince of Pinghai and Pingsheng was crippled at his whim. This second son, who wasn't even qualified to show his face, evoked no fear in him, not even feigned fear. He felt no reverence for the 8th-tier supreme named Elder Guan either. After all, Elder Guan's mount was an 8th-tier supreme phoenix. Moreover, Elder Guan possessed the Crown Prince's token, allowing him to mobilize a portion of the power of heaven and earth within the territory of the peerless immortal dynasty. He had personally killed an 8th-tier supreme and suppressed a peak supreme. Want to leave? No way. The elegantly dressed young man coldly said to the great Qin ancestor, "You can leave, but the people on the ship must pay for your mistake of injuring Xiao Bei. They will all become Xiao Bei's snacks." The aged voice rang out again. "You heard what my young master said." The patriarch of the great Qin Empire appeared. He was an elderly man with a deeply lined face, dressed in a Taoist robe. Standing in the void, he forced a smile and said, "Isn't your esteemed presence a bit too domineering? It was this young master's pet that attacked us first. I was merely defending myself."
The richly dressed young master scoffed. This is the territory of the Pinghai Prince's mansion.
Here, my word is law. Whoever I want to die, dies.
The patriarch of the Great Qin Empire, his face grim, produced a token from the Heavenly Tao Academy. We have come here to study at the Heavenly Tao Academy.
The Heavenly Tao Academy?
The richly dressed young master slightly toned down his arrogance. Behind the Heavenly Tao Academy were the 5 great immortal dynasties of the Tianyuan continent. No one dared to disrespect it.
So, you are my junior brothers?
The richly dressed man put on a smiling face. My name is Junsheng, the younger brother of the Pinghai Prince's heir.
You can call me senior brother.
Senior brother. The group of prodigies exchanged glances and began to call out one after another.
When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Even Shu Weiyao tactfully called out to him in a low voice.
Only Su Tianyi half closed his eyes, deep in thought.
And Junsheng still addressed in Pingsheng as heir apparent.
It seemed that the Prince of Pinghai had gone to great lengths to invite a renowned physician to repair in Pingsheng's severed meridians and shattered spiritual sea.
Thinking of this, Su Tianyi couldn't help but shake his head.
Inviting a renowned physician was incredibly expensive. There were only 3 in the world, and even the ruler of a celestial dynasty would give them considerable respect. If the Prince of Pinghai's other sons were any more capable and had the ability to succeed him, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths.
Hey you in white, why don't you call me senior brother? Su Tianyi's unconventional behavior caught Junsheng's attention.
The other prodigies on the ship kept giving him meaningful glances, urging him to be more sensible. Even Shu Weiyao gestured for him to temporarily set aside his arrogance. Reporting to young master, this person is not a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy, the great Qin ancestor said, considering the bigger picture. Saying this, he experienced a fierce internal struggle. This was someone the Empress had specifically instructed him to take special care of. But weighing the options, compared to entering the Heavenly Tao Academy, he felt that preserving his life was more important.
He believed the Empress would understand his choice.
And Junsheng showed a knowing look and stopped looking at Su Tianyi. Show your tokens. Hearing this, the prodigies complied.
Their tokens were green, yellow, and orange.
Seeing this, and Junsheng pointed upwards, conjuring several water arrows that shattered several green tokens.
The Qin ancestor, bound by Elder Guan, was furious, suppressing his anger. Young master, what is the meaning of this?
And Junsheng said calmly, green tokens only signify auditors, not true disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy.
They are not qualified to be my followers.
I'll spare their lives today because they were on the same boat as my junior brothers and sisters. These individuals, hailed as heroes on the immortal spirit continent, were among the lowest-ranking prodigies in the Heavenly Tao Academy, beneath Junsheng's notice. Even the Tai Saint Sun Luo Chuan, a half-step forbidden disciple, was merely an outer court disciple holding a yellow token. Only Fan Qi and Shu Weiyao, these 2 forbidden disciples, were inner court disciples with orange tokens. And Junsheng favored the 2, flying onto the boat and approaching Shu Weiyao. Junior sister, we're all on the same side, so there's no need for you to wear a veil and hide your face, is there?
Shu Weiyao knew very well how attractive her appearance was to the opposite sex.
If she revealed her true face, and Junsheng would definitely have ulterior motives towards her. Shu Weiyao instinctively looked at Su Tianyi, seeking help. Although this guy was despicable, he inexplicably gave her a sense of security. Seeing this, Su Tianyi straightened his back and gave her a reassuring look, assuring her he was there. He had patiently allowed Junsheng to ramble on for quite some time, all for this opportunity to be a hero and save the damsel in distress.
Chapter 167. Didn't you ever think about whether you were worthy? And Junsheng was quite displeased by Shu Weiyao's subtle gesture towards Su Tianyi. How could a piece of trash who didn't even qualify for the Heavenly Tao Academy be worthy of the favor of an inner disciple?
Shu Weiyao, ranked first among the 4 beauties of the immortal spirit continent, possessed undeniable beauty. Even with a thin veil covering her face, her ethereal and otherworldly aura remained undiminished. In her presence, even though Junsheng's dissatisfaction had reached its peak, he subconsciously feigned the demeanor of a gentleman. Junior sister, is this young master your?
My fiancé.
Before Shui Yueyao could find the right words, Su Tianyi swiftly stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Shui Yueyao's slender waist, as if asserting his ownership, and smiled at Junsheng. Shui Yueyao bit her lip lightly, and where no one could see, she pinched Su Tianyi's waist hard to show her displeasure at his nonsensical words.
Seeing Shui Yueyao's tacit agreement, Su Tianyi pressed his advantage. Once Yueyao has completed her studies at the Heavenly Tao Academy, she will marry me. He looked at Shui Yueyao, who was standing silently with her head down, and asked, "Is that right, Yueyao?" Su Tianyi was on her side, someone she had called to help her out of a predicament. At this moment, she couldn't very well expose him, so she could only suppress her displeasure and give a barely audible "mm." Finally, she secretly transmitted her voice, gritting her teeth, "Holy Sun Su, you are even more despicable than I imagined, shameless." Su Tianyi replied telepathically, "I hope your highness will forgive me. I had no choice. That brat in Junsheng clearly has ulterior motives towards you. If I told him you have a fiancé, perhaps he would restrain himself a bit." Shui Yueyao remained silent. She understood this reasoning. And Junsheng's previous behavior showed that he was an arrogant and cruel person. Compared to him, that lecherous rogue almost seemed like a good person. "Aren't you afraid he'll blame you for saying that?" Shui Yueyao asked telepathically. Although she knew Su Tianyi was taking advantage of her, she couldn't help but worry. After all, this advantage might cost her her life. Normally, if this bastard died, she would applaud. But this whole thing started because of her, and if anything happened, she would also bear responsibility. Ultimately, Su Tianyi was helping her. "The one I love is in danger, how can I stand idly by?" Su Tianyi declared righteously, looking like he was about to bravely face execution. Shui Yueyao lowered her eyes, remaining silent. As the two exchanged a quiet conversation, and Junsheng's face visibly darkened. He took a few deep breaths. "Yueyao Jr.'s sister's name is so beautiful." He paused, then continued, "There's something I, as an outsider, might find inappropriate to say, but for Junior sister's future, I must remind you, choosing a Taoist partner is a major life decision, not to be made lightly." And Junsheng looked at Su Tianyi. "Junior sister has already entered the Heavenly Tao Academy, and is even an inner disciple. She's no longer from your world. If you truly love her and want what's best for her, you should wisely give up. Don't hold her back and ruin her future." Su Tianyi chuckled upon hearing this. These words, which should have come from a gold-digging female supporting character, were instead uttered by this kid, and Junsheng. "What are you laughing at?" And Junsheng frowned, his expression clearly displeased. Having taken advantage of Shui Yueyao and gotten her to admit their relationship, Su Tianyi had achieved his goal and was no longer bothered with acting. He coldly sneered. "Young masterin, just say you've taken a fancy to my wife. That way, I might look at you with more respect." These words shocked everyone on the boat. Has Su Tianyi always been this audacious? Does he have a death wish? Shui Yueyao gritted her teeth, regretting her actions. If she had known Su Tianyi would be so reckless and impatient, she wouldn't have let him help. Given his fiancée's words, and Junsheng might only act covertly out of consideration for his pride. This direct confrontation was giving him a perfectly legitimate excuse to attack. Su Tianyi, having dropped the pretense and laid his cards on the table, made Junsheng drop the pretense as well, smiling faintly. "You can't stop her from having a better life, can you?" "That makes a lot of sense," Su Tianyi agreed, then changed the subject. "But haven't you considered whether you're worthy?" And Junsheng's gaze darkened slightly. "You, what do you mean?" Chapter 168. You are the crown prince of the peerless immortal dynasty, Su Wushuang? Su Tianyi, calm and collected, pulled out a red token from his robes and tossed it to Junsheng. "Look carefully, what is this?" And Junsheng caught it instinctively, glanced at it, and his pupils immediately contracted. "A red token? How is this possible?" "This is a symbol of status only possessed by core disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy." It's no wonder he was so flustered. The Heavenly Tao Academy was jointly established by the 5 great immortal dynasties, gathering the heroes of the entire world into one academy. Its core disciples all possessed unparalleled talent. These people were all beings beyond the forbidden realm. Outsiders called them immortal seeds.
Immortal seeds, as the name suggests, possessed the potential to become immortals. As long as they didn't perish along the way, their minimum achievement would be a peak supreme being.
Most of them could become immortals. Of course, since the laws were incomplete, they couldn't become true immortals.
The immortals here were actually pseudo-immortals, a wondrous realm between immortals and supreme beings. The rulers of the 5 great immortal dynasties were all ninth-order pseudo-immortals.
Holding the red token, and Junqing's expression shifted uncertainly.
Although the Pinghai Prince's mansion was one of the most powerful forces under the Eternal Immortal Dynasty, this power rested entirely on the premise that his father, the king, was still alive. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Pinghai Prince's mansion had already begun its decline. In recent years, several pseudo-immortals within the dynasty had perished due to their lifespans, and with no new immortal seeds being born, only the Pinghai Prince remained to uphold the vast dynasty. The Pinghai Prince was an 8th-tier immortal, which was why he barely maintained his former status. But now, the Pinghai Prince's lifespan was also dwindling, which was why he had spared no effort to cure in Pingsheng, the only remaining immortal seed. Even so, the Pinghai Mansion could never regain its former glory. Its status was destined to plummet, because in Pingsheng had been instantly defeated in a battle against the crown prince of the peerless immortal dynasty at the same cultivation level. Although he had repaired his spiritual sea and meridians, that battle had left an indelible shadow on him, cracking his Tao heart. Even if he were to become an immortal in this life, he would at most be a low-level pseudo-immortal. And Junqing gripped the red token tightly. He took a deep breath, his face still grim.
Immortal seeds only occasionally appear from those superpowers that can overlook eternity.
I never expected someone from such a small place as yours to be an immortal seed. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. If you had revealed your identity earlier, my Pinghai Royal Palace would have done everything in its power to win you over, making you a member of the palace and nurturing you with all its resources. But now, to prevent your future revenge, only your death can ensure complete safety. Although Junqing was a playboy, he still knew what was important. Killing a core disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy without authorization was a serious crime. There could be no survivors here.
He glanced longingly at the graceful and ethereal Shui Yueyao, then said coldly, "Elder Guan, kill them all, leave no one alive." And Junqing's protector's eyes flashed with regret. This immortal seed had the potential to be recruited into the royal court. But things had come to this point, and he had no other choice. Just as he was about to act, Su Tianyi suddenly smiled faintly and said, "Young Masterin, have you really seen this token clearly?" Hearing this, Junqing subconsciously glanced at it again. This time, he wasn't shocked, but horrified. At the bottom of the token were engraved 3 small characters: Su Wushuang. There are many people in the world with the same name, but there is only one person in the Heavenly Tao Academy with the same name, Su Wushuang. Upon realizing this, Junqing exclaimed, "You are the crown prince of the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty, Su Wushuang." Su Tianyi, dressed in snow-white robes, his garments fluttering, remained calm and composed. "What, doesn't it seem like you?" The identity token bestowed upon him by the Empress was actually Orange Inner Court Disciple. Even the Heavenly Tao Academy highly values the existence of immortals. If he had a red token, the Heavenly Tao Academy would definitely send someone to pick him up, instead of him crossing the sea on his own. Su Tianyi didn't have a red token, but Su Wushuang did. And Junqing's legs went weak with fear, and he roared in disbelief, "It's fake. This is absolutely fake. You can't possibly be that person. You're merely at the peak of the divine power realm. That person advanced to the Ascension realm several years ago. With his talent, it's not surprising that he has now reached the Tao Heaven realm." The more he spoke, the more convinced he became, and he gradually calmed down. Just then, Su Tianyi stretched out his arm. Golden light flashed in the air, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. He held a long spear dragon scale and coldly said, "One man's actions are his own responsibility. I will not pursue the Pinghai Prince's mansion for blame. You commit suicide." The Crown Prince can also refer to himself as this palace. Dragon scale? And Junqing collapsed to the ground. Years ago, when Su Wushuang was born, he challenged all the heroes of the world. To prevent others from hesitating to go all out because of his identity, he concealed his identity and wore a mask. Few outsiders knew his face. His weapon, a golden spear that could emit the roar of a dragon, became the symbol of his identity. Chapter 169. Kill him, and I'll take you as my follower. Fake. Fake. You can't be that person.
And Juanxing's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted with madness. He braced himself with his hands on the ground, retreating relentlessly until he crashed into the iron railing of the ship, finding himself with nowhere left to go.
That person?
The group of prodigies on the ship were utterly bewildered. The immortal spirit continent was located in a remote corner of the world, a small place compared to the heavenly origin continent. Therefore, even though Juanxing had identified Su Tianyi as the crown prince of the peerless immortal dynasty, they remained clueless. However, the fact that Juanxing, who had previously been so arrogant, whose word was law and whoever he wished to kill could be reduced to this pathetic state, almost to the point of wetting himself, was quite remarkable. Even a fool could figure out that Su Tianyi's hidden identity was anything but ordinary. Behind Su Tianyi, Shui Yueyao pursed her lips. While feeling relieved, she also began to grit her teeth at Su Tianyi's earlier actions of taking advantage of her. He had clearly never taken Juanxing seriously, yet in front of her, he pretended to be a righteous hero, willing to go through fire and water for her. She had even felt a little touched before. This guy, besides being a little handsome and a little talented, is utterly useless in every other way, a liar, a bastard, a rogue. And Juanxing, I will say it one last time, you commit suicide. Su Tianyi's expression was indifferent, his superior aura unmistakable. Shui Yueyao was very close to Su Tianyi. Caught off guard, she was stunned by this astonishing aura and felt an urge to kneel down. After regaining her senses, she was filled with indignation. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose, trying to give her a hard time. A subtle unease, one she herself hadn't even noticed, lingered in Shui Yueyao's heart. Could this imposing, aloof Su Tianyi revert to his obnoxious self afterward? Su Tianyi's lips curled slightly. Initially, when his personality merged with Su Wuxuang's, he was indeed somewhat out of control, acting more like Su Wuxuang when provoked. But after these days of adjustment, the two different personalities had completely merged, and his schizophrenia was cured. Just as Shui Yueyao suspected, he had done it on purpose. However, it wasn't to give her a hard time, but to make her understand that she was special to him, and that no one else even had the right to make him act like a jerk. He believed that after this incident, Shui Yueyao would associate his shameless behavior with today's scene and wonder if he only treated her this way. You imposter, what right do you have to make me commit suicide? And Juanxing's eyes widened. Elder Guan, kill him. Kill him for me. Before the old man surnamed Guan could make a move, Su Tianyi turned his gaze and said calmly, "Have you thought about the consequences of attacking me? At that time, it won't be enough for just one playboy to die. Everyone in the Pinghai Prince's mansion, including you, will be buried with him." At this stage, he was indeed no match for Juanxing's protectors, not even a finger of theirs, but that didn't mean he was afraid. The peerless immortal dynasty behind him was his confidence. Even if the two people in front of him wanted to take the risk of killing him, the crown prince, to silence him, they would be powerless. The wisp of immortal will left on him by his father was enough to protect him, allowing him to roam freely throughout the world. Seeing the old man hesitate, Su Tianyi suddenly smiled with interest. "Kill him, and I can take you as my follower." Chapter 170. If Brother Wuxuang says it's good-looking, then it truly is good-looking. Upon hearing this, Juanxing was horrified. "Elder Guan, don't listen to his lies. He's a fake, a fake." The old man, who had initially been somewhat tempted, now hesitated. The crown prince of the peerless immortal dynasty couldn't possibly still be in the divine power realm, but the man's identity token and the long spear before him couldn't be faked either. If this person was truly an imposter, killing Juanxing would mean certain death for him. The old man surnamed Guan was caught in a dilemma. Finally, he sent a telepathic message to the crown prince, who was currently on the coast. The crown prince had once fought Su Wuxuang and should be able to discern the truth. A pavilion on the sea. Prince Pingshang was respectfully offering a toast to a woman in red. "Your Highness, what brings you here? Where is the crown prince? Isn't he with you?"
Su Hongyi glanced at him coldly. Shut up.
And Pingsheng lowered his head, a flash of humiliation in his eyes. He dared not speak his anger, for the other party was the princess of the peerless immortal dynasty, the most beloved younger sister of that young lord. His reckless challenge to that lord had only resulted in the loss of his cultivation. If he offended this woman, that lord would surely make him wish he were dead.
Get out. Don't stay here, you're an eyesore.
Su Qingyi splashed the wine and Pingsheng had just filled onto him.
Yes, sir, I'll get out right away.
Upon hearing this, and Pingsheng actually rolled all the way to the door. Inside the private room, an old woman appeared out of thin air beside Su Hongyi and sighed, as a celestial being, you used to be someone of importance. But after the battle with His Highness the Crown Prince, your Dao heart was damaged, and now you are completely ruined. Su Hongyi looked disgusted. He's overestimating himself.
How could Brother Wushwang be worthy of challenging me?
If we weren't in the territory of the Prince of Pinghai, I would have killed him.
Miss, calm down.
You are of noble birth, it's not worth getting angry over such a nobody, the elderly couple comforted her.
Su Hongyi's anger subsided, and an unnatural blush suddenly appeared on her usually cold face. Aunt Xue, what do you think of my outfit? Does it look good?
The old woman smiled. Miss is naturally beautiful, she looks good in anything. Su Hongyi said worriedly, if Brother Wushwang says I look good, then I truly look good.
Your Highness, when have you ever thought Miss was ugly? That's right, Brother Wushwang likes me the most. He said I'm the most beautiful.
Sigh, I wonder when I'll be able to see Brother Wushwang again.
Father just told me to wait here.
After leaving the private room, and Pingsheng received a telepathic message.
He muttered to himself in confusion, Elder Guan asked me to identify someone? That Junsheng guy, has he gotten himself into trouble again? Elder Dong, bring the heavenly guards. Junsheng has probably gotten himself into trouble again.
And Junsheng is a spoiled brat by nature, and it's not the first time he's made me clean up his messes. Some people will let it go out of respect for him, but others are hot-tempered and won't give him face. In that case, force is necessary. After Elder Guan finished transmitting the message, he didn't wait idly.
He probed with his words, Young Master Su, do you know my young master? Su Tianyi smiled disdainfully, you mean, that arrogant guy I crippled in one move? Elder Guan felt a chill run down his spine.
The outcome of that battle wasn't a secret to some powerful forces, but this guy clearly came from a remote area and shouldn't know about it. Unless, he was a witness, and truly Su Wushwang.
Suddenly, Elder Guan's expression brightened.
He sensed the young master's aura.
He would soon find out just who this guy was. End of book.